take that top spot.
Let's hear it for Reddish and Venno. Friendly faces, but not so friendly in game. And with an unmatched competitive drive, they're ready to take it home.
It's Big Vaxity and Rezon. Even though these guys are a last-minute duo, they will not disappoint today, mixing great content with brute force.
You gotta get loud for Kanata and stable Ronaldo. This energetic powerhouse is ready to get the party started.
That was just the first four, and we are already going absolutely
Thanks
crazy.
for the sub!
I am so excited to see Vaxity and Rezon play. Vaxity being the last-minute sub in there. Just so excited to see him compete on this stage. He's been running around, he's been talking to people, giving insights, you know, compete on this stage. He's been running around, he's been talking to people, giving insights, you know, trying to learn and grow. And I feel like he is so focused right now. And you pair him up with someone like Rezon?
Yeah, no, I mean, Big Vaxity, you know, a lot of people look to him as, you know, viewing party, a little bit of content, very close with a lot of the players, but he is also pretty dang good at Fortnite.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of his content actually revolves on being involved, being in calls with other pro players, so he's constantly in those conversations, right? Not to mention also doing all of those zone wars. Shout out to Vaxity, right? Such a big career. He's got a lot of momentum going on in the content craze. You saw him throw up the X, rep the set, recently joined X set.
Oh yeah, I love supporting my fellow NA West players. You mentioned the Zone Wars, also very good friends with Rezon. The synergy is gonna be at an all-time high with this duo.
You know, you talk about synergy. I like the word chemistry. Kanata, stable Ronaldo. This is the other duo that's competing for the loudest duo.
They're not
at
competing.
The Pro-Am.
No, they win. They already won. I think through the player lounge, we've seen that they have already won that. I mean, honestly, when this duo was announced, I was very excited, but also a little scared. Not for the rest of the competition, but for the audience members. It is going to get very loud from this duo.
It's been mentioned already that coming back to the game, and we were talking to Lazy, it's just like riding a bike. I think the person who's jumped back on that bike the best has actually been Ronaldo. His mechs look very, very clean.
Oh my gosh, look, I'm getting word. I would love to keep talking about these duos, but we got next four to meet. Bring him in. Oh my gosh, look, I'm getting word.
It's Cypher and Moxie. The LA takeover has begun, and they're not looking to go home empty-handed. Show us what you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Monroe and Allier. Brain's finest, some might say, with tons of experience in the bag. They're ready to put others in the bin.
Viva la France, Sneakoff, and Podicide. The Gentlemates have entered the stage, and you know that trophy would look oh so good in their office.
Es geht doch.
Let's hear it for Courage, JD, and Cole. Pretty bold to announce yourself as the champion already, but we respect it. Let's see you back up that statement.
Das ist Patrick.
Oh man, and a quick shout out there to our friends over at Make-A-Wish. We had some very
Ich kenne den, der mit Rezon spielt,
and
kenne ich
kinda
überhaupt
feel
nicht.
the crowd, feel the vibe in those few moments. We
kenn
wanted
den,
to
der mit
highlight
Rezon
here
spielt,
Nikoff
kenn ich
and
überhaupt nicht.
Bodesai.
Der erwischt
I
doppelt.
mean, guys, this is the duo that pretty unanimously everyone seems to believe these are the guys. These are the ones that are going to win it all.
I mean, yeah, we already briefly talked about them just a few minutes ago. Absolutely incredible competitors. You know, ex-FNCS Pro joined by a current FNCS
Zemie,
Pro
Cooper,
is quite
meine
the dynamic
Favoriten.
duo.
Yeah, I mean, always being involved in the viewing parties, knows what's
Warte.
going on with Fortnite competitive, staying in tune, grinding in the
Wer
shadows,
sind
paired up with Bodesai and Nikov. They're looking scary.
We do have the Global Championships in France later this year.
Scheiße,
So,
wie
maybe
schreibt
they
man
wanna
das?
give us a little
Riesen?
sneak peek of what we might see.
All right. We also had a chance there. You heard the crowd go crazy. Cypher, PK, and Moxie coming together I mean,
Mr.
see, I
Savage
feel
spielt aber
like
auch
the
mit. Kann auch
stadium,
tun.
they've
Der mir
chosen
gewinnt,
their
ist mir
winners.
egal. Ich
Oh yeah, I mean landing over an East Slurpee Swamp right there,
hab
they have
davon
a
nix.
great position, but also Cypher PK, even though he is a content creator, he is an incredible competitor. And then of course Moxie, winner of the Milk Cup, one of the best female Fortnite pros in the world.
Yeah, a lot of potential here for this duo. Talked to Cypher, he was like, yeah, I love my duo. We got the same game plan. We're jumping in, feeling confident.
I love it. And again, shout
wir
out to
machen heute
Make-A-Wish,
mal alles
Luca,
hier.
Tyler.
10
Thanks for hanging
Superchats.
out. But it's time. Let's meet our next four.
Zack.
Give it up for Lachlan and Mr. Savage. The boys are ready to hit the ground running and combine maximum content with pure skill. It's showtime.
Everybody say hello to Regs and Nate Hill. They've got LAN events, they've got experience, and they're making for some fierce competition.
Make some noise for Captain Shota and Koyota, all the way from Japan. These guys are here to make their mark on the international stage with a big win.
Next up, it's Bugha and Typical Gamer. A World Cup title paired up with world-class content. This is the perfect recipe for success.
Geht denn das hier?
Whoa, TG, my fault, OG. I did not know you were absolutely yoked. Oh my gosh. Once again, the crowd have chosen their favorites. It's Typical Gamer, it's
Geht nicht.
Bugha. You can hear the crowd is electric right now. Man, what more could we say about these two OGs of the Fortnite scene?
Look, I almost got shaken off the stage. When Bugha and Typical Gamer walked out, I literally almost fell off with how excited the crowd got. But that's at no surprise when you pair up the most followed creator in the Fortnite space alongside the World Cup Solos winner. It's what to expect.
You know, the reload game mode throws a bunch of old items, old weapons that we've seen in Fortnite competitive before. And if any's going to be good adapting to any sort of meta, any of those items, it's going to be Bugha, the guy with the most experience.
And I mean, you look at Typical Gamer, he was competing in NA West FNCS, and he was able to make it through the qualifier. He is
Wieso kann
also
ich dieses
in
Ziel
one of
nicht
those
starten?
gray areas, like you like to say, Vivid.
Okay, what about Shota, Koyota coming in from Japan, man? I mean, listen, they've got the rock, paper, scissors on lock. The question is, who's throwing paper?
Look, I'm going to ask you a question, Zeke. I was actually taking a peek in the player lounge. Koyota was 1v1ing Peterbot in creative. What do you think won?
It's gotta be Pete, man.
Koyota actually won 5-3 in 1v1s creative against Peterbot. So he's got the mechanical skill on deck. Also has some little surprises that we've seen in terms of game strategies. So I think they have what it takes.
That's the thing with Koyota. Every single time that he shows up to one of these international events, whether it be globals, whether it be a pro-am, everybody is always quickly reminded he is just so good,
Dicker
especially when it comes to
Wiesen.
mechanics.
I mean, there's a reason they call him the Asia's Peterbot, man. He is such a phenomenal player, and like you said, super innovative. I remember back when we had jetpacks in the game, he was literally eliminating people in the air. I'd love to see it
Meinst du?
again.
Woo! Let's hope there's jetpacks in reload, but for now, let's meet our next four duos.
Aber ich kann hier was nicht einstellen. Warum nicht?
Their names are Alex and Loser Fruit, but there's no losers in sight. It's time to represent Power and
my God.
Oceania.
Give it up for Daya and Seti, both land winners with a bunch of experience, ready to give it their all in the FNCS Pro-Am tonight. Good luck.
Locked and loaded, Thomas and Somerset. This lobby better watch out, because with these two around, first is the only thing on their mind.
It's Aussie Antics and Peterbot. We're in for some action with these guys today. Can they live up to the expectations from the community? Time to find out.
I mean, I'm feeling it. This is insane. We still have one more group left to go, but let's talk about Daya and Seti. I mean, Seti's an invitational champion, a legend in the EU scene. You pair him up with Daya, who just recently won the Milk Cup LAN. I mean, you know, Viv, this is looking like a really strong duo.
You mentioned it, right? Both of them have that LAN experience, not only LAN experience, LAN winning experience. I mean, I swear this duo should be good on paper. It'll be interesting to see if they can actually fulfill all of the hype coming into the weekend.
Yeah, when you think of EU competitive and a new season starts, the pros, the players, the duo, the players that they look at first is Cammy and Seti. They're always ahead of the game in terms of meta, in terms of how to play this season out. So I would not be surprised if they're also going to be ahead of the meta going into the day.
They are going to be contested at Logjam by Thomas and Somerset, but honestly, if there is a duo that could probably come up with a strategy real quick with how to deal with that duo, it is going to be Daya and Seti. But we got to talk about our OCE players.
That's right, Alex. We've got paired up with Loser Fruit. I mean, in yesterday's practice games, guys, Alex was going crazy. Thankfully, they had Callum come out with them. Man, these guys are looking really, really strong.
Yeah, when we were watching the games, there I am seeing a player with like 8 eliminations. I'm like, oh, of course, Peterbot's going crazy. Oh, wait, no, that's Alex. Alex is eliminating everyone.
Another one of those instances where we're reminded by one of these international players kind of joining us here on the stage that they are just so good mechanically. I was talking to Alex just before we started, and he was like, yo, Vivid, like, hype me up. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? I don't need to. You were dropping crazy elimination yesterday. Just do that again. Everybody will be hyped for you.
100%. 4-time FNCS champ on OCE. You were mentioning, Kelly, he had the highest amount of eliminations in any of the practice matches yesterday.
I have a very small insight from Loser Fruit as well. We had a very deep conversation. Said, Loser Fruit, what do you want out of the weekend? She said, I want one thing. One elimination onto Lachlan. That's it. With that being said, one final wave of duos. Bring them in.
Get loud for Queasy and Nick at 30. These guys will never back down and look to have an amazing day. I can guarantee to see them on high ground.
Flakes and God have entered the building, everybody. Things are really heating up and Brazil is coming in hot for today's competition.
Ich glaube, wenn ich mit diesem Nick 30 spielen würde, ich würde mich erschießen.
Jacob and Cammy bringing the pride of Poland all the way to Los Angeles. Let's see if this duo can live up to the pressure of the competition.
It's your content kings, Clix and Lacey. They are already first in everyone's hearts, but now it's time to place first on the big stage.
The hype is real. The players are now taking the stage, and we are getting ready for our first game. We wanted to talk about here for a moment, Cammy and Jacob. So not that long ago, we kind of talked about Seti, right? And I feel like what's happening right now is Seti, typically when you look at this duo, Seti and Cammy, they kind of come into tournaments real quiet, under the radar. And now you're telling me, Tokata, we have Seti already doing that. And now on the other end of Slurp Rush, we have Cammy and Jacob doing the same thing?
That's the interesting part, right? They are literally on the complete opposite side of the map. Now it's a full Polish duo, and when we think of strategy, we think of meta. I know they have something hidden up their sleeves. I always see them practicing. They are always locked in, and I'm excited to see kind of what that secret's going to be.
A couple of our duos competing today, obviously they're flying under the radar. It's no surprise that Cammy and Jacob are one of those duos, but I think they're comfortable being like that, right? Cammy and Seti kind of like to do that when they're playing those FNCS majors, so no surprise. And we're not really hearing a lot about this duo right now.
You're talking about teams flying under the radar. A team not flying under the radar is Nick A30 and Queasy. I mean, what a combo. You can already hear the cheering again. Nick A30 is such an incredible personality for Fortnite, joined by Queasy, one of the best IGLs to Kata.
What's interesting about Nick A30 is before Fortnite, he was actually studying to become a doctor. So now paired up with the GOAT IGL, he is going to have all the resources needed to keep him alive and play that support role.
Well, obviously, Queasy, one of the GOATs when it comes to the IGL category. Talking about Fortnite, are they going to be able to pull off the typical surgical procedure that is take height, don't die?
I love it. You know, and after yesterday, we had these practice games to look at, and unfortunately, Nick had a moment where he kind of crash padded Queasy back in the storm. So I said, hey, Nick, I kind of walked up and said, hey, Nick, what is the one thing we're not doing tomorrow? He said, you saw the crash pad play, didn't you? You know, and I said, of course I did, Nick. And he's like, hey, look, Zeke, tomorrow that's not happening. Don't worry. And of course, the fact that we saw them on height, I love that you're kind of saying that kind of clinical, surgical precision, bro. I was like, wait a minute. Are we watching a Pro-Am or are we watching FNCS?
I mean, it's going to be a guarantee. We're going to see Queasy. We're going to see Nick A30 up on the high ground. Are they going to be able to control it, right? Maintain it? We'll have to see.
That's the difficult part, right? It did get taken from them in last moments, but it was because of a
Das ist die erste Runde, 9
questionable
Uhr,
crash pad
5
play.
nach
So, you know,
9.
they had moments to practice. It was good. It was a practice game. Today is the real deal.
The one concern I have for this duo isn't about being contested, isn't about being able to play well, is how is Nick A30 going to deal with Queasy's language? We know that all the people competing here are going to be streaming their perspective, so we know, and also there's going to be some listen-ins as well. We got a lot of possible chaoticness for the family-friendly player.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're going to kind of talk about, you know, chaos, right? That's what Reload's all about. If we're taking a look at some of the items that we might
Savage
expect
spielt mit
some of our
Lachlan.
competitors to go ahead and pick up today. Mobility being one of the most important things whenever we talk about Fortnite competitive. There's actually so much mobility in a Reload, right? We got the shockwaves, obviously those breaking builds. Those are going to cause some chaos. We got the grapplers. You can make so many, you know, crazy plays with that. Avoid fall damage. You know, jump on the high ground with that pretty easily. The crash pads that we were kind of talking about, they send you so far. When we're talking about a smaller map, it feels like they send you halfway across the map.
And also thinking about strategies. There's a lot of mobility, but also, look, I don't want to leak it for the players, right? But seeing the practice games, if you're uncontested, we saw some duos just send the pro player somewhere else, let them battle it out. The creator farmed up the mats, got all the loot, got everything they needed to play out the later parts of the match. And hey, if the pro gets eliminated, you just reload back in, take all that loot. So I'm curious to see if we see that come to play.
I mean, yeah, that was a strategy that we saw in Major 2, right? With the new reboot purchasing that you can do. That is definitely a competitive level strategy. And that's what we need right now. A lot of these players prepping, getting ready. It has been all about the scrimming and the VOD reviewing for these duos. Who has been able to put in the most practice? How have they synergized as duos? Because this is it. This is the Pro-Am, right? We haven't had one in 5 years. A lot is on the line right now.
Vibes, I mean, at an all-time high, right? Obviously, there is definitely some more competitive edge, but there's also just like a lot
ein
of
Deutscher
fun,
mitspielen, aber schon
together,
Polen
you know,
alleine
both
2.
ends of the same coin, right? Hyper-competitive FNCS, and then content creators, right? Who, when you bring them together, it's like we're one big family
dieser
coming
Coyote,
together
beste
once
Spieler der
again.
Welt.
I mean, again, having old OGs
Der hat
coming
1 gegen
together
1
and be
gegen
like, yeah, I
Riesen
still
gewonnen.
rock Fortnite. Yeah, you want a 1v1? Oh, I just dumped you? That's crazy.
15:3 oder sowas hat
heard
den
you guys talking,
abgezogen.
saying that there's already people before the show even started being like, we need another one next year, and the games hadn't even started yet.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. As we were kind of going down the line right there and showing some
Ja,
of our duos
pierdolę.
get locked in, start to, you know, talk some strategy with each other. I saw Thomas HC and Somerset kind of pop in, and that made me, you know, remember a conversation that I had with Somerset just earlier on today, and I think it's very, very important because this is something that we can talk about when it comes to every single duo. I was like, hey, Summer, you know, how you feeling? She was like, surprisingly, I'm not nervous at all. I think that's like really, really big because, you know, from her perspective, it's like, oh yeah, you know, she's used to being nervous when it comes to competitive events. She's finally kind of hit her stride where the nerves are finally going away and she's going to be able to lock into the competition.
Yeah, confidence is key, especially when eliminations, I mean, we talked
Peterbot,
about it, 10
scoo-doo.
elims is the equivalent of a victory royale. So if you're able to just farm a good amount of elims at the start of the match, you have a very good shot of getting first place. Now, what I'm thinking about as well, we've had a bit of drop spot changes, but maybe we've had a little bit of drop spot baits, right? I know Mongol Allier said they were landing on Peterbot and Aussie Antics. Will they actually do that now that it's game time? Rezon Faxvidi said they're landing on Cooper Zemie and Gone and Flakes. That's like 3 of the
Rezon
most
landet
powerful
auf
duos in the
Zemie.
same
Ach du
POI.
Scheiße.
I don't know if it's really going to happen.
I mean, did you see Aussie Antics video of Ali A watching Peterbot build? I don't know if they're going to be dropping, and if they are, they're going to be doing it very carefully. But like you guys are saying, it's all about the vibes. We've had so much fun. There's just been so much content going out. We also have a lot of co-streamers up in the audience right now. There's people representing so many different regions. This is what Fortnite is all about.
Yeah, 100%. Very, very excited to kind of jump into the action. Gosh, Zeke, you know, I got a question for you, Zeke. You know, obviously you kind of punched in your ticket, Clix and Lacey yesterday. You know, Lacey, after his extensive VOD review session last night. How you feeling about
Canada.
I wasn't aware of the VOD review session personally, but listen, this is still Clix, this is still Lacey, you know. Clix is looking really good, right? Again, we had kind of 3 practice games yesterday we got to watch. We got to kind of clue in, see how things are kind of going. Clix, to him, it looks like I'm just watching Major 2, right? It looks like I'm just watching the same Clix I just got done watching. And of course with Lacey, like, yeah, this guy loves content, of course, but he knows how much Clix wants it. He knows what this means to Clix. So when the time comes, he will lock in.
We all know the ongoing joke of the 4th place curse from Clix. Unfortunately, getting 4th place again with Venno back last year. And then this year, getting 3rd place in Major 1.
Moin.
Major 2, he gets 2nd place. We were already talking about if Thomas HD wins, would this officially be his first FNCS title? Well, what about that question for Clix?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are kind of, I've seen it on socials a lot. Clix is actually in his prime right now. And definitely those placements, they're kind of backing it up. We're talking about storylines when it comes down to primes and everything like that. Why don't we go ahead and focus in on Mr. Savage and Lachlan, right? Mr. Savage was retired from Fortnite competitive earlier this year, and it did not take long before he kind of rejoined us for Major 2, joined another trio, got right back in the action.
Sie haben gerade gesagt, dass Rezon auf Zemie
The thing I
landet.
love about Mr. Savage is that, I remember competing against guy, and he always had his supporter.
Ich finde natürlich, dass Rezon gewinnt, weil er Deutscher ist, aber ich glaube, dass Zemie gewinnt. Zemie und Cooper ist für mich schon Thomas HD, würde ich sogar gönnen.
Mr. Savage, but still,
Am Ende wird es wieder Peterbot, was einfach langweilig
From
ist.
retired to qualifying grand finals, but now competing here at the Pro-Am, and you're talking about
Controller, ja Mann.
FNCS win. Well, if it does, if Mr. Savage Lachlan wins, even
Ja, du bist mein Mann.
that means Aussie
Ich kenne dich nicht.
and FNCS win in conflict.
Aber du spielst Controller.
That is definitely gonna be a funny ongoing joke.
I mean, how can you not be entertained, right? And again, the fact that this is reload, obviously in FNCS we watch, someone goes down, it's like, well, see you next game. Now someone goes down, it's like, okay, well, they're reloading back in. How do we kind of approach this new situation? Does Thomas HD have a mammoth pistol halfway across the map? Did he catch you coming from the sky? Like, there's so many cool things. And of course, with the loot pool that is reload, there's so much chaos that can happen. From even opening a single chest.
I think it's important to kind of talk about, yeah, you're going to kind of get reloaded, right? Obviously, you're going to be flying in the sky. You're pretty exposed. And we kind of see how that kind of works out in competitions before, whenever there's like launch pads in the lobby, in the loot pool. But there was a change not too long ago to kind of avoid some of that, right? Make sure you can kind of glide down further, closer to the land, have a little bit more immunity. Yeah, to kind of prevent some of those beams coming out of the sky. I can tell you right now, from the practice games yesterday, with these professional players in the lobby, it feels like it almost changed nothing.
Yeah, it really did not. I mean, the aim of these players is on a whole other level. And what I'm thinking is, in a lot of the performance evaluations, the players are playing safe. They were, hiding the box, going for the late games, and trying to get a good placement. Because in those end games, you are going to get a lot of opportunities for eliminations. But I'm trying to think to myself, okay, if you're low ground, you're going to have a lot of opportunities, players dropping down, running out of mats, a lot of elims. High ground, you're going to have to play aggressive if you want to match that amount of eliminations. And I think that's going to be kind of the deciding factor on who does end in first place.
Another deciding factor is how these players are going to be preparing for their win condition in the end game. Obviously, with this being reload, we know that it has a high potential of going to a heal off. And we've seen a few players, such as Peterbot and Aussie, having 4 chug jugs in their loadout at one point, which is a great way to prepare. It's not the best way to get eliminations, though, and you do need to have a bit of a combination of mobility and weapons and everything. But I think players that are preparing for that win condition is what's going to set them apart.
Love the fact that you're talking about the heal off. Yeah, it would be no surprise if at least 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4, maybe 5, maybe all 6 actually go down to that heal up, right? We got so many items that can kind of support that. Chug jugs, med kits, we've got those slurp juices in, but it's so funny because yesterday when we were watching those practice games, I was like, wow, we've even got the terrain, POIs like Slurpee that have those barrels available. Cooper so smart, making sure that he went ahead and utilized those for his heal off win condition. Gosh, they're just so smart sometimes.
And that's why it's important to put in the practice on this
Eigentlich
new
ganz
map.
gut.
I mean, not
Und
only do you
selber?
have chug jugs, med kits, splashes, but like you were mentioning, if you know where all these slurp barrels are, if you know where you need to go quickly into zone to keep yourself alive in the heal off, I'm sure we're going to have a lot of
Aber du warst lang nicht mehr da, das stimmt.
3 years ago, invitational final game,
Das ist
Cammy
gut.
said he
Hauptsache
versus
gesund.
Vino, not knowing what you can do at a drop spot can really change the story of a game.
Why would you bring that up, Kelly? It's not like this is going to be a super close competition by the end of the day. That would be insane if it was, but it's that time. We're ready to jump aboard that battle bus for the first game out of the FNCS Pro-Am. So casters, over to you.
is definitely time. You guys are talking so much about those practice games, Taco, and they are out the window because the nerves have to have settled now. The battle bus is going to launch, the players are going to drop in, and everything that you practice
Cooper und Zemie.
are going to be put to the test.
Oder
But so many of these
und
creators, so many of
Nico.
these pros, they're just so familiar with what it's like to have all eyes on them. And so with that, I think the expectation kind of settles more into the fact that I just don't want to be last.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things is, you know, everybody gets a little bit of that prize pool. It gets increasingly more, $50,000 for that first place, but it's almost like exactly what you said. No one wants to get last. Everybody wants to hoist that trophy. And it kind of leads to my prediction of Peterbot and Aussie antics, right? Huge fan of Aussie. Everybody in the world probably a fan
Fortnite
of Peterbot.
League, falls einen interessiert. Kannst demnächst, wenn du landest, deinen Gleiter vorher loslassen und zu Boden kommen. Also früher zu Boden gehen. Kriegst aber Fallschaden, wenn du zu früh öffnest. Gleiter vorher loslassen, um schneller zum Boden zu gelangen. Sie können Sturzschäden erleiden, wenn sie dies zu hoch in der Luft tun.
It might only be 6 games, Jacob, but I'm expecting some pretty big shifts to develop, especially by the time we hit the halfway point.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, especially games 5 and 6. Those are the
Haben wir nicht gerade gesagt, die erste Runde startet?
going to be glued on because that's when a lot of the chaos will start to ensue just a little bit. Depending on where you're at in leaderboard, we already see it in our FNCS final style lobbies.
Ja,
you need
4.
30 points, you need 40 points. You have to pick it up through eliminations. This format is basically elimination heavy. You don't start to earn placement points until you start to get into the top 10, and most of them is in the top 5. So it's all about consistency and eliminations, and I think there's a few teams already talking to them. They have some tricks underneath their sleeve, Taco. I'm ready to see them.
Look, everybody wants to be optimistic and anticipate that they're going to be able to find the eliminations when it matters. Maybe they can be consistent with their placements, but one of my favorite quotes of the day actually came from Vaxity earlier this morning, because he said, if on games 5-6 it looks like it's not happening, guess who I'm crashing out on? It's going to be Peterbot. If I'm not winning, he's not winning it either. And that kind of mentality, I wouldn't be surprised.
Aber die Jungs sind immer ein bisschen beleidigt, weil ich viel Elden Ring im Moment spiele.
It's all about the pride sometimes.
Das mögen die nicht so.
It definitely is, and you know, coming in and watching some of the practice games, you know, right out of the gates, Peterbot and Aussie landing at their Slurpee swamps. But then I saw Faxity, Rezon. I saw Alex as a solo while Loser Fruit was uncontested. I heard drop. I saw Bugha and TG actually get aggressive and take the top of the Slurpee building. So honestly, I feel like
auch immer in Fortnite
games and these zones are
so ist ja
so
nicht.
pivotal because by zones 5, zone 6, just one zone before
Ja,
the
endlich.
that's when it's going to get interesting. But you guys heard the battle buzz, and it is going to be ready for game number 1.
Mal gucken, wie lange das hier geht, Kiwi. Alles klar. Und wenn nicht, wünsche ich dir einen schönen Abend. Aber ist das jetzt auch wieder alle Runden auf der Map? Das ist bei den anderen Cups auch immer gewesen, das wundert mich.
They've got control of Slurpee, but they've got company.
If that would have just been a mammoth pistol right out of the gate for Peterbot, I would be worried for Bugha and TG, but now it's just a bunch of SMGs. Aussie already
Kriegen ihren besten Spot wieder ankern. Das ist unfassbar. Die haben alle so eine Angst vor dem. Wow.
But they're just going to shield up, get a lot of these chests. In reload, it's about 100% chest spawn, so you got a lot of opportunity to get the loot that you need.
Keep an eye on where Allier and Mongrel are actually going to be headed. Clix, Lacey, a little bit of pressure coming out from Veno and Reddish. And typically, you could expect that some of these POIs, you can just split them even 50-50 for the most part, but I don't think that a 50-50 clean split is the intention here.
No, I don't think it is for the most part, but because of those 100%, there's a lot of floor loot and stuff that they can split it rather safely, or you can choose to fight it later once you do get that full loadout. But
Boah, lila Hammer. Erste Waffe, lila Hammer. Das wünschte ich mir auch manchmal.
So a lot of these players already just going right at it to try to get those early elimination points so they don't have to worry about a deficit later on.
And it's always rough to be one of the first players eliminated because then you're just an open season target for the rest of the lobby. Alex, if he'd had that reload online, we might have even expected to see him fire a shot out of that mammoth one more time, but Slurpee Swamp getting a little bit encroached upon, and this is Aussie and Peterbot's territory, but more so Peterbots.
Everybody kind of switching things up. It does look like Seti is just away from where we thought he was going to drop initially and put himself in a 1v2 situation against Savage and Lachlan. But Savage just gets Mammoth, and I believe it was Peterbot from on top, and already he's moving in for the straight elimination. Down goes Savage, and Peterbot is instantly getting busy here in game one.
Peterbot sees action. Peterbot wants his own part of it. Finding that first elimination now means everybody else is left scrambling. Lachlan trying to escape. He knows Pete is on the hunt, but Peterbot, watch your back. There's more company, more targets in sight.
It's like the Peterbot hit list, and it scores 38 players, every single one. He's trying to get at least a single elimination on everybody in the game. Here in Savage getting rebooted, and these are the big warnings that we were talking about. It's just like a flare in the sky. They know exactly where you're at, and Peterbot is just on the hunt for Mr. Savage yet again, who luckily finds at least a shockwave to create just a little bit more distance.
But how far can you
Komm,
run
Savage,
when
schul ihn mal
Peterbot
ein.
is chasing you down like this? He still has a couple of shots, one more left inside of this Mammoth, and then it'll be up close and personal. Thunder Shotgun pulled at the ready. Savage clip, but he doesn't have enough HP to take off, and that's gonna be a knock. Another elimination.
Ja, und dann tanzt ja noch dieser Hund.
Warm-up when you've got game one to get things done.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody knows, but Savage kind of just helped the lobby right there because you saw Peterbot only had one more Mammoth pistol shot left. So he's not going to be able to do that much damage from far away anymore unless he finds his loot llama in the fact of Ozzy and Clix to see if you have any more of those that I can borrow. Thomas HD, Somerset just moving north from their original drop spot. And you can see they have a pretty decent loadout. But when we're looking for Thomas HD, no sniper, no Mammoth pistol, he doesn't have the firepower that we expect him to have yet.
A little bit of you take this, I'll take that from Somerset and Thomas.
Keine Sorge, Jojo. Karma regelt.
They're not done. Pete especially. He's just keying everybody. And Mongrel, this is a conversation starter. Peterbot annoyed even that these two would have the
Mongrel, zeig mal, was du früher konntest.
But Peterbot, Allie nearly bringing Pete down. Pete actually going to be forced to pull back.
Es ist nicht wahr, dass der da rauskommt.
He knows his responsibility, and he's going to make sure that Pete is safe and sound.
And the little things, Taco, it's the little things right there for Ozzy, being able to go in, sneak in. He edited the backside cover for Peterbot to safely escape and gave the shields and heals exactly what he needs in a situation like that, because it was definitely a tough spot to be in for a quick moment. But relatively early, third zone, only one tick of damage. You could still stay and stagger yourself back if you need be.
But you see Ozzy play back up, but then immediately goes right back
Ich mag
to
den
the
auch nicht.
farming.
Er ist halt einfach der Beste, wobei ich immer noch glaube, dass der hackt. Aber wenn nicht, ist er einfach der Beste, aber er ist unsympathisch, er ist eklig.
Looks like they don't want to get caught up in too much of that early commotion. They'd rather prioritize the positioning.
Yeah, I was talking to them in the player room before it started. They're just going to play their game. They're not concerned with everybody's drop spots. They're not concerned with everybody's strategies. They're not even concerned with anybody sleeping on them. They say, hey, that's a blessing, because they're not going to see what's coming. And I think they're just focusing on prioritizing the rotation this time around. That's why they're going towards the north. But towards the eastern side of the zone is going to be gone. And Flakes, they've had a rough time. That surprise triple contestation could delay your timing so much.
And even with Baxity and Rezon kind of calling out the fact, hey, we're just looking to take the dockside entirely out of Salty Docks, but Cooper made a great point. He called out that those two are eventually going to have to rotate in, and guess where they're going to have to go through? Both of these duos opposite ends, so the fight was inevitable from Salty, and it's kind of left everybody a little bit more scattered.
Take a look at this, though. Typical gamer, one of the most viewed Fortnite creators in the world right now. And he's carrying the World Cup champion Bugha 2 eliminations to 0. He has 7 crash pads, the legendary Slurp Juice. He has a very good loadout. Right now, the only real concern for them is how they're going to make their way in towards zone. They did let 1 or 2 teams already pass them on that rotation, and there's a third towards the north.
Hey, you can't sleep on TG, though. You have to remember, this is someone who's been playing alongside Quinn even out of the West region on NA, and they've been able to have some pretty strong performances. He's definitely a strong competitor. I'm excited to see how they continue to cook in this lobby, but Kanata, Ronaldo, they already got a little bit clipped, a little bit tagged up from Typical Gamer and Bugha, so they are very much aware they might be getting pressed here soon.
Ja, der hat doch gestern War er mit Clix im Interview, da hat er zu Clix gesagt, dass Clix nur gecarried wurde in FNCS, dass er sonst nie Zweiter geworden wäre. Es ist... Der ist so abgehoben.
And hey, Alex kind of carrying over that performance from yesterday's practice lobbies. Already 3 eliminations. He's definitely keeping in mind just how impactful those individual elim points will actually amount to. And he's got gone.
Trotzdem glaube ich, dass er hackt.
Wow.
Die Australier.
And that's what we were talking about in those practice games, Alex. Device of Peterbot in terms of getting simple eliminations.
Jo, Kiwi, danke.
We're seeing the zone. It is going to close up just a little bit, but it's a 50-50 with the whole south side
Ja,
being
Mann,
in the
Jojo,
zone. That's why
komplett.
you see Peterbot and Ozzy just trying to rotate to the north. It's not a ton of damage by any means, Taco, but you can see
Du hast bald kein
they're trying to
Taschengeld mehr,
save
wenn du so
and utilize
weitermachst,
their heals
Kiwi.
for as long as possible.
The problem is that chug jug that Aussie's holding onto isn't for him. That has got Peterbot's name on it. And the longer that Aussie can hold on to that without having to actually use it on himself, probably the better off they're going to feel with these
Nicht, dass du dein
rotates.
ganzes Konto
And
plünderst.
the direction that they're headed, though, Somerset, Thomas HD, they might have an opportunity here to try and cut off some teams, play a little bit of spoiler to this edge of zone.
Yeah, loadout's looking pretty good. They got that chug cannon, so that's basically infinite heals.
Ja, das
You
ist
just
aber eine
need
Sucht,
the
die
time
dir
to
nicht
let
gut
them
tut.
charge up.
Mir ja,
Cold
dir
and
nein.
Courage find themselves all the way toward the north, steamy stacks, but there's about 6 teams on this side of the map. They find themselves in the zone, though. That's a luxury they know they can count on for now.
This is still a nice readjustment in comparison to a lot of the troubles that we saw them encountering in yesterday's practice games. Courage, Cold.
Oh,
They're
nicht
gonna
gut.
bide their time. They don't actually have to throw away their positioning anytime soon, but if Regs and Nahil get a little bit too close in their space, you can expect some sparks to
Ich weiß nicht, was man da noch
Yeah, I
machen
feel
kann.
like
Was
it's
möchtest du
this
denn?
point of the game, the nerves start to just get a little bit more up there because those reboots are about to turn off in Zone 7. So most of the teams have already rotated.
Sag
You
mir,
can
was
see it
du
in the minimap
möchtest und
in
ich kann dir
close
sagen, ob's
proximity
möglich
of
ist.
one another. So even though if you go down
Nee, mehr
here,
Sticker
now
geht
it's the
nicht. Das geht
zone,
erst, wenn du,
you
glaube
will
ich, 5 oder
reboot,
10
but
Mitglieder
where are you
hast.
gonna go?
Das
Where
ist
are you
gestaffelt.
gonna
Wenn
find
du,
the loot?
ich glaube,
And
bis
that's why
5
you see a
oder
lot of
10
these
kannst du
teams
nur
take
3
just
Stück,
a little bit
4
more
Stück machen.
serious
4
than
Stück
some of
habe
the
ich,
games
ne?
that we saw yesterday.
Und dann je mehr Mitglieder du hast, desto mehr kannst du machen. Sonst hätte ich schon mehr gemacht.
And the way that they just shockwave towards that center zone, they're bound to get caught up in a little bit of action. But Reddish, Veno, first off, they want to be the ones intervening. Gone and Blake, they've got an exchange up against Kanata. They took out Ronaldo, but Reddish and Veno, they don't want to let up any pressure. They're just going to continuously spray into where that action's taking place.
I just feel so bad for Ronaldo right now. I don't even know where he's going to end up landing, but if he can find his way
Ja, aber du kannst jetzt nur noch Stufen machen. Die nächste kostet 19,99 und das bringt nichts. Das wären dann zum Beispiel, kannst du dann Livestreams nur für Mitglieder machen, aber was soll ich nur für euch 3 Livestreams machen? Ich glaube, die kosten 19,99 und dann das nächste 49,99 im Monat. Das gibt doch kein Mensch aus. Das will ich auch nicht, dass ihr das ausgebt.
Just tough spot to be in too. He couldn't even fully stand up. He was kind of stuck, crouched down at the top of the mountain. Cooper, Zemie, honestly,
Nein,
leading
nein.
up into this pro-am, this has to be one of the most predicted teams in top 5. One of the most predicted teams to actually win the FNCS pro-am.
Ich kann mal gucken, ob ich da noch eine Zwischenstufe zwischenkriege. Aber ich glaube nicht. Ich glaube, das nächste war... Der schlägt ja die Preise vor. Ich habe die Mindestpreise genommen. Was ist, also das unterste. Die wollten ja eigentlich für normales Mitglied haben die 5,99 vorgeschlagen. Bis auf 1,99 konnte ich ja runtergehen, aber weiter ging es nicht. Ja, aber es will doch keiner 10 Euro ausgeben. Vor allen Dingen, du hast ja keine Vorteile dadurch. Ich kann ja nicht viel mehr machen. Du könntest dann noch sowas machen wie Custom Keys oder sowas, dass die Leute dann jede Runde oh mein Gott. Jede Runde einkriegen, aber wir sind ja eh immer nur 10 Leute. Ach, wenn überhaupt. 5 bis 10 Leute. Wenn ihr euch irgendwelche Sachen wünscht, die man noch als Vorteile hat, Ne, 99 Cent ging bei mir nicht mehr. Ich weiß nicht, ob das ging früher immer. Aber es ging bei mir nicht mehr. Ja, verstehe ich komplett, Kiwi. Das niedrigste, was ging, war 1,99. 99 Cent ging nicht mehr. Ich weiß nicht, ob die das geändert haben, ob das nur die können, die es früher konnten. Ich weiß, bei Stani und sowas ist auch nur 99 Cent, aber... Wie gesagt, wenn ihr euch irgendwelche Sachen wünscht für Mitglieder noch, die man machen kann, dann sagt Bescheid. Ich bin für alles offen. Ich werde da vielleicht auch, ich fahre Ende des Monats im Urlaub, ich werde da wahrscheinlich auch mal ein paar Urlaubsbilder posten, nur für Mitglieder. Irgendwann werde ich mich vielleicht auch mal zeigen. Ja, aber bei den falschen Jojo hast du das gemacht.
Really forced them to kind of rethink that strategy there for that quick moment.
Ja, du hast gesagt, ich soll noch einen Stufen einbauen, aber... Ja, das mache ich schon. Spätestens, wenn ich in Sommerurlaub fahre. Nackt vom Strand. Nur mit Sonnenbrille. Sommerurlaub habe ich die ersten 3 Ferienwochen in Nordrhein-Westfalen. Ich habe keine Ahnung, wann das ist. Ich glaube Mitte Juli. Jetzt Ende des Monats fahre ich nur ein langes Wochenende weg, aber...
Clix and Lacey, same thing as Cold finds himself with another elimination. That's one each for Courage and Cold. He promised one banana means one elimination.
Ich muss ja erstmal wieder aufs Spiel achten.
Right here.
Oh, that potassium helping counteract those back cramps. Courage, he's coming alive. Somebody throw out the time machine for this man. But
Queasy
still up on the high ground, still trying to prevent anybody in these lower layers. And Reddish Venom.
Zemie hat Thomas HD geholt.
But it's Baxity who's on the back heel. Baxity gonna be forced to the shockwave away. Cold though, he just lost courage, but it doesn't matter because Koyota is down for the count.
It's a different level of flexibility when you're playing as a solo. No,
ich wohne in Nordrhein-Westfalen, ja. Rezon eigentlich mit 0 Punkten rausgeflogen? Ah ne, Rezon läuft da unten noch. Mit 3 AP. Ich kann eher dich besuchen. Ich fahre durch München.
There are 15 teams still alive. Placement points have not touched this lobby just yet.
Wo wohnst du? Ja, aber da ist immer blöd. Auf dem Hinweg will ich in Urlaub, da bleibe ich nirgends so stehen und auf dem Rückweg... Ja, Fan-Treffen, wir wohnen 600 Kilometer auseinander. Ah,
sure that nobody can challenge their current position. Clix creating so much space. Lazy, all that bot reviewing from last night, buddy. It's kicking in now. Queasy gonna be dropped down into the heart of the action, and now Clix, Lazy, he might actually do this.
He finds his former teammate Veno, the 6 out of 12.
Alter.
Shot, but he gets shockwave out of zone. Quickly uses his, finds his way back. 0 builds left, but on the high.
Das sind die Franzosen.
EU competition. He goes for a play, but gets set right back down.
Dieser Nikov, der ist auch schon... Ah, da unten ist er ja. Das ist der Besitzer von diesen M8. Einer davon. Wow.
There's one duo left in this game, and it's Cooper and Zemie. Zemie. Everybody else is solos as Queasy's trying to go for the heel
das hat
off.
nicht mehr
The Chug
geklappt.
Jug backside of the zone. He barely gets it off in time. But Cooper and Zemie, they have the Chug Cannon. Infinite heals as long as they have the time. Queasy drops down from above, but it's only a short stint. He doesn't want to go ahead and stay there for too long as Nikov goes down. 2v1 situation. If anybody can do it, it has to be Queasy.
But Queasy's just outnumbered. Cooper and Zemie.
Was habe ich gesagt? Wer gewinnt?
First victory royale.
Pah!
And this is the moment they want to keep that momentum building.
They won the last game of the practice games yesterday. They held on to that momentum. They held on to that confidence, and they fired off here in game one. Let's go and see how they're feeling with Frankie.
All right, guys. Congratulations. Gain and Center, give it up for your Victory Royale winners. Cooper, you knew that he had it in him. He's been practicing
Spielt
for
Mero
this
eigentlich
moment,
auch
but
mit?
did you think straight out the gate you'd be picking up the first Victory Royale?
100%. I mean, we're going to win this whole thing. I'm with the best teammate here. I'm feeling super confident. IGLing feels good. I'm feeling great.
All eyes were on Queasy and the high ground, but you guys were just staking things out on the low ground. Talk me through that end game.
Yeah, I mean, end game we looked at high ground. We saw they're very established. Cooper called it to go low ground. I was on him the whole time. He was calling it, and I was just trying to get kills, give him everything he needs, and it worked out.
It really did work out. Do you think you need to change things up now to keep people guessing in the lobby?
No, I mean, we might change things. We might not. I don't know, but all I know is we're gonna win more.
Well, all eyes are gonna be on you. Cooper, after game one, we've got the eye test now. Who do you think is the biggest competition here?
I mean, I don't got any competition here, honestly. I think we're miles ahead of everyone. We just stay consistent, stay confident. No one's beating me here.
All right then, guys, please give it up one more time. Cooper and Zemie!
GG.
What a way to kick things off here in Los Angeles. We'll be right back after this break.
So, gucken wir doch mal nebenbei hier. Logos und ihn. Bei noch einem weiteren Mitglied. Also ein Mitglied noch, dann kann ich noch 2 Emojis dazu machen. So. Oh Gott. Jetzt ist mir fast die Dose umgekippt. Ich kann noch Stufen hinzufügen, ja. Ich habe keine Werbung. Bei mir ist keine Werbung, oder? Die machen Werbung, nicht ich. Was soll ich machen? Jojo?
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 FNCS Pro-Am. Oh my gosh. Game number 1 was crazy. So many developments all happening in that single chaotic moment of a game. And at the end of it all, Cooper and Zemie come out as Game 1 winners?
Yeah, I mean, again, that wasn't too much of a surprise, right? Everyone had Cooper and Zemie winning the whole thing, and it looks like Cooper and Zemie are feeling it the same way as well. Going on the low ground aggression definitely is working out for this duo right here. But what I love from it is Cooper. This Major 2 that we just had was one of the first times that he really tried IGLing, and honestly, he's done such a good job with it, and I love to see him bring that into this competition as well.
I mean, Cooper was telling us, he said, let's drop low ground. That's what he was telling Zemie. Zemi's like, should we go for high? Should we contest it? No, they wanted to play by the books.
Die nennen? Was soll ich dafür nehmen? Und was soll ich dafür extras machen?
2v1, quick cleanup, got the dub.
I love too that, you know, obviously Zemie is saying like, hey, it's all Coop and I'm listening to him, but we just watched Zemie go crazy, right? The mark of a good duo is like, if your IGL kind of says,
die beiden, die ich als Favoriten genannt habe, sind auf Platz 1 und 2.
Aber es ist... Hehe, 6 Punkte. Game number 1, dude.
Ja, ich kann doch nicht den ganzen Stream wieder nach oben machen. Imperator habe ich gesehen, weiß ich, hast du gesagt.
Wherever they are, whatever layer, if there's a 1v1 that's taking place, Zemie's not
missing.
Man, that is a way to start a competition, Takada. And honestly, I think a lot of eyes are going to be on this duo. I don't know necessarily if Peterbot and Aussie Antics are necessarily happy with the performance that we saw right there.
Imperator kann ich ja noch verstehen. Das
andere. There's one thing I know about Peterbot is that when he thinks that there's a player that's doing better than him, he tends to target that player.
Oh yeah, and you could see from the early game onto Mr. Savage how focused he was on getting that elimination. But also shout out Aussie Antics.
Die heißen die.
Eliminations he was picking up. He was looking like one of the pros himself.
Yeah, look at the same amount of eliminations as Peterbot. I don't think anyone expected that, but with the amount of practice that Aussie has been putting in, and you could even hear it from Peterbot, the fact that he complimented Aussie Antics just shows how much effort he's been putting into this competition.
Absolutely. Of course, I want to highlight here as well Nikop and Podesai. Guys, for a moment I thought, wait a minute, they're going up. The Gentlemates are on height. This is it. And it looked really,
aber da kann ich doch keine Vorteile mehr machen.
Ich habe
nichts mehr anzubieten.
To see them on that high ground, especially in those late moments of the zone, guys, this feels like an FNCS. Now, really quickly, we have a listen in.
Ja, alles gut. Ich musste auch bei Google gucken. Ich kann jetzt, wenn ich da... Oh mein Gott. Ich kann jetzt hier... Was kann ich denn hier machen? Die hat das schon wieder geändert.
Yo, got a pro on the board, baby. 30, 13 white, 60 white, 80 white, dead.
Nice,
let's go, baby.
I blanked her.
Dude, 2-2, man. Come on, kill checked by me. Come on, man. You gotta be at least triple my kills.
I love that. Something we actually, when we had a chance to talk with Ozzy, one thing he said was like, hey, listen, so on LAN, OC has not gotten a victory royale or a win. So we said, wait a minute, hold on. So you're saying if you got a victory royale and won, I mean, OCE is on the map then. That's right. Lachlan walked out with that piece of paper. That would be crazy.
Yeah, that would be pretty crazy, especially with it being Aussie Antics, because we do have a few OC pros here as well. So to have it be the content creator, the face of content creation for Fortnite, that'd be pretty special. But if we're talking about special, we got to talk about Cold and Courage JD.
Look. Jacob mentioned it. Courage said, every banana I'm going to eat, I'm going to turn that into an elimination. And he was not wrong. You can see the shots he's hitting here. You can see the practice that he's put in. There was a funny note. He's played more tournaments in the last week than he had from 2020 to now. And that work is really paying off.
This game, though, was all about Cold. His solo clutch that we saw exactly right here, where he's staying in the back of zone, kind of staying on this like low to kind of second low ground, which is allowing him to grab all these eliminations from all the players that are focusing forward, going for those elims themselves. Honestly, Cold is punishing the rest of the lobby for playing well, and that is what separates these first tier and second tier players, is being able to kind of understand where you're at a deficit and then use that to your advantage.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. All they got to do now is maintain that consistency. Good amount of eliminations, get yourself to the late game, and just keep on going.
I want to keep on going to more games. Let's jump back on that battle bus for game number 2.
Match 1 has already delivered, and from what we're witnessing this far, Jacob, all of these players are so ready to kind of stamp their own place inside that leaderboard.
Yeah, with how wild game 1 was so far, I can only expect it to kind of double, triple in games 4 and 5 at the end of the day, because we saw 16 teams alive before placement points went in. But let's get into game number 2, because we want action.
Game 1 jitters that might have existed, it's got to go out the window. Everybody just needs to absolutely lock in, because it doesn't matter if you're a pro, it doesn't matter if you're a creator. Everybody has equal opportunity to find those eliminations with the way that things are getting so chaotic in these end games.
Sometimes you just got to start to take a little bit more control over your own destiny, whether that's getting eliminations, pushing up for more positioning, because we saw it. Zone 5, that's when a lot of the teams started position, but Peterbot finds himself at Dirty Dots. Ozzy finds himself down. They probably spotted him out, but Bugha and Typical Gamer as a solo. Peterbot thought he was going to be safe to get rebooted if he went down, but Ozzy going down changes things up completely, because guess where he just got rebooted?
Cooper, Zemie, Flakes, they're all looking up in the sky. Ozzy doing everything he can to try and duck it out, but he's gonna get knocked one more time. Somebody's sure to clean him up. That'll be gone, but Alex and Loser Fruit, they've recognized, hey, if there's gonna be somebody getting eliminated this early on, we wanna make sure that we can possibly get involved, and everyone's starting to creep up now into this Dirty Docks area.
Even had Faxity and Rezon going on over there as Seti and Daya with 2 eliminations. 19 teams left in the game, which means they sent one of them packing early here for game number 2. And that's got to start to boost the confidence right there for Seti and Daya, because now they got position on one of the high hills here on the map, and they can kind of just play it by ear.
Aussie is so used to watching
Aber
the
dann ist ja mein
pros be victims, but now he's on the receiving end. He just cannot touch the ground. Everybody just aiming up, trying to prevent him from getting any sense of survivability. And Peterbot, he's gonna completely scatter.
So, dann gucken wir jetzt mal ganz entspannt die zweite Runde. Ich habe dir jetzt noch Imperator reingemacht für 9,99. Da ist noch der nächste Vorteil, dass man Spiele mit mir spielen kann. Ich musste irgendwas auswählen. Ich habe keine Ahnung was.
Peterbot was able to create enough distance so when Ozzy got rebooted yet again, they're more closer towards Slurpee Swamp. But you got to remember, it was Bugha and Typical Gamer that got those early eliminations onto Ozzy, and they already moved into that.
Aber ich spiele auch so mit euch, keine Sorge.
Alex getting mixed up here with Nate Hill, but Nate Hill, that's going to be a fast elimination.
Dieser Alex ist gar nicht mal so schlecht. Also bei FNCS hat er voll reingelost. Also nicht bei FNCS, bei den Globals. FNCS gewinnt er jedes Mal in Ozeanien.
Nate dropping back into the lobby. He's not careful, he could get eliminated one more time. Alex nearly picking off Nate on the landing, and he'll get the job done, finish what he started. And Nate just gonna have to sit and hope that Regs is gonna be able to play a little bit more defense for him so he can actually touch down.
And these were the fears. These were the fears. Talking to Alex, even Kanata, that you can't split and play that way because it's like a beacon. You're like a flare in the ocean. They know exactly where you're respawning at. And now Alex has found the actual player keeping the whole thing alive with all the loot, which is Regs, getting pressured in by Loser Flute on one side. Alex playing box to box on the other. The top was already taken, and now he's moving in to try to clean up this elimination onto Regs. And he does so with ease. The numbers game is just too much.
But with how close we are to Boom and Base, that might actually draw the attention of the Gentlemates, Nikov and Podicide. They're starting to kind of poke their heads on over.
So big Mongral, zeig jetzt mal was.
Maybe there's a survivor trying to scramble into their area. Peterbot and Aussie, though, they left Slurpee Swamp wide open. And other teams have tried to move in, but Mongral doesn't stand a chance. Peterbot letting him know what's good for what feels like the millionth time since yesterday's games. And Peterbot, 2 eliminations already. He is just reminding everybody why you do not challenge him.
Was kann ich hinzufügen?
Fortnite out with the old Mongrel, in with the new Peterbot, because Peterbot's got to be like the new toy right there. 5 FNCSs. He sees Mongrel once again. A little bit of missed opportunities there from Peterbot, something that you don't see very often, but at least it lets us know that he is
Okay, der hackt mich.
But it's just crazy to think about the fact that
Kurz ausgemacht.
Peterbot could land at dirty docks, and yet no other duo was able to take full advantage of moving into an optimal position at Slurpee Swamp to even try and cut them off. Sure, you've got Bugha and Typical Gamer a little ways ahead of them, but
Naja, habe ich, aber das dauert jetzt ein bisschen, bis die drin ist. Steht bis zu 24 Stunden, kann es dauern. Also ich habe es abgegeben, das wird jetzt von YouTube geprüft und dann wird es freigegeben.
Pretty well, and he's not just getting that big head, that ego, and being invited to a competition like this. He said, "Hey,
wie gesagt, ab 5 Mitgliedern kann ich auch neue Sticker dazu machen. Ich glaube 2 neue. Könnt ihr euch ja was aussuchen, wenn ich die habe.
Between multiple teams, they're trying to prioritize just making it into that initial edge of zone. But Coyote is such
Aber
a
ich muss erstmal den
prominent
5.
fragger.
haben.
Everybody knows what he is capable of, and I think that's why they're just gonna look to hedge their bets on taking this fight with Allier and Mongrel. Allier a little bit too split from his duo. He doesn't stand a chance. Coyote, just a menace to be reckoned with. That'll be his first elimination, and I'm sure that he's bound to continue looking up into the sky for more.
Menschen haben alle kein Geld mehr, ich sehe es ja an mir.
Don't see coming with the crash pads and the shockwaves. You think you're safe, no team is nearby, and a blink of an eye, Allier gets jumped on, put back on respawn, and that's the same pain Mongrel's been feeling. So for this game number 2, Allier and Mongrel have been having such a tough time as Coyote farms another elimination onto Allier. Even if they're not getting the siphon mats, the minis that comes with getting the elimination, it's the
Ja, ich gucke, ob ich einen machen kann oder finde. Aber wie gesagt, erstmal muss ich noch ein Mitglied haben. Und ich weiß auch nicht, ob dann der eine, wenn einer weg ist, ob das dann wieder weggeht. Wenn es soweit ist, werde ich euch erst noch fragen, bevor ich was mache. Hey, Kiwi, ich zwing dich nicht. Schieb mir jetzt nicht die Schuld in die Schuhe.
That's very good stuff, man.
So now we know what the starting point was like
Ich weiß, machst du auch
between
nicht.
those two teams. Peterbot just calls the target. Aussie, all too ready to follow up.
If they were just a couple of seconds sooner on getting that elimination on the Mongrel, that would have been another team down and out of the game. But their strategy is not working so well because it's actually Zemie who steals away the elimination. Alex getting all of that loot. As they're trying to base up over here just south of Boomin Base. You see a couple of teams outside of the zone, a couple more inside of the zone, and you're seeing it's Podesai and Nikov, the ones that actually land off in this position, that are trying to take most use of it.
But we just saw Alex with 6 eliminations, 6 points already, Jacob.
Oh.
And yet there's only been one duo fully eliminated from this lobby.
Die einzigen, die immer was spenden könnten, wären solche Leute wie Superman. Die sich dumm und dämlich verdienen auf ihre Arbeit, fürs Nichts tun. Nein, Kiwi, lass es jetzt.
Glad to see Faxity and Rezon are still kicking in this one. They're looking like they might be able to get a nice flank opportunity onto a couple of our teams that are pushed a little bit further inside this edge of zone.
Das ist gemein, Erik, dass du sowas sagst.
Big brother trying to be careful, doesn't want to overstep his welcome.
Ich bin Alleinverdiener, hab ein Kind.
I might have been one of the happiest people being able to watch him play, being able to check out his streams.
Und wohne in NRW, wo es teuer ist.
And he's good. He's good. He just needs to
Ballungsgebiet.
in a competition. You know, you saw that stat. He's placed top 10 in at least 10 of them. He just hasn't been able to pull off that big win. But hey, if he's able to pull off a win here at the FNCS Pro-Am, that's the only one that matters.
His only option is to pull off a victory royale here, Jacob.
Außer
He said
dich.
he was getting at least one for the broadcast today. At least one.
Und du hast ein dickes Fell, du spielst nicht mal Elden Ring.
He's got to get at least one for Amar. I mean, show the man some love. Everything happens for a reason, though. And we'll have to check back in with Vaxity to see what's taking place. Cooper, Zemie, wanting to get a little
Ja,
bit
das
aggressive
glaube ich.
on
Ich glaube, je
the
weiter man
dive
in den Süden
setting.
fährt, desto teurer
We're gonna
wird's.
have to
Aber
sit and wait.
ihr verdient alle auch dementsprechend.
Seen at least 3 teams over towards Slurpee. One of them
Ich glaube, je weiter du im Norden wohnst, desto günstiger wird's. Aber Lohn ist halt auch immer niedriger.
That shield and HP over time if they need it, which they might because the zone is pulling all the way towards the north. I'm not sure who that second team is just outside of Slurpee Swamp with them. It's going to be Flakes and Gone. They need to be careful because Peterbot and Ozzy are warming
Ja,
up.
Osten sowieso, aber Norden auch. Wenn ich so Bremen oder sowas gucke, da ist die Arbeitslosenquote auch extrem hoch. Das weiß ich nicht, das steht da nicht. Da steht nur, die nächste Stufe ist jetzt ab 5 Mitglieder. Nein, musste nicht, Kiwi.
Yep, it's Flakes and Gone, but let's go ahead and take a listen in for Thomas, HD, and Somerset and how they're playing through this endgame.
1.5, 55. I think we're just gonna have to be a little aggressive.
Wait, there's a guy. That was the guy from before.
Yeah, there's a team buff.
I like that. I like that. Everybody knows
I
Thomas
like that.
HD, probably the IGL from the team, but Somerset just letting
Ach, und
everybody know we might have to
sorry,
play a
Erik,
little
wegen
bit
heute Mittag.
aggressive, giving
Aber
up
mein
that
Sohn wollte
information.
Fußball spielen
And
gehen.
if I'm Thomas HD
Wir waren dann
and my
1,5
teammate
Stunden
says,
Fußball
"Look, we
spielen.
gotta start getting aggressive to close the gap," I would be with it, especially if I got a mammoth.
Thomas was just so nonchalant about that elimination, too. It's like he had no other expectations but for it to go his way as Alex finds yet another knock, potentially having been stolen away from him, though. But no, it is credited.
Jojo, hör auf jetzt.
Will one more time be added to the tally count here for Alex and Loserfruit. Oceano showing
Ich bin den
up
ganzen
big
Tag
right
an der
now.
frischen Luft.
Loserfruit herself, she said it, all I
Bevor
want
ich am Wochenende
is
mal
to
nicht
place
weg
higher
muss.
than Locky. And with the way that Alex is firing off on all cylinders right now, he might be able to make it happen.
A power grudge match, and honestly, Alex with those 7 eliminations as that one gets taken away by Cold and possibly Faxity as well. I think this might be the most eliminations.
Viel wichtiger ist immer, dass ihr immer den Creator-Code Basti drin habt, wenn ihr was kauft. Das ist viel wichtiger. Ich glaube, da kann ich eher mal irgendwann mal was rausholen wie hier bei YouTube. Und das kostet euch nichts. Ja, Jojo, ich nicht. Ich war gestern schon am Flaschenpfand sammeln. Nein, so schlimm ist es noch nicht. Hatte Rezon eigentlich 0 Punkte nach der ersten Runde?
Every time he reloads, he does get that 0-point dash effect a little bit. Doesn't last a long time, but hey, in an endgame this chaotic, it's the little difference makers that really count. As Jacob and Cam are just trying to go ahead and cement their position, they know it's not a far rotation to zone.
Aber ist auch schön, wenn man zur Bank geht und die Zahl immer größer ist.
Things could turn sideways. Instead of going through, Moxie, Cypher going up and over, and Sable, Ronaldo, Kanata are trying to get denied entry.
Everybody just preventing Ronaldo and Kanata from moving even 1 inch closer. They're going to be forced to actually pull back.
Nein, du lässt es jetzt, Kiwi.
As much wall coverage as possible, but it's Peterbot and Ozzy that are refusing to
Ich krieg den 5. schon noch so irgendwann.
They want full control of this low ground position, and they've got it. They've made Kanata and Ronaldo use so much of their build. Ronaldo doesn't really have a whole lot left to work with.
Mal immer 2 Augen und einen Strich drin. Sieht aus wie ein Eierkopf dann.
Of course, they want a shockwave to the front, but at least they're able to get a little bit of point of view where their competition is at. As soon as they make their way there, box up, let a lot of the zone start.
Nein, Kiwi.
But 2 of 2 games so far. Queasy and Nick at 30 going for that early high ground 8 zone. There's still a couple more, so hopefully it works out this time.
But it's the Queasy Classic. Get high, don't die. He said Nick was moving earlier while they were doing their warm-ups this morning. And Nick, he knows sole responsibility. Just apply pressure to whatever angle that Queasy doesn't have full tabs on. They just want to prevent anybody from moving up with them.
Got to be careful for those shockwaves. Any team down below could shockwave up. try to hit a little bit of surprise attack. Ozzy went down not too long ago, which leaves Peterbot by himself. And I said the same thing about Cold. It's a different feeling when you're Peterbot as a solo. He doesn't have to play to help Ozzy. He doesn't have to play to help a duo. He can just play as a solo without a worry. But he comes crashing down for Nick at 30 as Gon and Flakes look up and send them packing.
And Queasy doesn't have any mobility. He's going to be forced to actually commit to those lower layers unless he can find a refresh. But the punishment is steep. Peterbot catches Flake completely off guard. Gon now going to be forced to work as a solo from this current zone. And Gon, he's got the high ground. He's trying to stop Thomas in his tracks. But Gon, how much longer can you realistically buy time with
Zemie
this
tot.
loadout?
Peterbot behind him does have that shockwave. He can make his presence known in the blink of an eye, so Gon has to be careful. A lot of our solos just trying to look bigger than they actually are. Clix is even going for the high ground. Peterbot finds his way in. The legendary slurp juice that he got from Ozzy paying off big.
Anybody else, you wouldn't even bat an eye, but for Peterbot, he's used to working in this kind of operation. The solo scenario is what he can actually pop off in best, but Lacey, Clix, they're a duo compadre unit. They don't have to worry about anybody else because they're taking advantage, just spraying all these teams to the low ground.
They have the chug jug, they have the slurp down below.
Platz 1 ist
Peterbot
tot.
trying to hold on to his position, spraying to the backside of the zone. That's Faxity that's feeling a little bit of pressure as they get shockwave up and off. Clix, Lacey do not have high ground anymore. In fact, they're going to get sneak off for it. First down going to be cleaned up. Clix is firing on all cylinders.
And Clix better because that shockwave
Mein Gott.
direction, but it doesn't matter. Clix, he finds Alex. That's a huge shutdown to Loser Brute's team. And even with Clix losing Lacey, he looks like he's got things fully under control in the high ground.
He has to be careful though. He has no real way down in terms of safety. No shockwaves, no crash pads, but he's making sure nobody can look up, so it will not be a worry, especially with the zone floating on over to the side of that mountain. Another solo is going to be Peterbot, and he's running out of his chug jug.
Ja, Cooper lebt doch noch.
That zone was looking
Platz
awfully
1 ist doch noch nicht tot. Nur Zemie ist weg.
This elevation is actually going to be a huge benefit to
Platz
Clix.
2 ist
He's got
tot.
these pre-existing builds. All he has to do is keep the pressure at an all-time high. Peterbot might be forced to drop here in a moment though, but who's he going to drop into? Could it be Cooper? Could it be Kanata? No, instead, layer transition back towards that secondary height. Venom sent to the abyss off that shockwave, and Daya, she'll meet her end though.
Now every single person left alive in this game is a solo in this competition, and Seti's just trying to work his way through. All he has
Komm,
is the bare minimum.
Mitgliedschaft raushauen.
But if you look up, no, that's not an angel, that's Clix, and he has
Diesmal redest du dich nicht raus.
that he knows what to do with. This is a Clix game.
Kanata, he's
Das ist um halb 1 zu Ende, dann können wir Fortnite spielen.
He doesn't have any heals this time though, and Seti don't know if he's in
Du
the
bist
same
so
kind
ein
of
Hund,
position,
ne?
but look at Clix,
Wow.
an absolute menace in the high ground, just causing so much mayhem for the two down below. Seti finds Kanata. Now it's all up to Clix. Clix trying to make sure
Unter der Woche sich von mir durchschnorren mit Kaffee.
He's got a way to make his way towards the high ground. Clix
Ja, das geht noch
can't
bis
work
halb
out.
1 oder sowas hier.
He still has a couple of slurp juices remaining. He's gonna look for Seti. He wants the finishing shot. He doesn't need the heal up, but he might just look to play it safe anyway.
Ich sollte...
Cypher mats are so important. That changes the game completely from the situation we're in.
Das ist mein Arbeitskollege, der ist nicht frech.
He sends Seti flying outside of the zone, but back he goes.
Oh.
Clix and Lacey win game number 2.
They said they were up all night, and it doesn't matter what anybody else might make of it because they came prepared here today. The performance is peaking, Jacob. A victory royale in game 2, and Frankie, even more to say.
If there's anything we learned from that last game, it's that America's sweetheart never plays it safe. Clix, the two of you take the high ground. Lacey goes down. What's your reaction?
I might have shockwave Lacey into zone, and I knew that would have been a big sell, but it doesn't matter because I won it, so it's all good.
Is that why he sent you into the zone? Because he wanted to do it as a solo, Lacey?
He sent me into the zone, but I trusted him the whole way. I never had a doubt he was winning that.
And while he is winning it, are you talking to him or are you like, I gotta stay silent, let him do his thing?
I was just giving him simple comms, mats, refreshes, pop his slurp before he goes down and fights, and letting him play.
And you are loving those shockwaves because we saw that Seti
Wahrscheinlich, weil meine Mods sich gerade getimeoutet hatten.
Is this your favorite item right now in Reload?
So gute Jungs, das ist, wenn du frech zu mir bist.
They need to bring the spaz back.
Well, I know that a lot of people from Epic Games are watching, so they might take on your suggestion. but how satisfying was that solo moment? How did you keep track of everything from the high ground?
Honestly, I
Ja.
just kept on building up and up, where Shockwaves
Du weißt,
can't
dass
get
ich
to that
stärker
high
bin
limit,
als du.
so you basically have no threat. You just keep on playing
Und
your
vor
game
allem
and
bin ich
spraying.
viel schneller
Now,
als
there's
du.
an interesting situation that happened at the start of that game, which was that Peterbot and Aussie Antics, they dropped on our leaders from the first game, Cooper and Zemie. Are you worried they're going to be coming your way?
The thing is, me and Peter got a good
Ja,
alliance
für dich.
going on, so honestly, keep on dropping on Cooper and Zemie.
Oh, als ob du schneller bist, wenn du rollst vielleicht. Ich kann aber laufen.
Before we head to the break though, please, Galen Center, show your appreciation for Clix and Lacey. We'll be right back.
Komm. 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 Der wird an deinem Konto vorbeifliegen zu Amar. Nein, würdest du nicht, Kiwi. Wie heißt du überhaupt in Fortnite? Fatih. Ach du Scheiße. So spielst du auch wie ein X-Uppercut. Kommt wieder die Videos von Chapter 1. Ja, jetzt kann ich eh noch nicht. Das war erst Runde 2 von 6. Ich sollte da ja eigentlich mitspielen, aber ich habe abgesagt. Amerika hat Flugangst, weißt du? Was sollte ich jetzt sagen? Aber du bist nachher noch unterwegs wahrscheinlich, ne? Ein gemeinsamer Freund. Das ist doch kein Freund. Ach, du spielst die... Fatih, dein Link. Warte kurz.
Fortnite fam,
Warte kurz.
I must be dreaming.
Ich muss eben das andere leiser machen. So, jetzt.
Eine Frage. Wenn ich Mitgliedschaft verschenken würde, nur zum Beispiel, müsste ich dann, der das bekommen, muss ich dann monatlich ausgeben?
Nein, ich glaube, dass... Also ich habe bis jetzt nur Mitgliedschaften geschenkt bekommen. Ich glaube, das läuft dann automatisch aus bei dem.
Oh, nein, das wird mir dann zu viel.
Nein, du bezahlst das quasi einmal und dann läuft das aus. Dann bezahlst du das nicht weiter. Der verlängert sich dann einfach nicht. Meine ich. Ich weiß es aber nicht. Ich würde mich nicht drauf festlegen. Aber das können die ja nicht machen. Du kannst ja nicht ein Leben lang, wenn du, das ist ja bei Twitch auch nicht, wenn du da Subs verschenkst, ist das ja auch nur für einen Monat. Nicht für immer. Dann wird das hier genauso sein. Aber musst du auch nicht, Kiwi. Bleib entspannt.
Ja. Kostet auch etwas viel.
Bei Twitch ist für einen Monat immer. Ja, das müsste bei YouTube auch so sein.
5 Euro.
Kostet das verschenken?
Ja.
Das ist doch Quatsch. Warum?
Ja, also ich kann nur auf PC verschenken. Und da steht Mitgliedschaft 5 Euro. Und ich bin hier gerade auf einem anderen Account, aber ich weiß gerade nicht, wo meine Kreditkarte
Nein, du lässt es jetzt auch. Es gibt Leute hier im Chat, die verdienen sich dumm, die verdienen sich hier dumm und dämlich bei uns in der Firma für nichts tun
Ja.
und die schaffen nicht mal 1,99 zu bezahlen. Ich nenne keine Namen, Fatih.
Nein, ich verdiene ja auch gar nicht so wenig. Ich verdiene mein Taschengeld. Das ist doch richtig viel.
Das ist wahrscheinlich mehr als unser eins kriegt.
Naja. Ja, vielleicht auch.
Also es gibt Leute bei uns, die sind bei uns bei der Arbeit, die sitzen den ganzen Tag nur rum, bewegen sich nicht, wundern sich, essen jeden Tag Brötchen von den teuersten Bäcker, den wir im Ort haben. Mindestens 2, meist 7. Holen sich mittags was zu essen, holen sich Red Bull aus dem Automaten, aber sind so geizig, hier 1,99 mal dazulassen.
Ja. Kann ich zu eurer Arbeit? Ich will auch nur rumsitzen und Geld verdienen.
Nee, da bist du zu deutsch für, das kannst du nicht. Das können nur die, die meistens schwarze Haare haben und irgendwelche südländischen Herkünfte haben.
Ich habe blonde Haare.
Ja, da bist du, mit blonden Haaren bist du bei uns ganz schlecht, ganz mies dran. Das kenne ich, das Problem.
Ja, einfach färben. Einfach gelöst.
Ja, und dann am besten doch kein Schwein essen. Und du distanzierst dich von der Arbeit, das ist alles, Fatih.
Tu ich auch nicht.
Nee, du nicht.
Nein,
Aber,
ich nicht.
aber dieser Xip-Abi ist ein ganz netter Junge.
Ich glaube, er hat kein Abi.
Doch, der hat Abi. Das ist mein Abi. Nein, das ist ein ganz, also der ist wirklich nett. Also es gibt nicht viele bei uns bei der Arbeit, aber mit denen kann man Spaß haben und der nimmt auch nicht alles ernst, das ist gut. Andere wären jetzt schon wieder totbeleidigt gewesen, würden 5 Monate nicht mit mir reden. Wir beleidigen uns einfach gegenseitig bei der Arbeit und sind glücklich darüber. Gut, ich muss natürlich noch arbeiten, er jetzt nicht. Das sieht man aber auch, wenn man uns beide nebeneinander sieht, weißt du? Dann sieht man, wer von uns beiden arbeitet und wer nicht. Aber nur wenn ich oben liege, mein Freund, sonst bin ich tot.
What the fuck?
Und ich muss ja sagen, ich glaube, diese 1,99, die habe ich ihm schon mal im Stehen. Jo, ja, klar. Du aber im Kopfstand, mein Freund, das möchte ich sehen. Der hat schon mehr für Kaffee ausgegeben, als diese 1,99 war.
Aber diese Geier, das ist bestimmt so ein Hochdeutscher, der auf jeden Cent achtet, wenn man ihn.
Nein, auf gar keinen Fall. Erstmal ist er schon mal gar nicht deutsch.
Er ist full ausländisch, safe so ein Türke.
Safe, richtig.
Ja.
Ich bin ja der sich immer einladen lassen muss. Ich habe nie Geld. Ich bin einer, der bezahlt überall mit Karte. Ich habe nie Bargeld dabei.
Ja, durch mich hast du jetzt Geld.
Kiwi, ich habe dir schon mal was gesagt. Ich kann es dir hier, glaube ich, nicht zeigen.
Was denn?
Warte. Nein, ich kann es dir hier nicht zeigen. Da sind...
Was?
Vergiss den Euro nicht für den Einkaufswagen. Nee. Da habe ich eine Marke für. Ich zeig dir das mal, wenn wir beide mal... Obwohl, kann ich nicht. Dass ich bei YouTube nichts verdiene bis jetzt. ganz weit weg bin davon.
Also bekommst du meine Spende immer noch nicht.
Nein, das dauert noch ewig. Da muss noch viel passieren.
Oh, dann spende ich umsonst.
Ja, es wird ja gesammelt. Irgendwann ist es ja vielleicht mal genug. Ich kann es jetzt leider nicht. Warte mal, wo kann ich das denn hier? Irgendwo habe ich das eben gesehen. Aber es ist ja auch noch von, wie gesagt, es sind noch. Ich habe einen Kontostand auf YouTube im Moment, aber der wird einmal im Monat aktualisiert. Ich weiß nicht, von wann das ist. Ein Kontostand bei YouTube von 10,86 €.
Stabil.
Ja.
Fast mehr als ich.
Und ab 70 € darfst du erst auszahlen.
Ja.
Ich weiß jetzt nicht, von wann die Daten sind. Hier steht, wird einmal im Monat aktualisiert. Ich weiß nicht, von wann das ist. Aber das wird irgendwie von letzter Woche irgendwann gewesen sein. Der Rest behält ja YouTube für sich. Ey, die nächste Runde geht los. Oder? Ja, Mann. Oh, shit. Ich verlasse mal die Gruppe. Bis gleich.
Ja.
Supportive measure, that backup unit. And that's going to stop Alex in his tracks. He can't continue to press that issue.
You know, watching the Milk Cup, Moxie was trying to make a last game run in that final game of the day. I think they had like 15 plus elimination before they eventually went down.
Schick dir den Link gleich.
But that's the type of confidence I do want to see from these teams. Take control of your own
Oh Mann.
Get aggressive when you can, especially if Alex and Loser.
Ey, das hatte ich eben schon mal. Das geht nicht. Das ist scheiße. Ich weiß nicht warum. Es geht nicht mehr. Warte. Ah! Sorry, man.
On the bridge, a little bit further north, and Queasy, he's always got a very familiar strategy, Jacob. Doesn't matter if it's FNCS, major finals, or if it's the Pro-Am. Queasy's gonna be looking for height every single time.
And so far about the 8th zone in first 2 games, we have seen them kind of lead.
Das ist übrigens Reload, mein Freund. Das ist das, was ich immer spiele.
Whether it's somebody shockwaving you off of the high ground or you doing it yourself, they need to figure out how to close out those mistakes and kind of minimize how many they're making. It's Coyote, Captain Shota, Log Jam lodging. They're just kind of looting up slowly. There is one player towards their south that they might have to be careful for, but this is a team that is coming in as a little bit of an underdog, so to say. Nobody really expects much from them, even though Coyote is always breaking the mold and showing us new tricks in competitions just like this.
Oh, you can't say no.
Ich habe gar nicht den Punktestand jetzt gesehen nach der Runde.
That guy like I did. He was just calling out, we are going to be winning. It's going to take a little bit of a pop-up now to play catch-up, but Alex mid-air by Nate Hill. You want to go for a blue battle. Nate Hill coming out on top of that exchange. Loser Fruit, all she wants to do now is just wait that full 10 seconds. She's just hoping that Alex is able to actually touch ground, though.
Oh, my. I was saying Nate Hill got a good upgrade because he didn't have a shotgun before, but now Regs has the mythic mini.
Aber du bist nicht live auf Twitch im Moment, ne?
That is going to shred if they can keep it towards the end game. Fresh off the respawn, it's Loser Fruit this time around, though, versus Nate Hill. This is a good amount of loot if they're able to take down Loser Fruit, but I hear the crash pad, and there is so much distance being made by Loser Fruit with that heads-up play.
But Nate, he's got to be real careful. You don't want to get over-ambitious. You don't want to draw too much attention. Alex hiding, waiting to see if he can get an angle and opening any kind of way to find this knock of revenge onto Nate Hill. But Nate immediately causing...
Ich habe ja die Glocke aktiviert. Ich bin ja ein guter Zuschauer.
Alex will be forced to just continue hiding.
He gets a little bit of the zone. It's just unfortunate where Nate Hill and Regs are currently positioned at. He can't really rotate to either the left or that right side. So he literally has to wait until they disengage off that position before he can do anything. Deep into Dirty Docked. Faxity Ach,
der war der Duo-Mate von Rezon, der mit dem Controller.
Rezon does have the breacher, so he can break through these builds relatively easy, but they're shock waving to try to find safety, and Rezon is going in onto Gon. They realize this is a 2v1. It's now or never, but a big shot from Gon is going to slow things down.
And Flakes, he's got to come play a little bit of supportive measure. He knows that Gon just got a huge crack onto Rezon's shield. Rezon, now split angle approach. Gon gonna crank all the way to the high ground, just crash pad to safety. He does have a chug jug, and with Flakes nearby, Flakes is going to be the one to actually cut off that line of sight there for Rezon and Faxity. But this fight at Dirty Docks, it's inevitable, Jacob, because there's only one way to actually make it towards the edge of zone. Faxity and Rezon, we're going to have to approach one of the two other teams.
Ja, denke ich auch.
And it just happens to be the Brazilians every time.
Ich habe letztes Mal 20.000 Euro Turnier von Valorant gesehen. Ich glaube, da könntest du auch locker mitspielen.
So there's so many more teams that they're going to have to find a way to make their way through, including Peterbot and Ozzy, who just got their first elimination.
And on to Bugha nonetheless. Peterbot, just so dastardly. The moment that he sees anybody, he's so down to just key them immediately. That's brimming with confidence.
I think first place was about 27 points. That was Clix and Lacey. Second place, only 3 points away. 3 eliminations separating as of now. But you can see that two teams still over here. 1 damage per tick in the zone. There's a lot of chug barrels, a lot that you can go ahead and recuperate the HP, the bandages as well. So it's not too much of a worry that they're staying here, but look at all the resources that they're using. Rezon is almost out of those small bullets. You see him just 5 shots left in the shotgun. Luckily, Faxity is there to finish off that elimination and give him the loot he so desperately needs.
Hey, der erste Punkt.
Snipe by Faxity, making sure to cut off that escape angle. But at the same time, Jacob, they spent so much time. This was such a steep investment, fighting for so long at Dirty Docks. And they're not
Ja, seit diesem Chapter, ja, weil die Ewigkeiten nur einen Schaden macht. Und gerade bei Reload, du kommst ja jetzt, wenn du stirbst, ist die Zone so klein, du schaffst es nicht mehr zu landen. Es leben ja noch 38 von 40 Leuten. Wenn du jetzt tot bist, hast du keine Chance, irgendwo zu landen. Du kannst höchstens weit in den Sturm reinfliegen. Außerdem gibt es auf der Map so viel Green Life, dass du fast nicht an einer Zone sterben kannst.
Cold and Courage rotating through Slurpee Swamp. They have to be careful. Seti and Daya right above them. Mongrel on Ollie A just close to the zone. And there's still one more team as well. All of them have a little bit of priority over them on this rotation for now.
A lot of bodies, though, at Slurpee Swamp, and we all know Peterbot does not like anybody in his territory. Might only be a matter of time before he looks to start clearing out some of those teams and playing a little bit more aggressive, but peeking back in with our Game 2 winners, Lacey and Clix. If they can continue to replicate the level of success they've done in the last lobby, Jacob, they might start to run away with this one.
They have that calm, cool, collected demeanor. They have the chemistry. Best friends, some would say.
Oh, sogar mein Nightbot schickt dir den Link nochmal.
Peterbot's to have a crash land. He's trying to make his way up with that shockwave. Meanwhile, that full duo that they were going up against quickly made their way on out. You said it yourself, Taco. Slurpee Swamp, that belongs to one man and one man only, or boy. That would be Peterbot. And he's just really wreaking havoc all around the lobby. And you see, and he's going to pack a punch in his loadout. It's not just the Thunder Shotgun and the Mammoth. He's making sure that he has the SMG as well. That way he can just end a fight in the blink of an eye.
But with the way that Peterbot and Aussie essentially just reclaimed Slurpee Swamp, they forced every single one of those other teams that were trying to take advantage of some of the heals surrounding Slurpee completely away, not allowing anybody else to utilize those resources. It's only Peterbot and Aussies to take advantage of. Ronaldo, Kanata.
Hör auf die Stimme in deinem neuen Headset.
A little bit stuck on the outskirts of Slurpee, but they got a decent little loot pile next to them.
See, I knew this was the only team with 2 FNCS championships, but with a Chapter 2 Season 1 win, Ronaldo is the only creator with an FNCS champion. Hey, that's got to give a little bit of confidence for someone like Ronaldo. I know we were kind of watching him practice in the rooms. His mechanics are there. It's just kind of like the outside factors that change when Fortnite and the meta changes.
But Ron doesn't even need the championship title. Ron would have that confidence.
Entschuldigung.
Of the circumstances surrounding his competitive history. Allier, though, Zeke was asking for it. Guys, please stop bullying him. And it seems like it's worked out so far. But Mongrel, Allier, they might be running smack dab into Cammy soon. Gotta keep an open eye out. Clix has lost Lacey, though, and we are rapidly approaching that no more reboots territory.
This is best case scenario, though, with Lacey going down, because you got a max pull to the south, which means a lot of those teams are already going to start their rotations on over. Just need to figure out how you're going to get the loot. And if Flakes and Gon are going to push up on you, but no, it's actually Clix the one looking to get aggressive. If he can win this 2v1 fight, that's the loot that they need. And there's a big shot on the Gon. He goes back to back. Flakes is feeling the pain as well. Clix is not slowing down as he does get the knock. Gon is gone.
Clix ist auch in seiner kompletten Prime-Moment, ne?
And Clix, he's still looking to chase him out. He wants to get this duo fully eliminated. Flakes barely managing to survive. He's trying to run every which direction. One more shockwave to create some space. Lacey with the tag from overhead. They're crash padding in. They've got Flakes on the run, but he's going to sit and hide inside of the bush. They don't have any idea where he's actually scurried off to, and they'll be forced to just head right back to the zone.
Flakes did his job. He gave Gon a chance to get rebooted back up, and with him staying alive, there's going to be a second chance.
Ja, das denke ich Mut, das auch immer durch zur Arbeit fahrt.
All the luck in the world, because look how stacked that side of the zone is when the reboots finally turn on. Luckily, there's barrels. There is Slurpy Swamp, so there is going to be some chances, but you got to give credit. All the credit in the world to Clix, not only making that opportunity possible, getting Lacey back in the game, but getting him loot. Isn't that the creator's job?
But it's just not enough. Clix, he's
shit.
gonna pay the ultimate price. They're victims now to the rest of the lobby. Everybody holding into their position, and they're down and out for
Clix
the count,
raus.
Jacob. They'll go back to the battle bus for game 4.
That is just 8 placements too short to get any placement points. At least he was able to get some eliminations to keep the points flowing. As Faxity and Rezon just getting targeted. Luckily for them, as of now, they're on the front side of the zone, so eventually teams will have to start to rotate their way in. Just how long can they keep a hold of this pressure?
Guck mal, die haben andere Zonen als unser eins. Die haben die nächste schon komplett im Sturm. Bei Competitive sind echt andere Zonen.
And this is how Gon is just getting put in the ringer right now. Another elimination, and it's after 7th zone. He's not coming back this time.
And Gon and Flakes just caught in the crossfire for way too long. First it was Faxity and Rezon, but Benno, Reddish, they're looking to keep the ball rolling here. Reddish is gonna have to take a moment, replenish some of those shields that she lost. But with 6 splashes, a couple of big pots, it's gonna be no issue whatsoever. They're definitely looking nice and healthy, but the high ground is what might be up for grabs soon.
Yeah, right now we see Queasy and Nick at 30 on one side, but on the other, Ali A and Mongrel are actually making an attempt for it. Might be a little bit too soon though. 7th zone may wait just a little bit longer, especially with one team getting focused, but they do have it, and they have it secured for now.
Noch viel Spaß.
You see them
Party.
firing off into the distance. That's
Vielleicht bis
Queasy
später
and
nochmal.
Nick. They're seeing where the zone pulls, and Mongrel and Ollie A, they get the zone pull. They get high ground priority.
But the for now is the key word here, because the moment that Allier tries to get a peek overhead, Queasy just immediately pushing him back. They're still looking to play for that height takeover. And Queasy's intentions, this could be an all-out brawl for the high ground in a matter of seconds here. But the whole lobby is on the move, Jacob. They're all trying to control that front side.
Even Alex using the crash pad that wasn't even his. Mongrel, he's been in this situation before, being able to hold on to that high ground. Ali A is doing his job right. Anybody that flies past, he's trying to put down pressure, trying to land some damage, make it easier and easier for the lobby to thin out. But Reddish has just got taken down, leaving Benno by himself. And you can see he only has 3 minis, so he's going to need an elimination if this goes to a heal off.
He does have a lot of builds to work with, though, for the time being, but he's got Kanata and Stibble Ronaldo directly underneath where he's boxed up. Mongrel still trying to control height, but Queasy, Nick A30, they're overtaken. Mongrel by his own, he can't keep tabs of everyone around him, so Queasy gonna force force him to drop.
That was a 200 IQ play. You had Nick at 30 pushing up, being the actual aggressor. Queasy in the distance landing the damage. All the A is now down. Mongrel's by himself. 90 on the Chug, only 25 builds left. He's trying to keep his position in the front side of the zone to attack. But for how long, with more and more players starting to put pressure, you feel and hear the shots firing onto his builds.
Oh, but Cammy just got shockwave deep into the heart of the storm. Peterbot, one more time.
Schießt einer diesen Peterbot raus.
He's gonna have to find some more eliminations if they want to make up for the placement points with those individual E-limbs. And Mongrel might just be the target in his sights. Mongrel doing everything he can, working his way through the low ground, but he doesn't have enough. Peterbot, though, getting caught up in more action than what he bargained for, trying to get the layer switch over, and he's going straight for the high ground tackle.
Might not take it all. He missed that opportunity. Goes straight down to the low ground.
Yeah,
Takes that elimination on Mongrel. He does have some Chug left. Veno's doing the same thing, getting aggressive, forcing players lower and lower on his current position. Queasy and Nick, third time could be the charm. We've seen him on high ground. Let's see him close it out.
But Kanata, Ronaldo, they just been skirting by. Peterbot.
Kann nicht sein, dass der alleine da die ganze Zeit die Kills macht. Peterbot.
Disastrous for Savage. He's trying to see if he can make his way forward, but Peterbot.
Ja, Mann. Sehr schön.
Rex from behind, just taking him out. A menace to the lobby, no roar, but Rex.
Hab ich nicht gesehen.
She's also been eliminated. Thomas.
Fixed Rex.
Down Mr. Savage, and it's all by himself that he's got to keep this one alive.
Oh no, Shockwave just a little bit too far into zone. Only 10 on the Chug, so that's essentially going to be a non-factor. Down below, one of the few duos left in this game, Ronaldo and Kanata. They are the ones on the hunt. They are the ones causing complete chaos down below, especially for any team that crosses path, and the Gentle Mates have just been separated. Nikov is down as Ronaldo picks up his third elimination.
But Ronaldo, he's running slim as far as the builds are going, and Seti, he might have to drop. Seti might have to get involved, getting a couple of tags. Kanata's shield's so incredibly low, but Seti, he's all by himself.
Aber meine Favoriten sind schon wieder tot.
And he can't go much further. He's gonna have to block his view.
From a top 2 to a top 3, at least he's staying consistent. As Nick dropping down from above, no builds. Queasy taking a huge amount of damage, 10 HP each. They're scrambling to try to make a play.
Oh.
Is amazing with that elimination.
Kanata.
They steal away the game.
Ronaldo and Kanata from out of nowhere. They were always a part of the conversation, but everybody just took their eyes off for long enough that Ron could close this one out. That is what we expect of a former FNCS champion.
Boys, don't lose your voices before you've had a chance to talk to me. Pretty excited about that one. Everyone had their eyes on you going into this competition. Game number 3, you finally show up. How does it feel?
I mean, this guy right here is the GOAT, man. This guy's the GOAT. This guy's solo clutch, and you know me, I'm a FNCS champion. I carried my squad back in 2019. You know, the genetics and everything. We just a go to do it. We waiting. When's next game? I mean, to be honest, that was probably the easiest game of Fortnite I've ever played in my entire life. All right, I'm not gonna even lie. We finally got a South Zone. Finally, if those who know, you know what I'm saying? We finally got a South Zone. The first 2 games, we're top left. We're running the whole map, landing bottom right. We finally get a zone, and I said we're gonna win it. And what happened? We won that game.
I feel like I'm hearing some excuses, though. Are you saying you're only gonna win this if you get Southside zones?
He said, watch, if we get a zone, we're gonna win. What happened? I mean, look at it. The first 2 games, 2 pulled max. Get what we did. Top 5, top 3, and now we won. Easy.
All right, well, let's see if you can make it easy. As you were saying, Ron?
It's not over yet, though. We still got 3 more. So, hey.
There you go. Let's not get ahead of yourselves. Galen Center, please show some appreciation. It's Ron and Kanata. Let's head back to Z.
No way! The Pro-Am is delivering on the entertainment right now. Oh my gosh! I am just so in love with this format. I'm so in love with Reload, and I'm in love with everything we're seeing right now. I cannot believe we got a win from Kanata and Stable Ronaldo!
I mean, what a way to win that, right? The solo clutch, Kanata as well. Listen, I got you with the callback right there to Major 2. If you know, you know. South Zone pulls in their favor, though. They do win the game.
Kanada.
Kanada's just so good. Honestly, I mean, you know, we make jokes all the time about when zones pull this way, that way. When Kanada pulls his own,
27 Minuten dauert das bis zur nächsten Runde.
We like to talk about players that kind of fly under the radar, and for whatever reason, Kanada, we just keep forgetting that he is one of the best players in Fortnite. He is the only player in the world to make all 26 FNCS Grand Finals, and to see him be here on the FNCS Pro-Am to prove himself on the caliber that we expect him to, that's what I love to see. But honestly, Stable Ronaldo is really surprising me. We talked about a lot of these influencers being their loot llamas. I think Stable Ronaldo is pulling all the weight as well. Look at that, 3 eliminations each. It was Ronaldo to get the final shot as well.
It was equal right there at the end. I mean, 4 eliminations apiece. It'll be interesting to kind of see after the tournament ends how many times the quote-unquote content creator was able to match the eliminations of the professional player.
Okay.
But with game number 3 right there, Kanada and Stable Ronaldo, first place.
Oh. No.
Wow.
We are halfway through this competition, and once again, those standings get flipped on their head. Now, we are at the halfway point, which means we're going to give the players some time here. They're going to go ahead and head back with 3 more games to go. They got to start talking strategy, what they're going to do in the
komm, eine Runde Reload ist drin.
I want to also highlight here, man, Queasy, Nick 830, oh my God.
Oh. Spielst du dieses Spiel, um dich zu entspannen? Ciao, Jojo. Hi. Bisschen leiser machen. 23 Minuten. Ah, passt ja ungefähr. Oh nein. Noch nicht auf Vollbild.
Kleider? Also ich darf es nicht sagen.
Nee.
Müde.
Ja. Immer.
Immer. Ich nicht. Ich
Kommt
immer
noch.
krank. Ich bin mal krank.
Dann bin ich lieber müde. Es dauert 20 Minuten bis zur nächsten Runde.
Keiner wartet da jetzt 20 Minuten ohne was zu machen.
Nee.
Basti.
Ja. Ein Raketenwerfer.
Links gibt's richtig Glück.
Warum gibt er Glück?
Weil ich jetzt so ein mythischer Havoc habe.
Okay.
Ich habe drauf geschossen und da kommt eine mythische Havoc. Warte, ich habe einen Biggie.
Ja, ich nehme die nur mit.
Achso. Ich habe trotzdem noch, ich habe noch einen.
Okay, liegt noch einer. Na, geht ja in 20 Minuten weiter. Ich schätze mal, das wird nur eine Runde werden.
Ich habe die gefühlt noch nie gehabt, die mythische Havoc.
Ich habe kein Movement und ehrlich gesagt auch ein scheiß Sturmgewehr.
Ich hab eine Pistole. Toll.
Ja, vorne ist Big Krieg.
Einmal bei you.
76. Dead. Ich glaube, das war auf jeden Fall nicht der beste Spieler. Maybe sogar. Na, da ist einer gestorben. Links von uns. 94 Crack. Alter, ist der Mammutspieler gerade die Runde.
Alter, den nicht schon. Wer? Jetzt?
94. Nochmal 92. Alter.
Basti ist einfach
Oh, tot hinter uns.
Alter, fast am Bot gestorben. Oder war es kein Bot?
Ich habe nur Mammut Pump. Ich weiß nicht, das ist eigentlich nicht mein Loadout.
Ja, das war gerade zu viel mit der
Vor allen Dingen habe ich nur noch 2 Sniper-Schuss. Da fliegt einer.
Tot, weil ich gezeigt wurde.
Ja, dann gehe ich lieber erst weg. Das ist kein Kampf für Mammut. Okay, hab einen Hammer. Ich lasse den Mammut liegen. Ach, jetzt haben die Havoc, ne?
Diese kleinen unnachbaren Kinder.
Ja, der tötet mich auch mit der Havoc. Der ist aber 1 HP, der Vogel. Ah, der andere hat einen Slurp-Type drin.
Mann! Ich hab gedacht, was...
Nee, den Vogel, der hatte nichts mehr. Komm, eine Schnelle gehen noch.
Den Vogel sollte man abschlachten.
Er hat mir mit deiner Havoc so einen Hit gegeben.
Ich hasse diesen Vogelskin.
Komm schon.
Bro hat auch den besten Gleiter. Weißt du vielleicht, wie man diesen Gleiter herbekommt?
Ich weiß nicht, welcher das ist.
Wie ist es? der Hängengleiter, den Riesen mal spielt, diese Rakete.
War der nicht im Battle Pass drin? Ich weiß es
Der
nicht.
ist so geil. Frag Felix, der weiß alles.
Ja, aber wenn ich ihn nicht sehe. Also, den Gleiter gerade ist ja schwierig. Fortnite. Aber das ist nicht diese rot-gelbe Rakete, ne?
Ich weiß nicht. Das ist einfach nur eine Rakete und sie bekommt so einen Fallschirm.
Mondrakete. Battle Pass, Kapitel 2, Season 9.
Toll.
Also gibt's ja nicht mehr. Dieser Gleiter erschien im Shop am 13. September 2021, Kapitel 2, Season 9. Er war Gleiter aus dem Fortnite Battle Pass.
Was denn?
Das ist so eine komische Rakete.
Was ist denn?
Der Kiwi hatte gerade gefragt, wo es den gibt.
Der ist geil. Der Gleiter.
Warum ist es hier abgestürzt? Oh, diesmal wird Lizard links voll sein. Ich sag dir, wie es ist.
Ich probier's.
Klar. Oh, der Gleiter neben mir macht sehr laute Musik. Ich habe eine Maven.
Kleiner.
Ich bin wahrscheinlich tot.
Ich auch.
Nee, er zieht durch. Da kommen gerade zwei in dein Haus, pass auf. Hinter dir.
Es sind auch andere zwei gewesen.
Einer ist Crack, der lilane.
Hilfe! Hilfe! Basti! CC Basti!
Ja, die kommen nicht hinterher. Alles gut.
Oh. CC Basti sind einfach top, wenn ihr auch so viel Glück haben wollt.
Oh Gott. Hallo.
Moin.
Ich dachte, es wären zwei Solos. Der Pinke fliegt. 15.
Mann, ich muss den Headshot treffen.
Ah, keine Muni mehr. 0 Schuss. Ich muss weg. Kann man denn 0 Schuss haben? Hier ist schon gelootet. Ich kotze im Strahl.
Wie? Oh, sieht das geil aus.
Das gefällt mir nicht. Ich habe kein Schild. Ich habe fast keine Muni. Nur 80 HP. Da.
Das nehme ich hier mit. Das nehme ich mit. Das nehme ich mit. Das nehme ich auch mit.
Boah, so eine Auswahl hätte ich auch mal gern.
Oh. Okay. Das nehme ich mit.
Ich habe eine grüne Hammer.
Kleiner Auswahl. Alter, war das ein Ghost-Hit. Oh mein Gott.
Oh, läuft einer vor mir. Eieiei. Es sind zwei.
Da hab ich auch gesniped.
Die haben mich noch nicht gesehen. Du bist... Warte. Beide Crack.
Dead.
Wo ist der andere hin?
Weg. Nein! Nein! Oh mein Gott, er ist so one. Ich hab ihn!
Geil,
Oh mein Gott.
geil. Vorne laufen die nächsten beiden.
Der hat den ja gleich zu Waffe.
Sniper. Der will auch snipen. Komm, Ziel. Dann kriegst du einen Schuss im Kopf. Schieß auf irgendeinen. Auf dem Dach, warte.
Achso.
Nein, er zielt nicht. Der andere 105, sein Mate, und wird gepusht. Wo ist meine Hammer? Die werden... Hier. Da im Haus geht Party ab, ich muss da mal gucken gehen.
Ich auch.
Okay. Einer tot, einer noch.
Ich hab eine goldene Tag.
100. Hihihi. Hier, Jagdgewehr in Gold.
Basti, der Kill. Mann, meine Nase ist so voll. Ich muss mal ganz kurz putzen.
Das Jagdgewehr reizt mich ja schon, aber kein Platz. Da ist schon wieder nächste Runde gleich. Au. Im Busch wieder.
Nur diese Buschcamper. Ich hab meine Kiste liegen lassen. Das ist nicht gut.
Minus 70, einer im Busch. Der ist unten.
Der ist nicht abseits. Oh.
Komplett geaimbottet.
Da ist keiner mehr.
Doch, da ist noch einer. Der aimbottet mich gerade.
Ich hab ihn.
Nice. Hinter mir fliegt einer. Crack. 42 weit, ich wurde geheadshot-sniped von irgendwo. Ich mach Restart. Überleb.
Hier kommt noch ein Mammut.
Ich wurde geheadshot-sniped, ey. Nicht aufgepasst. Ich muss nochmal zu meinem Loot. Wo war das da? Mann, ich hätte den so außer Luft gefischt.
Mann, es tut so weh.
Hä? Schießt der Raketen auf mich, der Sack?
Boah, Basti, ich hab was Geiles für dich.
Ja.
Wenn ich jetzt nicht sterbe. Eine goldene Hammer.
Ja.
Ja.
Du stirbst aber jetzt gerade. Der ist auf seinen Loot gelandet.
Basti, der Loot ist im Busch. Neben meinem Loot ist eine goldene Tag und
Ich bin tot.
Goldene Hammer.
Boah.
Basti.
Ja. Ich bin tot, ich bin tot, ich bin tot.
Mal gut.
Das gibt es nicht, Mann. Ich hasse es, ey. Ich hasse es. In dem Busch dahinter. Ach so, du hast die schon. Ja, dann benutzt du sie. Ich versuche nochmal zu meinen.
Nein, die goldene Hammer kannst du haben. Ich will die nicht. Ich hab die Pistole. Ich hab die nur mitgenommen, weil die im Busch lag halt. Komm.
Ich komme auch nicht zu meinem Loot, da ist ein Bunker drauf. Da ist einer drin. Da kommen zwei zu dir.
Warte. Achso, ja, okay, du bist schon da. Warte.
Ja. Muss eine Pump haben noch.
Ja. Ich brauche etwas Mond. Es war so schlau, in den Busch die Sachen zu geben. Ja.
Alles verloren, mein Chuck. Meine 6 Schockwellen.
Dummer Mensch. Der? Also Neustart und der gewesen und ich habe keine Moon.
Ein bisschen kleiner habe ich wahrscheinlich. Nee, habe ich nicht. Da kommt einer. Der hat Munition für uns. Der ist in jedem. Pass auf, da oder oben sind welche. Wo ist denn der hin? Der ist nicht mehr in der in der Schildbubble. Doch, ist er doch. Ja, der sniped auf uns. Er kommt. Der geht hinten rum.
Ja, geil.
Noch einer. Ich habe nur 2 Pumpschuss. Wir müssen weg. Ich bin tot.
Das. Oh Mann, immer diese 2. Nein, ich darf nicht.
Hier sitzt einer. Im Haus. Keine Pumpschuss mehr.
Dummer.
Gott.
Da ist noch ein Heilautomat. Versucht da hinzukommen.
Ach Mann, gib mir doch Pumpschuss. Oh.
Sorry.
Ist gut.
Mann, bitte.
Das sind 2. Die bauen das Dach oben ab.
So, okay. Oberki. Das ist ja geil.
Das war wieder die beiden von hinten, das war nicht mal der von vorne.
Luisin. Nimmst.
So.
HDF.
Nächste Runde startet.
Gut. Ah! Ah!
Ich muss es doch immer schließen.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you want to hear? Why don't you throw this headset on?
I'm now casting the event.
Oh,
Komm
okay.
sofort wieder.
Welcome you. Thank you, Loser, for joining us.
We're doing good. He's doing so well.
Yeah, he's doing good,
isn't he?
right?
Popping off with the. I think he has the most limbs alongside Peterbot.
Yeah, he does.
Right?
Yeah, tie.
Hey,
Yeah.
all right, let's go.
So what did you guys talk about during the little bit of a break there?
About continuing to get the most limbs. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
Like placement's cool, winning is cool, but like limbs are fun. though.
Is there
Fun
a
to
player
watch.
that you're looking to eliminate in particular, though?
Me personally?
Yes.
Somerset. She's wearing my Thomas, yeah, so maybe I'll get a bit of revenge. Hopefully. Anyway, guys are doing great.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm gonna go.
All right, thank you, Loser.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I can't believe Loser Friend just came up to the stage. Oh my gosh, can you guys tell we are having so much fun right now? Oh my goodness. Let's take a look at the standings one last time before we jump back into the game. What a day. David and now Loser Fruit. We're so cool. Anyway, again, reminder at the top, Canada Saber Ronaldo, after game number 3, again, shocked us all. Just a crazy game. And now I got to ask, Viv, what do we think is going to change for the next 3 games?
I don't know. Is anything going to change, right? We've only seen one duo kind of willing to change up in the early game, Peterbot and Odyssey, right? Switching up their drop spot. Maybe they're kind of going to do something like that again. We just heard from Loserford that they're kind of expecting to continue to kind of go for the most eliminations. I'd love to see Veno and Reddish kind of enter the conversation, right? 11th place. Haven't seen a lot from them.
Yeah, we've seen Veno in the end game as a solo a few times, so being able to just kind of have Reddish there probably, as an opportunity to be a support would really change up their end game there. But for me, what I think we're going to see in game 1, we saw a lot of shockwaves. We saw a lot of shockwaves in the end game, and then games 2 and 3, it was a little bit less. I think in these next few games, these end games, especially with the mobility items, are going to be shaking up that high ground a lot.
I'm curious, will Loser Fruit get the elimination onto Lachlan? The single desire she seeks, the single elimination, will we make that happen? Speaking of course, of other conversations, could we see Thomas HT and Somerset get a victory royale? I mean, Loser Fruit's talking her up.
Will we? I think we definitely can. I think Thomas HD and Somerset, we saw Somerset on the leaderboard there for creators when it comes to damage done, so they're obviously playing pretty well. I would be curious to kind of see the leaderboard for damage done amongst the pros, because I would be not surprised if Thomas HD kind of found himself there. So, they're doing good in that department. They just got to kind of find themselves to the end game, kind of stick together as a duo.
Yeah, definitely going for that kind of early game aggression stat instead. But Zeke, I just want some more Fortnite. That's what I'm here for, and I think that's what everyone else is here for as well.
I think you guys want more games of Fortnite, right? Are you guys ready? Casters, take us in the game.
Look, we've had enough of a break. The players have all had an opportunity now to revisit some of those first 3 lobby strategies, Jacob, and the revisions have got to come through heavy because some of these teams outside that top 10 leaderboard, you know they're going to be looking to overtake.
Yeah, no, during that break, I got a chance to chat not only with some of those players, but with some of the spectators as well, and it's been in agreement. This has to be one of the most fun tournaments that we have seen in a long time. The action for the first 3 games were absolutely impeccable, and I expect it to heat up even more because even Cypher PK in one of those interviews said our game plan probably get more aggressive.
It's definitely a sea of Dream and Merge and Xset out there. So Clix, Lacey, they've got to continue trying to deliver some Victory Royale, see if they can hold on to that first place position. But we've got Game 4 on lock and ready to go.
This is it, the true halfway point of the 2025 FNCS Pro-Am competition, and where you're at on the leaderboard, I feel like dictates how you get to play. In the top 5, business as usual. Anywhere down below, if you're looking for that #1 spot and to be able to hoist that trophy, you might have to get aggressive.
But some things are not going to change as Alex opening up with a big elimination. Loser Fruit said, hey, just keep hunting them down, and he sure is delivering right now, but Faxity
I'm back.
is going to find the most shield currently at Dirty Dogs. Zemie kind of hesitating for a moment. Didn't want to take that mammoth pistol shot. Didn't feel like he was going to be able to actually close that gap. Cooper might actually be looking to take the charge though on
Guess who's back? Back again.
Kind of taking their time.
Busty's back.
Feeling things
Tell
out,
your
they
friend.
don't want to go ahead and make any decisions that they're going to regret later on. You've got to imagine you take that shot, you annoy them, something you do to Peterbot, and then he kind of hunts you down the rest of that game. Is Alex able to get that first elimination and kind of reunite?
Ton weg.
Out of the map, the dust has settled just a little bit until somebody makes a mistake.
Gon and Flakes just seem like they can't catch a break though. If it's not Faxity and Rezon, if it's not Zemie and Cooper, now they gotta worry about Oshi with Alex and Loser Fruit. And another team that the desk kind of called out, hey, we'd like to see them enter a big part of the conversation for today's competition. Peterbot though, completely taken down. Out of nowhere, typical gamer and Bugha. They just gotten up close and personal. They're tired of waiting for the action to come to them.
Oh, and that is a big loss. Not just the point that they give on over, but the Chug Jug and the legendary Slurp going on over to Typical Gamer. And it's Typical Gamer himself backs the Peterbot.
Ja, genau, tanz auf ihn.
Oh, you know Pete's mad. You know Pete's not gonna let that slide. Bugha, Typical Gamer, y'all better watch your backs, because if Pete gets onto the playing floor, it's going to be disastrous, but Mr. Savage, absolute catastrophe for him
City hat
too.
auch Peterbot nochmal geholt. Schön.
They're opening up big swings here. One elimination onto Savage now means that the exposure is so detrimental here. If Savage doesn't get a
Das hat
chance to
echt
actually
gut
touch
gemacht.
base.
Yeah, especially since he just rebooted right in front. They know Lachlan is going to be nearby. Focusing on that one. Alex does go down. Great shot by Moxie. It is going to be a trade, but Alex getting taken down by the Storm. Cypher PK being the hero, making sure that they get the revive. They don't want to waste any time sending Moxie onto the reboot, and they do get to keep their loot. A great heads-up play by Cypher PK closing in on that.
It's exactly what they needed. Alex, on the other hand, probably wishing that this exchange wouldn't have been so even. Good backup
Dieser Alex ist echt gut.
from Cypher. At the same time, Captain Shota, Toyota, they found Savage yet again, and they want more, but Savage and Lachlan, they're on the run. It's Lacey. Actually, no, cancel that. Lockie. I'm so sorry.
No, don't worry. You know that story about Lacey
Oh
and Lachlan
nein,
in the
Savage
code.
läuft genau
It's
bei
not the
Veno rein.
first person to make a little bit of a hiccup there, but they just know Savage and Lachlan have been running around. They're just on the hunt constantly. But now Savage is moving in towards Steamy Stats, and he's hoping with more and more teams over on this north side of the map that this could be a chance for them to get back up. But Benno with the all-seeing eye know that he's a solo and is immediately going on the hunt. Waiting for that perfect moment. Savage knows he can't glide up. That would leave him open to getting taken down, but Venno's gonna go ahead and seal that deal anyway.
It's just so unfair. Savage has no shield. and Venno not gonna waste any time, but this could be
Oh.
the problem. Savage being out.
Du kannst das
Rockland's
nicht.
gotta buy
Du
time
kannst
now,
kein
but
Medkit nehmen.
Somerset just aggressing so
Oh
heavily,
mein Gott.
barely managing to stay up long enough for Savage to be brought back in, but now the question is, will he be able to do the same favor for his duo? Because Somerset and Thomas are keying him heavily.
Ja, jetzt ist der wird schon lachen aber raus.
Coyote, Captain Shota is there as well. They were the ones that originally taken down Savage and Lachlan as a part of their game plan. Thomas and Somerset just taking advantage, but first place right now, taking down Ali A, Kanata and Stable Ronaldo. Getting busy here in the early game, and they have access to 2 different supply drops on the right side of the map if they want to venture towards the north.
Kanata and Ronaldo seem like they're really starting to find their rhythm here, Jacob. And if somebody's not going to force them to come to a
Ey,
bit of a
meine beiden
stoppage,
Favoriten, nur Dritter und Fünfter.
they might just start building
Was ist denn das?
points too many for some of these other teams to really keep up with. But Mongrel, Allier, right now, the trouble is both in front and behind them. They're just looking for any sort of a breath of fresh air, but the lobby is just continuing to close in. It's a mayday situation here for Mongrel. And I'm not sure he's going to be left standing for much longer.
Yeah, in the mini-map alone, there's about 5 teams, so it's not going to be easy for Ali A to get back up into this game. Especially since he's just going to get rebooted over and over again right above Mongo. Typical Gamer and Bugha. They were the ones that got that initial elimination onto Peterbot over towards Slurpee. That was able to get him a good amount of loot to take this far into the end game as Ali A gets picked off yet again by Peterbot. Hey, if anybody is going to be a second half player in this tournament, it's got to be him, right?
Feel bad for Bugha, though. He just got robbed a little bit there by Pete. Did all the heavy lifting, landing that body shot with the Mammoth pistol just for the single tag to credit that elimination towards Peterbot. And Pete, 0 complaints. Probably happy that Bugha was able to still set him up indirectly. Zemie Cooper, kind of just taking a moment, though. They've got space, they've got time to work with, plenty of material, really solid loadouts, mobility, chug-jug, splashes. This is practically everything you could ask for.
Especially since the zone is opening up in their favor, all the way towards the north, all the way behind them to the east. They know it's in zone, and they know the chances of teams being back there is relatively low. Not necessarily impossible as Peterbot. No, this is not the same replay we've seen. This is just Peterbot bullying Ali A. He said, you know what, Zeke? I don't care what you have to say.
Oh my goodness, this is sickening. Peterbot, let Ali A land, man. This guy, it just gets nothing except a constant replay cycle, Jacob. The lobby is only allowing him to exist to farm elim points off of.
It's like poking the bear. You poke Peterbot one too many times, you land near his drop spot.
Look at everybody shooting at
Peterbot again! He has 5 eliminations. I believe 4 of them are just farming Ali A out of the sky.
Du kriegst pro Eliminierung einen Punkt. Deswegen hat der jetzt schon 5 Punkte, weil er die ganze Zeit diesen Ali A holt. Pro Eliminierung 1 Punkt und die Platzierungspunkte fangen erst bei Top 20, glaube ich, an. Also Top 10 Duo. Es sind ja 20 Duos und ab Top 10 gibt es, glaube ich, erst Platzierungspunkte.
Aussie maybe keeping tabs though on the next loot crate. Jacob, Cammy, they could be looking like they want to actually steal this one for themselves. But look at Cold and Courage.
Oder ist der nächste.
We got it. You're not just taking it. No, you go somewhere else, the other side of the map, please.
Der kann da gerade so Punkte farmen.
Watching this highlight reel of Ali A being elimed off cooldown.
This is just insane. Peterbot without the Mammoth either, just dealing tons of damage along with Ozzy, and they have their plan set forward. Then you got one team on one side of the map with Peterbot, calm as can be. On the other side, deep in the zone, 1v1, Thomas versus Venno. A battle of the ages for EU. He's gonna shockwave into the box, cause chaos, but Venno's gonna see that one coming. Quickly Bill trying to defend himself. Thomas not falling off just yet. Misses that opportunity by not firing the shot. That's gonna allow for Venno to stay alive just a little bit longer.
2 Giganten kämpfen gegeneinander. Thomas und Venno.
Thomas HD here, and Venno still under so much pressure. Thomas does have a full chug jug if he needs it. And he's going to have to opt for the chug jug.
Oh,
But
und Venno stirbt an Green Light. Oh.
Manages to just barely find
a handful of bandages inside of Steamy Sacks, but Thomas, he's putting on so much pressure. He doesn't want to let Benno get any kind of healing off.
And sure enough, Benno, he just had the clock working against him.
Yeah, eventually Thomas knew he has to pop the bandage or fight back, and if he fights back, he's going down either way. Luckily for Benno, though, Reddish is going to be there on the outskirts, not necessarily getting contested yet. For Coyote, Captain Shota, they're going to be on top of the Steamy Stacks. They know they can use that to rotate forward, save the shockwaves, the grapples, and the crash pads for later, but they're just waiting to hunt this team down.
Wait, I don't know if Thomas is aware of the fact that those two are even up on top of Steamy Stacks. Luckily, though, they're going to make their departure before they decide to introduce themselves to Somerset and Thomas. Still, trouble brewing.
Dieser Ali A schafft überhaupt nicht mehr zu lang.
Couple of shots being sent their way, a few strays. Peterbot, no Aussie in sight, but Peterbot's applying so much pressure onto Clix and
Zemie ist
Rezon, and
tot.
there's another team just ahead of the other side of those walls. But Peterbot is a solo. Aussie gonna manage to tag team, but it's Aussie and Ali A just fighting for their lives to try and land here.
That's A-okay. Peterbot.
Oh nö, what's happened?
Ali A just fighting for their lives to try and land here.
That's A-okay. Peterbot.
Nee, keine Ahnung. Ich glaube, die haben ein Problem mit ihrem Stream. Das ist nicht bei mir.
Ali A just fighting for their lives to try and land here.
That's A-okay. Peterbot.
Deren Stream scheint abgekürzt zu sein. Abgestürzt. Wo ist Fortnite?
Kann gesundes...
Ich habe 99 Anwendungsspieler eingeladen, die gegen eine Person antreten. Und zwar gegen Rezon. Falls es jemanden da draußen gibt, der ihn noch nicht kennt, er hat über 1,5 Million Euro Fortnite-Earnings, war schon über 20 Mal im FNCS Grand Final und gehört damit zu den erfolgreichsten Fortnite-Spielern weltweit. Meine Aufgabe wird es heute sein, ihn unter 9...
Halte mal die Gosch. Kato. Deren Stream ist abgestürzt. Unfassbar. Auf Dings auch, auf Twitch. Wow. Das ist nicht wahr, ne? Vor 2 Minuten gestreamt. Ist abgestürzt von denen.
Gotta be real careful though, Skirt.
Crashed. Stream ended on Fortnite page. Crashed. Ah, die starten den mit Sicherheit gleich neu. Auf Twitch ist auch nicht mehr. Alle down. Savage Stream down. Clix Stream down. Alle tot. Die.
more, $50,000 for that first place, but it's almost like exactly what you said. No one wants to get last. Everybody wants to hoist that trophy, and it kind of leads to my prediction of Peterbot and Aussie antics, right? Huge fan of Aussie. Everybody's got in the world probably a fan of Peterbot.
Everyone
But it
live
was
had
actually at last
Christian
year's
LA.
Global Championship. I asked him, what's next? How are you going to do it? He doesn't necessarily care to just win. He wants to dominate. He wants to be the best player in the game, and with 5 FNCS championships, he is well on his way there.
But that's just the thing. The caliber of competitors that we have in this lobby mixed in with what you would expect to be a little bit more of a casual environment, but
Dead. Das hört immer in der gleichen Szene auf. Siehst auch.
First time this has ever happened in Fortnite, no? No, even the game, like the internet crashed for all the players. Like, there's no internet in this, and like all the players' internets are out, and the broadcasters' internet's out. Bro, this is
crash.
crazy, bro. Freaking need for books, bro. Chat, you know who to blame in a situation like this. Need for books.
Das ist natürlich schade für Peterbot, dass er so viele Kills gemacht hat und die Runde wahrscheinlich nicht zählen wird. Oh, ist das ärgerlich. Ach, ist das ärgerlich.
Is it confirmed DDoS? I mean, I don't know if I'd say that yet.
It's too easy. It's too easy to roam in. Like, I think somebody got down on the first floor and turned something off.
Oh no, all the
No,
let's get the
Runde
crowd
ist stehen
hyped,
geblieben.
dude. Let's start t-shirt cannons or something.
Like, people are getting up here. Dude, there's like kids behind us.
Give out some V-Buck cards.
Oh, you can't flip. Wow.
David needs to
Hey, can you
perform.
guys make sure you follow the stream if you're new? Use my code in the.
Das ist crazy aus so einem Turnier. Wieso kommt jetzt wieder?
You know, Courage has been taking this extremely seriously.
Yeah, initially
Drag people.
Yeah, I can tell you.
Is kind of a terrifying duo, and guys, I will go ahead and admit something to you now. When Duo Day happened, obviously we were seeing the duos announced come together, and I kept, you know, I was going one by one. I saw Thomas HD and Somerset, and I thought, oh, that's really cool, and I kind of moved on. Then I had to kind of stop myself and take a kind of step back and wait. Well, hold on, Zeke. Did you read that right? Thomas HD and Somerset?
Yeah, leading up into this event, a lot of people make their prediction lists, top 3, top 5, and this duo is in pretty much every single person's top 5 list. And there's obvious reasons why. I mean, Thomas HG is the best player in Fortnite to never win an FNCS title. I don't even know how many second places he's won. And then, of course, you have Somerset, winner of multiple votes, as well as getting third place at the most recent Milk Cup LAN. I mean, they are incredible competitors, and having that competitive mindset is definitely going to set themselves up for success.
Yeah, this duo has put us in a little bit of a gray area, right? We're supposed to have a professional player on one side, content creator on the other side. Obviously, Somerset, great content creator, but she is just so invested in the Fortnite competitive. I think nobody would bat an eye to call her.
Mehr gucken. Global Championship. Das sind die falschen. Chapter 3. Globals. Oh mein Gott. 2023 war das, glaube ich, ne? Day 3? Ne, 2022. Wünsche des. Day 2. Wie hieß das denn? Global Championship? Oh nein. Es geht nicht weiter zurück. Ach. Wieso geht das nicht weiter zurück? Ja, da hast du. Was ist denn 20? 23 zeigen sie nicht mehr. Haben sie gelöscht. Ja, einer der besten Momente.
Queasy, Vino are trying to take it by force!
You only win in one way, and that's taking
Beste
that
Season.
crown. Vino is here. Queasy is here. Down goes Zemie. It's a big trade. It's a one-on-one. This has to be one of the most explosive head-to-heads we have ever seen. Vino has to get this thirst here. He knows now it means everything. We might as well seal this deal. Why wait?
Bubble shield going out. He's trying to bait it. He's trying to bait the revive so that way Cammy might peek. Breaks through the wall.
Shot's gonna be fired! And they do it! Become Legends are on top!
Become Legends has officially managed to win the biggest fight of their careers. Cammy and Seti put it all on the table. And you know what? I absolutely respect Queasy and Vino for giving it that.
Das habe ich auch so oft früher geguckt.
Let the world hear you scream!
It is that time. It's game time.
Polska
You
Kurwa.
can just hear the crowd going crazy. Oh my God!
What is this?
Wie heißt denn? Oh, wie heißt der denn nochmal? Ich hab's vergessen. Wie heißt der denn nochmal? Ich folge den noch auf Twitter, glaube ich. Mal eben gucken, ob schon wieder geht. Oh. Nö. Boiko, warum komme ich denn jetzt nicht auf den Namen? Ich folge dem nicht mehr. Ich gucke einfach einen Stream von der letzten. Hier ist er doch. Wie heißt er denn nochmal? Das ist
himself.
NA. NA ist er nicht, der ist Europa.
And they are never
Even
anything
2K,
less than
my
insane
God.
to watch. The fun we have when we are talking about these guys on the desk or watching them in Game 11, it's unparalleled.
Oh mein Gott, und schreiben kann ich auch nicht. Das ist auch so. So geisteskrank, ja.
You wanna know how I'm feeling?
Yeah.
I'm feeling like...
Oh, warte. Geht nicht lauter.
It all comes down to this. One more game remaining. Legacy's on the line. I think back to moments. This game's all about moments. Fortnite's about moments. I think back to the World Cup. The young Argentinian king fighting to push his family's life over, fighting for his destiny. I think back to even earlier yesterday. Swizzy, all the adversity he's faced, fighting up against the best duo in the world, Peter and Poy in a 1v2. He did it. I think back to the Invitational 2022.
Das war das gerade, Kami.
Against Seti and Kami to win it all. This game is about moments. Fort Worth, are you ready for a moment? Nah. Fort Worth, I said, are you ready?
Der Typ ist auch so geisteskrank cool.
The final game is here. It is time to crown some champions. Royal Arena, are you ready? The players on this stage have given everything of their being to be here for this.
Ja, ich glaube, das war's. Kriegen sie es nicht gefixt?
Wix gibt dir das Potenzial von...
Yeah, Pete had 7 kills, and they're rerunning it.
All time on YouTube for sure. I had like 6,000 viewers on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, please drop a like. Let's get to 1,000 likes. The broadcast should be back soon.
Dude, thank God for iRoll Toolkit and like my setup, bro. Wow. Shout out to Bloomy, by the way.
They leaked the chat server, yeah, but I think they'll fix all that. That's why they blacked every stream out. They'll probably fix that.
Shit's been clutch, bro.
Yeah, a lot of people probably were stacked there. It's just unlucky.
For me and Pilot,
Oh no, 100% that's my peak on YouTube. 6,000? I don't even think I've had 1,000 on YouTube before. Let's heck and go, dude.
Like 4K quality, bro. Look at this. Look how far down she is, bro.
Surging forward, so to speak, to use a Fortnite term inaccurately. I think we're gonna do.
You can see what's on their desk, bro.
Das ist der einzige, der live ist, hat einfach 38.000 Zuschauer.
When we've got feet as well, we can make even more noise, right? So we're gonna practice, we're gonna get our feet warmed up now for when our players come back on stage. Because when they return to this stage, I want them to give them the loudest welcome they've had so far, okay? So we're gonna stop with our feet.
What
Just
happened?
our feet now, I want to see what noise that makes, okay? On the count of 3, stop your feet. 1, 2, 3!
Nope.
Sounds like there's a storm coming, okay? Now we're gonna add just your hands, your feet, your hands, no voices, okay? 1, 2, 3.
This is like when Ninja did the
Also
vlog.
Fortnite kriegt Sinn, dass nicht nur die Server Arsch sind, die schaffen auch das nicht.
Cricket.
Okay, now we're gonna add those voices and we're really gonna see if we can raise the roof of this place. Okay, 1, 2, 3, make some noise!
Chills, bro. Chills. You get chills too? Yeah. Chills.
I'm incredibly impressed with you guys right now. You're doing amazing.
She's trying, bro. I know. I'm just fucking with her, bro. I know how difficult this is. She has to sit here and entertain like 2,000 people in an arena with just a microphone. Dude, this is actually hard. Like, you're entertaining a bunch of 8-year-olds, bro. I know.
Die haben kein Internet.
I'm not like she's very good at her job, bro. She's always been very good.
Komplett Internetausfall in der Halle.
No, this is not an easy job entertaining an arena like this. She got no script, nothing, bro. She's out
Ja,
there just coming up
wenn es
with
wieder läuft, wird es wohl wieder gestartet, aber... Die sind bestimmt bei Vodafone. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. Ja, ich glaube, die kommen wieder, die Spieler.
Wait, courage.
Nein, nur Courage.
Like low-key, I'm the Fortnite broadcast.
Der hat einfach 40.000 Zuschauer, weil er der Einzige ist, der mit dem Handy filmen kann da.
What a go. Woo! My go! That's the A-team! Boo! Nick 830, you're my go! No! Absolutely not! Fatty! You can't do one!
Who do you think will win? You think you can beat Nick? Nick's kind of tough, bro. Nick's kind of tough. You think
Kurt's gonna beat me up for that later.
You're gonna never back down. You're never gonna give up.
Never back down, never what?
I think you guys both
Hit it.
Never give up. Head on.
Oh my god. Yo, why don't they put me out there for push up competition?
I'll count.
I'm
Na. Rudi. Hä?
Hier leben wir.
Ich weiß nicht, wie gerne die das sehen, wenn ich Werbung mache.
Monster. Weißt du nicht, was er getan hat? Du hast es geschworen.
Ein Berg ist voller Kontraste. Man muss sich immer an die aktuellen Verhältnisse anpassen, damit man keiner Gefahr ausgesetzt ist.
Kompetenz zahlt sich aus, auch bei Ihrer Geldanlage. Union Investment. Aus Geld Zukunft machen.
Der macht einfach 5 Minuten Werbung, der Sack.
Absurd schnell Geld aufs Ba-
Are they gonna say Bucky FPS? This Samsung is insane. I'm in like 4K quality, bro. Look at this. Look how far down she is, bro.
Dude, wow, this is actually crazy.
You can see what's on their desk, bro.
What happened? The Wi-Fi of USC like crashed.
Peter's 6 kills.
Twitch and Fortnite Pro AM Tournament servers are down. Twitch war auch tot.
11 is not there.
No.
Ah.
This is like when Ninja did the floss.
Yeah, let's get us to 1,000 likes, chat. I wonder. Dang, bro, we're gonna be here for a while. Well, wait, the stream's back. All right, main broadcast is back.
Chill, bro. Chill.
Chill.
Chill too. Chill.
Nah, dude, Bucky is making bank right now. He had 50K viewers.
She's trying, bro. I know. I'm just fucking with her, bro. I know how difficult this is. She has to sit here and entertain.
Dude, she better get some OT for this.
Der macht immer noch Werbung.
She's
Wow.
literally making all this stuff up on the fly.
I know. No, she's actually very. I'm not like she's very good at it.
I'm 6 can you
Mom, it's the only person live at Pro-Am. How do I go from DQ'd from LAN to the LAN? I am the LAN. Chat, start calling me the LAN. Wait. Oh, stream's back. Oh. Stream's back. I was the LAN.
Kind of want to ask the car to do some push-ups now, but I know he's got an important job to do.
Dude, if they had me go out there and do push-ups for this arena would shut down. It'd be an aura farm. It'd be an aura overload. It'd be radiating.
Would you guys like to hear from Mr. Savage?
Woo! Bar champ!
All right, Mr. Savage.
All right, Mr. Savage.
How are you finding it here in America?
I mean, it's amazing. The support is crazy. All the fans is crazy.
Aura.
People watching is crazy. We're about to start game 4.
Aura overload.
We are going to get back into game 4.
Bar champ!
Oh, leck. Buff. Datenvolumen weg. Jetzt gibt es gar keinen mehr. Spielberg weg, 13 Sekunden. Oder 13 Minuten. Oh, meine Ohren, ey. Zwölf Minuten.
Get back.
Hey, du bist dumm. Ja, ach was. Wir haben ja auch nur 4 Stunden gepennt. Wir sind den ganzen Tag Auto gefahren. Ja. Und hatten dann Event. Dann 4 Stunden gewichst. Soll ich mir jetzt Be Right Back 12 Minuten?
Wie heißt denn die Seite von Fortnite selber? Ist die nicht Fortnite Competitive bei Twitch? Die machen auch nur Werbung. Wow.
Cool Elixir, the new oud treasure.
Ein FNCS, den kann man sich umsonst holen. Eine Stunde 30 Minuten. Tschüss. Für den Spray. Treibt doch. Auf YouTube wollen sie scheinbar immer noch nicht. Mal gucken, was Twitter zu dem Ganzen sagt. Alles gut, Kiwi. Kannst sowieso nichts machen im Moment. Ich gucke gerade schon mal, ob ich Digger Wiesen Sticker finde, aber. Chat. Das war Wutzi. So habe ich Wutzi auf einmal hier. Heißen die überhaupt Sticker? Emojis heißen die, mein Gott.
Wie muss ich mein Kleid waschen? Einwaschprogramm mit
Emojis.
Soll ich's einfach einlegen? Nein, hier ist auf links, damit die Pailletten geschützt werden. Darf ich es in den Trockner tun? Das Pflegeetikett sagt nein. Oh, zum Glück habe ich gefragt. Du hast mein Date gerettet.
Ach, da muss man sich wieder anmelden. Das ist doch Arsch.
12 Jahre im Fass. Der Geschmack wird voller, smoother, mit rauchiger Note. Klingt gut, schmeckt immer noch am besten.
Gib Vollgas und begib dich im brandneuen Mario Kart World auf die Rennstrecke. Fordere deine Freunde
YouTube gibt's hier nicht.
Rennen mit insgesamt 24 Spielern heraus und mache jeden Ort zu deiner Rennstrecke. Heize um die Welt, gemeinsam wann und wo du willst. Mario Kart World, nur für Nintendo Switch 2.
Wir wollen die auf YouTube heute nicht mehr starten?
Wochen sind zurück. Jetzt mit deinem Hey Obi-Konto bei jedem Einkauf Punkte sammeln und Prämien sichern. Im Markt oder online. Jetzt registrieren und teilnehmen. Alles machbar mit Obi. All das. Schon ab 1,50 €. Die neuen Max Smart Snacks. Jetzt 11 Snacks günstig genießen. Nur bei McDonald's.
Die Pizza La Mia Grande ist groß, sogar weit über den Tellerrand hinaus. Der
Mal.
Teig extra dünn. Darauf natürlich Mozzarella. Und wenn Salami, Calabrese. Alles wie aus deiner Lieblingspizzeria. Da verneigt sich sogar der Boden. Pizza La Mia Grande von Dr. Oetker. Neu La Mia Familia. Pizzabrötchen mit cremiger Füllung. Außen knusprig, innen fluffig. Perfekt zum Snacken und Teilen. La Mia Familia. Neu von Dr. Oetker.
Ich will kein Gesicht. Oh nein. Oh nein.
Deine Leidenschaft
Zurück.
muss nicht sauber sein. Deine Leidenschaft muss nicht allen gefallen. Noch braucht sie irgendwelche Follower.
Digga.
Deine Leidenschaft gehört nur dir
Wiesel.
allein. Also, genieße sie. Radeberger Pilsner. Auf die Leidenschaft.
Da muss man doch noch irgendwas drum machen können. Nein, ich will das nicht speichern. Ist das dumm. Upload. Schussfile. Jetzt nicht nur einen Text einfügen?
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Pro-Am. We are truly sorry for that. It seems there was a power outage. All of USC went down. It was crazy. Heat wave. Who knew? But it's okay. We're not going to let that kill our vibes, right? There was heat outside, but there's heat in these very walls right now because the first 3 games were unbelievable. Now, obviously, we didn't finish out Game 4. We're just going to go ahead and scratch that one out. I know, but we're going to go ahead and play Games 4 through 6 like normal. There's still a competition to be had. There's still prize money to be passed around. And, of course, a beautiful trophy from Thomas Light to go to the winners of the competition. Really quickly, maybe you're just kind of tuning in. Thank you for tuning in with us. We're excited to see you. Want to take a look at the standings. Kind of remind ourselves where we left things before all the craziness went down. Canada, Stable Ronaldo got themselves a victory royale and suddenly find themselves at the top of the league.
Ich möchte hier was machen, aber es klappt nicht.
South zones since Major 2, so hopefully in games 4 through 6 we get some more South zones for them. But honestly, I think even without that this is a duo that could easily make their way into the end game, regardless of where those zone polls. I mean, look at the amount of eliminations that they're able to hold, being only just 1 elimination short of Aussie Antics and Peterbot.
Yeah, we're always talking about zone polls, but look, it's Kanada and Ron. They are both not only FNCS Major Finals participants, they are champions, both of them in the FNCS. So, you know, I'm not really surprised to see them at the top. The question is, they are very close to second, even third place. We were just speaking with Ron. He's feeling confident, but in that second place spot, it is Seti and Daya.
That's right. Mentals are good. Games are ready. So we're jumping right back into the action. Casters, take it away.
We all know that Allier has some shooters maybe on that USC campus, okay? What was taking place in Game 4 hopefully is not a reoccurring theme here, but Mongrel, Allier, they've got an opportunity now to try and run it back with a new strategy for Game 4, Jacob.
Yeah, and I just kind of hope throughout that break, you know, they have that mental toughness. They stayed focused. They had their eye on the prize the entire time because there were some push-ups going down. I feel for Cypher's arms. I feel for Nick and Courage's arms. I don't know how they're going to hit a shot after.
Nah, Nick, it's another day at the office. That man is built for doing push-ups, okay? You don't start a push-up competition without feeling confident that you're going to bring it home. Respect though to Cypher. He tried his best. I feel like Courage might have been an intervening factor, but we got Game 4 ready to go. Let's run it back.
And we are back for game number 4, the second half of the day. And honestly, from what we've seen before everything happened, we saw a little bit more confidence going down around the entirety of the lobby. Obviously, kind of helping those players that are a little bit more down on the leaderboard than we would kind of guess.
Steamy stack, so Vano, Reddish, they're going to be the first ones to touch ground, and Vano immediately trying to pan to a separate direction, trying to see if there's anybody that he can look to take out. Reddish, slightly different mentality, wants to just prioritize that loop path.
I just saw it in the feed too. It looks like Bugha is getting his hands dirty this time, taking down Peterbot early. Mongrel getting taken down by Nikov, and you're just seeing a lot of these contested fights break out relatively early in some portions of the map. But for Zemie and Cooper, they are one of the few teams that have the most practice as an entire duo. They know how they want to play. They know how they want to approach the situations. So no matter what happens in and around their drop, I don't think they're going to get too antsy.
Okay, wie gleich. Ich muss hier gerade was machen.
They've been having to deal with the brunt of the focus, though, at Dirty Docks. We kind of expected that there'd be a lot of motion happening once we saw Faxity and Rezon decide to last-minute contest on the day. But even with the heads-up from last night, even with Rezon announcing it to everyone, we are going to that Dirty Docks strip. It still made things so difficult for Gun and Flakes today because everyone has just taken notice of that action.
That's kind of the thing, is everybody just kind of feeling each other out in the first couple of games and kind of realizing any strategies that kind of pointed out notice. We've seen a lot of players solo dropping, letting their teammates keep them alive. It's about a 12-second respawn. You lose time on that respawn for knocks, eliminations, and full squad wipes. And hopefully they're able to kind of utilize it. This Peterbot looking for a little bit of revenge, but it is going to be on Mongrel at the outside of the zone. Nice attempt by Mongrel trying to land the shot.
Ach Mann, ich lade das nicht runter.
And a little bit too fast that Mongrel's just going to have to slowly but surely try to back down and reassess the situation.
Pretty much all of that piece control, though, belongs to Peterbot, and he just continues applying pressure steadily to Mongrel. Mongrel, though, a little bit of a bite back here. Big crack into Peterbot's shield, and Allier, he might actually have his revenge. Peterbot in a little bit of a pickle here, but Mongrel, he can't close in just fast enough.
Allier really saying enough is enough. And now we got Ozzy versus Allier. The almost full piece coming out from Ozzy. He is feeling the confidence.
Ist das blöde.
Peter saying, bro, you have to get this guy off me. And now he's dancing, doing a little two-step on one side. Ozzy getting aggressive. And that's the thing. They are down further on the leaderboard than anyone would have expected. They need aggression. They need eliminations. And now that Peterbot won his, he said, yo, look, Pete, there's another.
It's not just that. Aussie pulling back. Peterbot likely telling Aussie, do not eliminate Allier. Mongrel's already been taken out. We can focus him instead. We know that he's weak. We know that he's low, but Peterbot, it might have been a distraction. A fake out, if you will. As Aussie continues to try and chase out Mongrel, Peterbot is still watching, lying in wait for Allier to expose himself.
I'm just saying, this is the Ozzy I really wanted to see. It feels like he's feeling himself right now. Four shockwaves, breaks into the box, and he almost, oh, he does! Ozzy takes down Mongrel! Woo, this is what I came to see this weekend.
Peterbot was gassing Ozzy.
Muss man sich hier wirklich überall immer einbilden? Das ist doch dumm. Stelle ein Emoji.
Backing that statement up. He is popping off. The fact is, Mongrel is going to have some serious difficulties. He is being the punching bag now of match 4. Allier might have just passed the torch along to his teammate.
He's just been hiding down underneath. Peterbot misses the shot, but now he has a full boxed up underneath. This is all over. As long as Peterbot can land the shots necessary, Allier is not able to get out as he lands continuing shots after another. 3 straight back to back to back. But at least Allier, you see the smile. He's a good sport for it.
My heart hurts every time Allier gets eliminated at this point.
Es geht nicht.
You gotta feel for them, but Mongrel's at least still alive. Aussie has opted to pull back. Slurpee still a little bit in zone, but this is the early game. There are still some recovery methods that could take place here. Don't want to count them out just yet, but it is going to be a very rough uphill battle for Allier and Mongrel to find their momentum.
And at the end of the day, honestly, it doesn't matter how many times you go down, as long as you can go ahead and get eliminations from yourself to keep it relatively close. Nobody chasing them this time around, so Allier and Mongrel will have a good opportunity to load up over on the eastern side of Slurpee Swamp for now, until they get sniffed out by any of the competition. But I also did see Somerset getting taken down in the feed by Savage and Lachlan not too long ago, and she's forced to reboot. You notice she's not in the zone. She knows there's safety, there's time towards the outside, and that's exactly what she's doing.
Keep an eye, though. Veno and Reddish could be in a little bit of trouble. They don't want to find themselves pincer between Courage, Cole, Thomas, Somerset, but Veno, he's exactly where he wants to be, tangoing with Seti. Gets that initial elimination and sends Seti packing.
Literally just stole that wall away, didn't give Seti a chance to think about what he's going to do. But Lachlan, fresh rebooted back up. You see him, watching him like a hawk. Coyote is going to be able to, I was going to say get the knock, but it's Thomas HD who steals that one away onto Lachlan yet again. So for Coyote and Captain Chota, even though they're going to have to rotate on out, they have to figure out a way to kind of seal the deal on some of these eliminations and not let them slip through their fingers.
Kann ich jetzt einen Text einfügen?
That you're going to keep being brought back into this match so long as your duo is alive, but for Lachlan, for Mongrel Allier, we're looking at some of these teams that have just been struggling non-stop because
Pinsel, Vordergrund, Hintergrund, Text.
to farm anything up, Jacob. They're just trying to avoid being some of the first teams eliminated as Coyote, Shota now applying so much more pressure onto where Savage and Lockyer are actually at. And Coyote might be able to just force them to completely clash with them head on. But Savage is doing what he can. Savage is buying a little bit of space here.
Yeah, and this is a winnable situation for Mr. Savage. He has the pump. There's a Maven and attack on the other side. Not as hard hitting, even if you are a duo. So if Savage can figure out a way to wiggle in and out of some of these builds, draw out a 1v1, and maybe Lachlan catching somebody off guard, dealing some damage, it is going to be doable. They have the crash pad, well, 6 of them to be exact for Mr. Savage. So being able to disengage, also an idea in the back of their minds.
But if it's up to Savage, he'd much rather just let Koyota and Shota rotate out first, and they'll just try to play catch up after the fact. But with Thomas and Somerset also so close by, Menno and Reddish too, you can never count out being third party. So as aggressive as Shota and Koyota want to be, they're gonna immediately jump into Lachlan's box one more time. He is sent back to the reboot cycle, and this is where it gets very difficult because now Savage shooting at the crash pad, even trying to ensure that nobody can give chase, but he's just so low on material, Jacob. He is fully just bailing out.
Yeah, he's going over towards Steamy. He has to look for scraps, for bandages. That's going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. But if he doesn't find anything from here on out, Savage will go down yet again, but at least he's given a chance to get Lachlan back in the game. Somerset, Thomas, they got that one elimination from the backside of the zone. And this is a strategy, talking about Thomas and Somerset, if they go down early, they will not be afraid to stagger themselves back in the zone because it's slurp rush.
Ja, ich bin wieder da. Ich habe gerade was versucht.
For sure, but even then, you don't want to keep allowing other teams to farm those individual elimination points off of you, and one team that
Ich weiß nicht mal, wie das geht. Muss ich die, glaube ich, als Standardmoderator entfernen?
Okay, yeah, sweet. Come grab this. Okay,
I got the pulse rifle.
Wait, the pulse rifle?
Yeah.
Yo,
We win.
So, jetzt.
Alright, here, take.
I think it's coming out.
I got his back wall, but just walks with him. Nice. I thought someone rat on me, but I didn't show.
Ich habe versucht, einen Sticker zu machen gerade, hat aber nicht geklappt. Ich muss das mal in Ruhe machen.
Yikes. I kind of feared for the rest of the lobby. Mongo getting taken down twice, but the mythic pulse rifle in Peterbot's
Ja, Peterbot kriegt das Impulse-Rifle.
damage by scoping in just like this from far away, or the hip fire spray kind of works similar to an SMG, so he is looted and booted, ready to go.
A couple of eliminations onto Mongrel, nice, sure enough, but Peterbot is literally just said, we win. That is how confident he feels having this weapon at his disposal, Jacob, and the rest of the lobby, understanding the impact he might have, they're not going to try to stick around Slurpy Swamp much longer. They're all just trying to immediately rotate around. Thomas, the highlight reel is back with this mammoth pistol. They've been trailing behind Koyota and Captain Shota for so long, and now Shota, Koyota paying the price.
I really believed in Thomas hitting that last shot at the last second. I thought it was going to be possible, but those are the dangers that you face around the entire lobby. If you kind of just get caught off guard for a second, the Mammoth pistol, especially a headshot, can change the game around in the blink of an eye. Zemie and Cooper, they have such a good loadout, at least in the former global championship hand in Cooper. Zemie's there, and Zemie, no stranger to third-party style events. He has some big wins under his belt as well.
Saw for a moment there, caught a glimpse, Peterbot Aussie just looking to take an elevated peak position over Slurpy. They've got a pretty good idea of where some of the other teams are trying to rotate through. Queasy, Nick, a little bit more towards that front side of zone.
Oh, es ist auf YouTube wieder live. Ich gehe mal eben auf YouTube rüber. Ich bei denen hier immer ein bisschen Angst habe. Bei Twitch. Die droppen immer zu viele Sachen. Und zu viel Werbung.
Come their way. They'll be more than prepared to look for those eliminations, but they want to prioritize the positioning.
You see Captain Shota just getting taken down.
Jetzt schon wieder 6 Punkte. Wie die Runde eben.
But I believe the point actually does go over to Cooper and Zemie. And this is zone 6, 10 seconds left. Reboots will disable. So anybody that is eliminated now on respawn will have a chance to get back into the game. But Taco, as of now, reboots are disabled.
And that might just be worst case scenario here for Shota. He's trying to swing around. Fortunately for him, a little bit of indirect assistance from the lobby.
Aber so gut ist das eben gerade nicht von Peterbot mit dem Impulse Rifle.
Hotshots at Shota. And that is a big saving grace. But it might not make a difference for some of these other duos looking to rotate around Slurpy. Bugha, typical gamer. Gotta be wary of what's lurking above.
Hey, Peterbot just continuing where he left off, just farming elim after elim after elim. Zone pulling towards the northwest or northeastern side of Slurpy Swamp here. kind of back home for Peterbot and Ozzy, but Persetti and Gaia,
Jetzt kommt
they
keine
have a
Werbung
decent
mehr.
rotation. They can one-hop it to the front side of the zone. They can sacrifice the HP if they want to try to take some high ground, but for now, they're just trying to take it slow and steady. 7th zone, 5 more to go. You don't want to bite out more than you can chew at any moment.
And look, it doesn't need to be flashy. Persetti and Gaia, they found a lot of success with consistency by just playing to their team's strengths. Both of these players are competent. They've got a decent amount of LAN experience and just in-game competitive knowledge, and they're letting it be put on full display here currently. Savage and Lachlan, they've been working a little bit chalked since that early start, but Shota just cannot escape Peterbot's vision. Peterbot just entirely too high up. The advantages are so steep, and that's going to be Shota knocked one more time by Peterbot. Ozzy knows his responsibility. Let me just keep the material count high.
Yep, they're on the high ground right now, and that resource management is going to be crucial if you're looking to take it and keep it from zone to zone to zone and not really have to use the shockwave. Underneath, though, Cooper, Zemie, they do have the front side of zone already underneath their grasp. They have the luxury to be able to wait here, Taco. They can wait for it to open up, shockwave to the front side of zone to keep their position, or they can use their materials and tunnel their way there.
But some of these teams that were leading
Komm, Rezon,
towards
hol dir
that
mal da
top
oben
end
runter.
leaderboard in our top 3 position, they've got to be getting a little bit nervous, seeing that elimination feed constantly light up with Peterbot's name and Clix. He's got a whole slew of problems right in front of him. Cooper and Zemie nearly taking him out. Lacey still a little bit left behind. Can he reunite? Crash pad gonna catapult him straight to the front side. He's building, he's boxing, but that's his last splash. Now he has to wait for Clix to play catch up.
Now, at least they've reunited into the same box. Clix now taking charge, even giving up some of the heals on over to Lazy. They might have shockwave him out of zone one game, but they won't want to make that mistake again, especially with the leaderboard this close. Rezon getting a pair of eliminations. Stable Ronaldo now left by himself with Panada getting taken down, and he's somebody, we talked about his experience. He has a ton of it, but how much is it?
It's gotta be enough, Jacob. If anything, Ron's familiar with pressure, so he'll try to let that experience carry over into this type of solo clutch, but clutching is going to be so problematic. Everybody just getting so congested outside of Slurpee, and with Peterbot and Aussie fully controlling the flow of this lobby, we saw Baxity for a moment, but it was only just a shockwave, a crash pad. Everybody trying to just stay one step ahead of the pack.
It's going to be extremely difficult for anybody to look up and try to contest it because of that mythic pulse rifle. Just constant pressure coming down from Peterbot and Ozzy. Everybody can feel it, and even Peterbot's just going down low, making sure to reconnect. The FNCS strategies are coming out in full force. That's how serious Peterbot's taking the second half.
And look at Aussie from behind playing that supportive measure too. Peterbot, he's got open season on the rest of this lobby. All of these mid-tier, low-ground layers just getting smothered on top of each other. Peterbot and Aussie have a full chokehold on this lobby right now, but typical gamer, Bugha, they're looking to try and make their debut. They're tarping their way through that secondary height, and Aussie, he's gonna be forced to actually pull back. Took a little bit too much damage. He's gonna have to wait for the heals to pay out, but now, Queasy still alive as a solo.
Shockwaving, destroying some builds, but giving him a little bit of cover to look through, but Lacy spots him out, gets the elimination. 10th zone, placement points have not even set in just yet. 11 teams still alive.
Zemie lebt doch noch. Zemie und Cooper.
Players playing as solos, Bugha being one of them. Lands a good shot on the Courage, but not enough to get that green light to go. Cooper, Zemie, they clean up Lacy, leaving Clix by himself, and this is where players are falling left, right, and center. Clix might be one of them because he's feeling the pressure.
And Clix, he only has 2 builds left. Make that one build and a dream. Doesn't even get a chance to heal. He's gonna be taken out before he can continue trying to build up those placements. Zemie, Cooper though, one of our few healthy teams on the low ground, but can they escape Peterbot's vision? That's been the real deciding factor for so many of these teams. Courage also scrambling right next to them. Taking out Rezon though. Very big troubles, very huge scenes though, as Courage finds his own elimination onto Jacob.
He just wiped the full duo out of the lobby. No siphon though, so 30 HP
Da muss doch mal irgendeiner nach oben gehen und die contesten. Können da oben machen, was sie wollen.
This one is all but over in their favor. Two Shockwaves have a Chug as well. More loot being passed up, but now they're contested. Flakes and gone, they're going up, but Peterbot's going out. He has the last grappler. He makes his way back to the zone. This is why he is king.
But Peterbot, he's got to get his way back towards where the zone is actually at. He doesn't want to find himself outside of it. Still has a Shockwave. He takes out Gone. That's going to be the massive refresh. All of these builds, Shockwaving up. One more tick could do it, but Peterbot barely managing to stay alive. He's on the high ground, and Aussie still right behind him. Aussie's going to play Disruptor on low.
You don't know who he is until you realize that is Fragger Aussie on the low ground, causing chaos. Peterbot's chopping down Cooper, sending him all the way down low to that low ground, and now that's his chance to put down pressure. Only 3 teams remain, and only one of them is a strong duo because Courage has just gone down. Cooper has no choice but to try to make a play. Everybody left alive is going to be solos. Cooper versus Cold in the backside of the zone as he takes down Courage.
But Cold, he's right there in the mind of Peterbot. Cooper trying to do what he can. Peterbot doesn't have a whole lot of to work with. He'll at least have the opportunity, though, from the high ground to play off these small shield potions. Cooper goes up. Peterbot with the clutch. We all know what he's capable of, and he is just continuing to deliver.
Both of these guys are playing in synchronization to make things happen when it matters most. Aussie dropping to the low ground. Peterbot doing everything else. They waited to the second half, but they shown up and shown up big. Right, Frankie?
Ah, hat er aber gut gespielt. Muss man ihn da
And you
lassen.
know what? We know, Peterbot, you're the FNCS go, but please give it up for King Kangaroo!
I mean, I think for most of that end game, I was just trying to stay alive. I mean, you just let the best do what he does. I didn't really do much, but that was the whole plan.
You got 2 eliminations to your name. You were alive in that end game. How much difference did Aussie make to your game, Peter?
I mean, he stayed alive very long. I mean, he did his job.
You sound surprised.
No, I'm not surprised.
And we aren't either, because Aussie, stand up for me, please. Listen, I always look short, even standing next to you. So tell me, earlier I was speaking to the two of you, and it sounds like Pete's letting you IGL a bit.
I don't know about that. I think he just let me make one decision, but we're doing well. He's listening to my input. It's great. I mean, he's the greatest, but he still takes my advice. It's nice.
And your advice was to drop on Cooper and Zemie in game 2.
Okay, that sounds a bit bad. He wanted to go somewhere. I thought maybe that could be a play, but I love Cooper and Zemie, but...
It was your idea.
It was my idea.
I don't know why you credit it to Aussie, but I just want to ask you one more question. You got your first victory royale in the bag now, Peterbot. Does this mean the next 2 are yours as well?
I said we're going to win the last 3 games to Aussie, so...
All right, well, you heard the man. Let's see if he can make his prediction a reality after the break. Peterbot, let's see everyone!
Wo kann ich jetzt hier was hochladen? Uploads. Zack. Ne, einmal reicht. Text. Nein, 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 nein. Wo ist rückgängig? Ich muss doch hier die Farbe ändern können, das ist doch Quatsch.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Pro-Am, where Peterbot and Ozzy just got a victory royale!
Yeah, Zeke's voice is a little rough if you can't tell. He's quite excited.
I'm gonna pass out, that's crazy. What in the world? Okay guys, I knew Vivid was up here during this little game, all right, while we're off camera, and we both kind of looked at each other. There was a very key moment in this game. We tune in to Peterbot very, very early, and I said, Vivid, what's that yellow gun there? He's like, our dog, are you talking about the Mythic Pulse? I'm like, wait. They start the game with a Mythic Pulse? Game over. GG's.
I love that you bring up the start of the game because honestly their domination was all the way from the beginning. Peterbot going after Mongrel, Ozzy also going after Ali A, but there was a moment there where he could have gone more on the aggressive of Ali A after Mongrel was down, and you could see them talking to each other. I'm guessing that they were saying to back out, that we want to try and go for more elimination points. We know that's where Peterbot's the strongest, so instead of getting them both down right away, let them reboot, and then we can get more points.
And that is exactly what they did, racking up elimination after elimination, but this is what they needed. 7th place is where they were going into this match. They needed a big game to have a good shot at lifting up that trophy. It reminds me of the 2024 Global Championship. You see Queasy win a game, Peterbot in the background kind of eyeballing him down, cold-blooded, and now he has gotten that victory royale once again. I'm sure he's shot himself up that leaderboard, and we can actually take a look right now at the standings. 2nd place, from 7th to 2nd place in a single match. Just a couple points, few points separating from Cooper and Zemie.
3-point difference between 1st and 2nd, 2nd and 3rd. Zeke, we just have 2 more games left and things are so close.
Oh my gosh, we have a listen in from that game. Let's take a listen.
We're putting on a flippin' show.
Let's go, bro. Let's heck and get him.
Hi Julius? Nein, mag ich überhaupt nicht. Sorry, ich bin hier gerade was am machen, nebenbei.
Be great, man. Be great. You good? Yep.
Yeah, I'm gone.
Bro. I just want to get myself between. What's going up, bro?
Killed him.
Did he go underneath? He went underneath.
I'm chopping
on him. Killed him.
Nice, bro. Good job.
Let's go, baby. I'm sorry, Margot.
2 slurp. Got a body?
Yeah, 1 sec. I'm just trying to like not die, but also go for something.
Oh my god,
here.
I'm good.
You good? 2 builds. 1 build.
Jetzt nochmal Textfeld hinzufügen.
Bro, you're crazy. Let's go, bro. Oh my god, bro.
I just cannot believe in that moment when the shockwave back up to high ground. He's literally getting eaten alive by the storm, and he should have gone down. I'm talking milliseconds there before he just finds his way just barely outside his zone and then goes on to win that game, Kelly.
Also, can we...
So geht weiß dich.
Is Ozzy Antics better than Mongrel and Mr. Savage?
He did eliminate Mr. Savage in the practice matches yesterday, and now he eliminates Mongrel today on show day. But look, Cooper and Zemie, we have to talk about them. They took home the win on the first match, and now getting second place in the hands of Peterbot. I'm telling you, it's a repeat of the Global Championship. Pete did not want to let that one slide, but Cooper and Zemie have been playing incredibly consistent, and it's exactly what they need to do to maintain themselves in the first place spot.
To be in a final 3 teams and to literally be a solo player against Peterbot and Ozzy and Cold and Courage and to still have your composure, that is why Cooper is a global champion. And to get second place as well, to get these eliminations, just leading them to victory. And although it is a second place, if you are going to be in this solo situation, this is a best case scenario.
Any other player gets hit by that shockwave, but it had to be Peterbot. It had to be Peterbot, and it took Cooper half a millisecond to get eliminated. This is gonna be interesting.
Guys, I don't know if you remember this. Hold on, that's right. So Cooper's a global champion, and he won when it was a one-day format. So could we see history repeat itself?
I think that is definitely a likely possibility, especially looking at the stats there from Cooper. An average placement of 3.8 out of 20 teams is a pretty dang good placement.
Definitely good odds. We do have 2 more matches to be played out, so you know all they have to do is keep it up. But look how close it is. You said it, 3 points from first to second, and right behind them, we can't put them out yet. Seti and Daya in 3rd place with 41 points. This is still anybody's game.
Where are they? Like, what is going on? We're never seeing them, and yet they're in 3rd place?
No, we see them. We see Seti a lot in the end game as well, and obviously Daya being an incredible competitor. We do see them, honestly, frequently in the end game, so it doesn't surprise me too much to see them in 3rd place. I think what we should have seen is their names a lot earlier in the people's predictions. A lot of people just kind of overlooked them, and obviously they're not going to be overlooking them now.
They are so stealth mode right now. I mean, this is crazy. Also, Cold encouraged JD in that last game. Courage said, half break. All right, I'm waking myself back up. And in case you guys didn't see, he was out here doing push-ups not that long ago and then goes on to put on a performance like this. Okay.
I think he needs to do push-ups more often in between games. I think that might honestly get the juices going because he was doing such a good job there, following Cold T to T, box to box, doing such a good job running that low ground, getting so many eliminations and kind of just pushing everyone else out of the way.
I'm actually loving this so much from Courage. I want to repeat what we said before, but Courage literally played more tournaments this past week than he had from 2020 to now, and he is keeping up with Cold. He is staying together with his teammate. The chemistry is looking amazing, and I am honestly incredibly impressed with how they've been performing.
Look, Courage is an OG, all right? This guy has been around competitive play for a very, very long time. And I can just, you know, we definitely appreciate that he's been putting in that work, and it shows. Like, obviously, when the camera comes on, he's gonna be Courage, right? Loud, funny, gonna make you, you know, laugh every single time. But when that bus launches and he jumps out, it's serious time.
No, I mean, we saw it from even 2 weeks ago. He immediately started practicing as soon as we saw I think he got a little nervous when he saw that Cold, you know, the reigning Major 2 champ, was announced. And he wanted to bring the energy that we're seeing right now to all of you to prove to not just himself, but to everyone that, yes, I might have been the 2nd place Fortnite, first Pro-Am, but I'm here again, and I haven't dropped anything.
It's what you love to see from the 2018 Pro-Am 2nd place, now once again here in 2025. He talked about eating 12 bananas. He talked about the push-ups. Maybe it's these routines that are helping him out, but all we know is we've got 2 games left, and they've got to make it happen.
Dude, I don't even know how this ends, right? Again, with moment to moment, this could change. This could be mad chaotic. I mean, I'm still, you know, where is Clix and Lacey, right? We kind of saw that last game. Lacey did kind of get picked off, kind of got cornered there for a situation, but Clix is still being Clix, right? This is still looking like Major 2 Clix.
You could not put anybody out of the competition. We saw what Peterbot and Ozzy just did. They went from 7th to second place.
Immer 100 mal 100. Warum? Ich will die Größe
They're still in
haben.
the top 10. All they need is one good game again, and they are more than capable of getting it.
Yeah, still being in 7th place right now. I mean, if you look at the points, they're about 18 points
Größe
below,
ändern.
which is obviously a big chunk. But we know that Clix can really lock in. We've seen Clix go for those W key games. So I definitely think there's a possibility of them to jump up the leaderboard, just get a few more elims and points, and set themselves up in the top.
I'm curious, do we think that with 2 games left to go, I mean, clearly the competition is fierce. Do we just say, that's it? Everyone swap up your drop spots. We're going for the first place. We're landing on them. We want to win. Let's take them out. And then suddenly we're feeling like that invitational once again.
I mean, if everyone changes up their drop spots, then no one changes up their
Einmal
drop spots,
versuche ich's
right?
noch.
I don't know if that just kind of makes everything.
I'm up for it. I'm up for it. Okay, Alex kicked it off, kind of splitting up with where loser fruit was dropping. So maybe, you know, in the last game, I don't know if this next one, but maybe the last match of the day, we'll see something interesting.
How have you guys been enjoying this? I mean, this is just
So.
so chaotic. What's crazy too is like
Neues
no
Design,
2 games
benutzerdefinierte
have felt like
Größe.
the same. And sometimes in the FNCS forget that, right? It's like, oh, high ground win. Okay, high ground win. Oh, low ground win. You know, and it's similar, but this is just like, you look over and you're like, okay, I guess Peterbot just has a mythic pulse. I don't know.
I mean, we keep talking about these practice games, and what we saw was a lot of heal-off potential. And I think a lot of these players
Uploads?
initially in games 1 and 2 had a lot of heals going into the end game, but I think they're starting to realize that this is more, I don't think we've actually seen a heal-off just yet. It's been way more aggro.
I honestly thought there was going to be more heal-offs, especially looking at the practice games from yesterday. It's what I thought might happen, but we haven't seen that. Even Cooper and Zemie in the first match were saying, Cooper said, you know what, we don't even need to go high. Let's just drop low. We'll get more eliminations. We'll get more opportunities, and it's working out for them so far.
Cooper and Zemie, man, they are just so good right now. I also did want to highlight in that last game, we got to finally see Thomas HD and Somerset. Thomas HD with that gold mammoth in hand, and I thought, guys, this is it. Game over, but it's a very difficult competition overall, right? I thought it was just going to be put a mammoth in Thomas HD's hand, but bro, there's just so much talent literally in every single corner of this map. With 2 games left to go, anything can happen.
100%. I mean, Peterbot, Alex were tied for the most eliminations. 3rd place, it was Thomas HD with that mammoth in hand. We saw him hitting his shots, getting those eliminations. Now, unfortunately, they didn't make it as far into the end game as they would have liked, but hey, you still got 2 matches left. You can still make it happen.
Yeah, that one shot onto Shota and then almost eliminating Koyota as well was absolutely phenomenal. And that's what we expected out of Thomas HD, especially with the Mammoth. You know that Vivid was very excited when he saw that in Thomas HD's hands. But like you said, they're so good at the early and mid game, but being able to kind of control this end game, which is so much more chaotic than the normal FNCS, which is affecting both of them, honestly. Thomas HD and Somerset are more used to that standard mode, but I'm used to some more Fortnite.
Yes, let's go. Game number 5 is ready. So casters, back over to you.
Thank you so much. And with 2 games left, one of the biggest things I've noticed while looking at that leaderboard, this isn't as elimination heavy as we thought it was going to be. It's come down to straight consistency throughout these 4 games.
You say that, but when Peterbot and Aussie are in the lobby, especially Peterbot, eliminations might actually be the real recipe for success. But we got game 5 ready to go.
This is their second to last chance to figure out a way to make up for lost time when it comes to that leaderboard. You go ahead and find yourself in a situation to where you can take more chances, get a little bit more aggressive, figure out a way to close that gap with eliminations, because Taco, it's been the 10th zone more times than not that has been granting the placement points because teams just won't go down.
But if you think about it, with Cooper and Zemie leading by just 3 points on that leaderboard in the penultimate game before today's final lobby, that's a lot of pressure, Jacob. Even for a seasoned competitor like Cooper and Zemie, it's still just so much bearing down on their shoulders, but they've got to see it through.
Yeah, especially if you're in first place, trying to play your game calmly, cool, collected, and then you just see the name in the feed lighting up with eliminations. It's almost going to force some teams to get more and more aggressive. Contested drop, though, this time around. Veno does look like he was getting aggressive over towards the boom and base onto Podesai and Nikov. Nate Hill's in the distance as well. And these are the type of strategy I expected to see. Game 5, Benno's able to land a good shot, but he is going to go down. We already saw Reddish at Zemie's stack, so we know where he's going to get rebooted at.
For a moment, it seemed like that was going to be turned on its head there for Pota's side, but Peacock still had the backup necessary just in case things went south. And now, Frenchie's just looking to try and ensure that they have Bootman base completely locked down. Benno dropping back in, though. Probably just happy about the fact that he wasn't beamed out of the sky like we've been witnessing so often here today.
Yeah, and I've already saw on the feed, we got Mongrel, Ollie, both going down respectively. But there's just so much action going down. Let's jump into Vaxity and Rezon.
Nice. Oh my! What happened? Oh my god! I got the luckiest thing ever! Out of every exotic weapon! Okay, nice. Oh my god!
Oh my gosh. Is that like a 0.00001% chance to get every exotic in that one chest? They gotta be the ones to look at for this game.
Not even 1 in a million, like 1 in a billion odds there, it seems like, Jacob. But that is everything just completely dropped at Rezon's feet. Him and Vaxity have got to pop off this lobby. There will never be a clearer sign that this is your game. And remember, Vaxity said it himself earlier when we were talking to him. We're gonna bring home at least one. Please let it be this one.
This is their best chance with the loot that they have, as Alex just getting aggressive time and time again, fresh off the reload, but he gets taken down yet again. Loser for barely have gotten enough time to reload back into this game before Alex going down. They're just kind of hoping, they're praying that they got some sort of landing spot to go ahead and land at, and then maybe they can worry about loot. But Regs saw the reboot. She's going fresh after Loser Fruit.
And Regs, she might have even alerted Flakes and Gone that their prey has now been fully intercepted. They're gonna opt to just prioritize farming up a little bit of material, taking a moment to pause here, really scope out the scenery. But a little look back sees on what was taking place with Ronaldo and Cypher PK completely cornered by Kanata and Ron. A real strong tag team effort.
Yeah, and you see that box was literally on fire. There was no way for Cypher to really escape besides going at him, and almost looks like he got farmed again by Ozzy this time around. Moxie's trying to stay alive, get these reboots, but this is the last place on this entire island I would want to try to stay alive to get the reboots, because Cypher is getting the Ollie A treatment.
But Cypher will manage to escape Peterbot for the time being. How much longer, though? Aussie just gonna continue the conversation instead, pick up where Pete left off. That's some heads-up awareness from his duo mate, and that's the kind of chemistry that we've been witnessing come out really strong for Aussie and Peterbot at times. And Jacob, 5th matchup, 3 points away. I cannot emphasize on it enough, because that is such an easy striking range. Only 3 eliminations, and they've already got like 2.
And right now, you started as a 3-point game, like you just said. Well, guess what? It is literally a 1-point game, barring if Cooper and Zemie don't got elims, as Moxie lands a good shot onto Ozzy, but it's Peterbot the one you have to worry about. He dives straight in, gets the elimination, and he's just showboating yet again. Peterbot is putting on a show today.
This is where that mental fortitude's got to come into play for some of our competitors when Peterbot is just non-stop emoting on everybody's body. And Savage, he might be next in the lineup if he's not careful, but it's Mr. Savage after all. He's gonna have a little bit of bite back. Pete's got to be wary. He can't just openly aggress into Savage's box. He might even shift his focus towards Savage's duo mate. Locky, he's got to stay closer to where Savage is at. Peterbot from overhead. Peterbot cracks Savage's shield entirely. Savage, and that's just another elimination added up.
Peterbot just said, I thought you retired. Maybe let me lend you a hand going back on over there. Lachlan just trying to stay alive. Like I said, this is the last place you want to be a solo, trying to keep your team alive, because they're going to see it, they're going to jump. Now they're pouncing onto Lachlan. They know Savage just got rebooted. He is on the clock, and time is definitely ticking.
But it doesn't even matter what's happening here for Lachlan and Mr. Savage. More importantly still, Cooper and Zemie. You've got to be panicking a little bit. You're watching that lead get completely flipped upside down because reckless. They are farming Lachlan and Savage, and one more elimination off of Lachlan. Peterbot with 4 already.
Ja, man
There's
kann's so
got
nicht
to
lesen,
be
ne?
some form of a disengage, but Savage, he'll meet his end. A full duo wipe, and that might actually be the best case scenario though for Zemie and Cooper.
100% best case scenario, because now there's nobody to farm out of the sky. And just like that, Peterbot and Ozzy have a 2-point lead over the competition and are not looking to slow down yet. Ozzy looking over, seeing that team building up on top of Slurpee Swamp into the distance. He said, yo, Pete. And he's just sharing up that information, letting him decide where they want to push next.
Never count out Clix and Lacey, though. They might
Sollte
want to
eigentlich
be
da sein.
the first team to
Kann sein, dass du den
repeat
Stream
victory
neu
royale
starten
2
musst.
on the day.
Bei mir ist er auch noch nicht drin.
I like the fact that they're playing with so much patience. They don't need to do anything reckless. They've scouted out that Lucifer and Alex are on the bridge. And now, while Lucifer is trying to take this opportunity to heal, Alex left by himself. He's going to have to play support. He's going to have to try and prevent Clix and Lacey from pushing them entirely. And he's done enough.
Ja, bei OBS ist er noch nicht drin.
After was just keeping Lucifer safe.
Yeah, because you don't want to get stuck. This is 5th zone. This is the danger zone for when you want to start to position, maybe not take those risky fights, because if you go down, get
Vielleicht kriege ich den noch mal irgendwann besser hin, aber jetzt will ich noch die letzten 2 Runden gucken.
Especially for 7th zone, that's when reboots will be disabled. As Thomas, Somerset, 5 eliminations. A good portion of those were on NECA at 30, as Reddish is now taking her share
Digger
of that
Wiesen.
point
Man
game,
kann's nicht
taking
lesen.
down yet again. They're just trying to take that slow rotation. Even with launch pads around, they know it's too risky to expose yourself with the mammoths, the snipers, and how dangerous so many players are with their aim.
Now, I like this from Thomas, just taking
Aber ich will nicht nur Schrift machen, ich will das Bild auch dabei haben.
When you see these pre-existing builds heading up toward the high ground, gotta be really careful. You never know what might be waiting for you. And Coyota actually gonna be the one with that mythic.
Kann ich denn vielleicht...
But Coyota doesn't get the opening shot he was hoping for.
Bin ich wieder da drin? Ich will nicht mehr. Projekte? Vielleicht kann ich die Schrift noch größer machen.
Somerset's there. They're trying to alleviate some of that pressure, and he's being so quick and predictive, trying to capture off guard. But no, it's Thomas that takes the big shot. Luckily for him, already pre-popped the legendary slurp juice, so the shield's going to take some time to get back on up, but it's well on its way. Playing defensive from one end, but it's forced to leave Somerset in a 1v2 situation versus Coyota and Shota. But this is great work by her, playing defensive, making sure that it's not going to be a free push, which allows her to reunite with Thomas HD.
The problem that Thomas kind of scoped out is Cold and Courage. They were just constantly spraying into where Thomas and Somerset were at. They're not going to allow them to key any further towards Coyota and Shota. It's just not safe. It's not worth the risk. Thomas knows better.
Bearbeiten.
And he's going to opt to just fall back, wait for the lobby to kind of settle in a little bit deeper into the zone.
Hey,
that's a scary box fight if you end up against Coyota. One of the few weapons in the game right now with that mythic charge shotgun that can actually hit a one pump. So you have to be careful, because that could have been a much different situation. Veno, Reddish, still going around the outskirts of the map towards the outside, finding a lot of the different barrels that are left behind. The bigger the barrel, the more the HP, and that's something they're going to utilize in open water.
This is very familiar scenes, though, for Veno. He loves his dead side rotations, and it's a good heads-up play. You want to stay away from where so much of the attention is being drawn more towards that center zone, and with the way that they're basing up on a little bit of elevation, they might even have a great opportunity to kind of just pick off some other late straggler rotating teams.
Now the 6th zone, 50 seconds, and it will begin to close. So it's about 2 minutes, Taco, to reboots, or you can see in 45 seconds they're going to start to be disabled. It's already closing. Now is not the time to go down. Ozzy's even pickaxing, trying to take control of these pieces. They know danger is looming around any one of these corners, and as soon as they drop down, they start to feel that feeling of safety, but it doesn't slow down. They're the focus of the lobby as of now.
They're barely getting just the smallest opportunities to try and restore some of that shield, but Clix, Lazy, they're just gonna shockwave out. They're gonna take their odds, just catapulting themselves further, but the lobby is not letting up. Clix so incredibly low, Lacy cracked as well. Queasy on the other end of things, but Flakes, he sees the white ticks, he wants to keep barreling them with pressure, and Clix, Lazy, they are just at their wits' end. They're practically out of material. If anybody else even spots out the fact that they're under so much heavy fire, they might just look to steal this one away from the rest of the lobby.
I gotta admit, it was Rezon and Faxity. They have that exotic red eye, which means there's explosive damage, destroying a lot of those builds, which kind of started that lobby focus in general. Bad luck for Clix and Lazy, because now they just have very, very few materials. Reboots disabled. They're going to need an important elimination if they're looking to get back into this game. Kanata, Stable Ronaldo looking through these cones, trying to figure out when and where they have to rotate. They spot out Faxity and Rezon. They don't even know the treasure trove they behold right above them.
That's a good hold, though, by Faxity, not allowing those floors to get fully chopped out. Kanata and Ron, they're going to have to default to a different strategy, and that might just be crash padding forward, trying to make sure they stay closer towards that front side. So many of our teams, though, have just been kind of duking things out in the low ground here, Jacob. And Clix, Lacy, they're going to have to be a part of that because they need a refresh, probably more than everybody else that's still left standing right now.
Yep, 3 builds split between the 2 players. Hooper, Zemie already starting to rotate on over. There's a couple of chances here for Clix and Lacy to start to get aggressive. They're just waiting to catch somebody off guard. A nice maybe 200 damage, and it's Ozzy, the ones that looks like they're going to pounce on him first. Peterbot already made his way on out, and now he's going to be by himself because they go ahead and take down Ozzy and get the loot they desperately need to stay alive.
But it's just not enough material. Lacy still has 0 builds to work with, and there are shots coming in from every direction. They're just playing a little bit too close towards that backside of zone. Teams know that this is an injured duo. They are not healthy enough to keep pressing forward, but Jacob, he's lost in the fray. Cammy gonna be the only one left standing now at that duo, and Thomas with that mammoth pistol trying to see if he can take somebody else's head off.
This is where you really have to be careful and thoughtful of your shockwaves and your crash pads, because someone just like this is gonna deal so much damage just like that. Queasy just gets deleted out of the sky, and their chances for high ground go out the window because it looks like it's Thomas HD and Somerset's turn to claim it as their own.
And Thomas all too happy to take over, but that's where things went south for Jacob. Just beam from the sky. No rotation is safe when you've got somebody like Thomas on high ground with that mammoth. But look at Faxity and Rezon. Rezon said he's feeling lucky, but he's gonna need more than luck to make his way up this hill face. Thomas, Somerset already beamed to the punch. Peterbot, no Aussie, but Peterbot, he's been here before, Jacob, and the last time we saw him, he managed to make it work.
With only 2 shockwaves, though, all that's left, that's his primary rotation to make it from point A to point B. But he does have the pump and the gold mammoth. 1 pump around any corner just like that. Nick at 30 is going to go down. Another point for that elimination, but this is now top 10. Now every team that goes down, you get placements.
But Seti, Daya, they were just sneaking their way up the hill face. Somerset, Thomas, too distracted. They're dealing with Peterbot right in front of them, but Somerset crash padding up. Typical Gamer nearly getting taken out. Typical Gamer actually gonna force Somerset to drop ultimate low. No, she's gonna try to go back up to her height, but Bugha, he's already got control. Bugha and Typical Gamer now fully taking over the high ground, and they gotta deal with Pete in the middle of it.
He's ready to challenge solo teammate. He's somebody that's willing to go and risk it all for what he wants, but
Hooper und Zemie leben noch.
Running out of builds. It's Typical Gamer taking the charge, leading the IGL, the tarping, but in comes Peterbot yet again, taking down the shields of Bugha, but he is limited with his resources, only 3 builds, so he can't break down into an all-out fight.
All the while, Seti Daya in the low ground. This could be the optimal position because the heavy work is being done for them. The lobby is thinning itself out. Kanata might even be able to find another knock. No, he needs the refresh more than ever. Podesai spotted out the wood box, not going to keep him safe for much longer, but Kanata forced to close off the wall. Scouts that it's Cooper and Zemie in the low ground, cutting him off, stealing that loot away from him.
Cooper and Zemie finally getting eliminations. They're playing towards that consistency. We know throughout the course of this game, Peterbot and Ozzy have taken away that first place, but there's still 6 teams that need to go down, which is 6 placement points, and he has that mythic charge shotgun, 1 pump potential for him. Peterbot, he's got a little bit of arsenal, but I don't think it's going to be enough. 1v1 versus Kanata, no siphon, no matters. Both of them go down.
Peterbot making sure that Kanata goes with them. Typical gamer still on height with Bugha.
Eine gute Runde von Rezon macht.
Daya, Seti, they're still up and kicking. Rezon, Faxity to the high ground. Rezon, Faxity seem like they want to be the ones to take over height. The challenge is a success. They're now on top. Typical gamers
Sehr gute Runde von Rezon.
Everybody getting trapped inside the castle here at Fort Crumpet, and typical gamer will fall.
There might have been over 4
Zemie tot.
million different timelines
Oh my
looking
God.
through, but this might be the one where Faxity, a late entrant into the competition, could come out, but he's having a couple of hiccups from up, down, left, right. His HP's out the window, but Cooper staggering himself back. His only chance was left of the Chug Jug. He has to figure out a way in because he's the only solo left versus Seti and Daya. Faxity and Rezon, the 2 strong duos, but they run into Cooper. He goes down. Rezon is the one that's firing down from above. Hail and brimstone with that red eye.
I like that! Faxity and Rezon, they just need to close it. Rezon gets the final blow. And
Digga, Rezon.
out of here. Rezon and Faxity, this is your moment. This is your victory royale.
The brothers are on top. You said it yourself. He guaranteed one. And that guarantee prophecy has just been fulfilled.
Wenigstens eine Runde
See
gewonnen.
how they're feeling with Frankie.
Why are you saying
Schade, dass Amar nicht dabei ist, ey.
Because he told me don't do anything stupid and I died.
You got nervous. But Rezon, you got the victory royale.
Fucking go, man. Oh, I'm so happy. That was a nice win, but I told Fax don't do anything stupid and he just jumps off height. By the way, Fax, you want to say it? What happened? Oh, shout out to Mark. We love you, bro. If you're watching from home, thank you. We're trying to win for you, bro.
Yeah, and he is going to give you all of his prize money. He told me that earlier this week. Now stand up, boys, so everyone can see you, please, because everyone in the Galen Center obviously wants to give you their support right now. Rezon, what was your reaction when you found out you were going to be playing with this man?
I mean, I was happy. I like him. He's good. It was fine.
And has he taken you by surprise? I mean, you just got a victory royale. You've only been playing together for a couple of days.
No, he's been playing good. He's actually been playing good. I've been advising him a bit. He's good now.
And in fact, I have to say one of the highlights of this entire event has just been watching your shenanigans on the internet. But you're showing you can also put your money where your mouth is because you're here with me right now. Have you got anything to say to me
Bin
about
ich ehrlich.
supporting you?
I appreciate you guys. We're going to try to win last game as well. Let's keep doing what we do.
Do you think you can? Yeah, of course you can.
Shout out to Germany, shout out to all my viewers, and nur der ASV.
Dankeschön.
Yeah.
He's one of the most popular streamers in Germany. I'm sure they're all wishing you well, even though it's past your bedtimes, Germany. Right, guys, we have got to take a short break. But when we come back, everything is going to be on the line. Don't go anywhere.
Ich weiß gar nicht, wer kriegt denn der Preisgeld überhaupt? Fortnite Tracker. Prize Pool steht nicht dabei. Peterbot ist Erster. Kanada. Kanada ist schon 10 Punkte dahinter, das ist schwierig. Ab Top 10 gibt es einen Punkt. Warum steht denn der Preispool nicht da? Price Pool Pro AM. Erster 50.000, zweiter 45.000, dritter 40.000, vierter 35.000, fünfter 30.000, Top 10 dann 25.000, Top 15 20.000 und die letzten 5. Die letzten 5 kriegen einfach $15.000. Also 20. hätte ich auch geschafft zu werden.
Welcome back, Fortnite fam, to the FNCS Pro-Am. We've got a bit of a predicament on our hands. That's going into the last game. There's a 1-point difference between first place and second place. More on that in a second because we've got to highlight Faxity and Rezon getting a victory royale. Bro, Rezon opening that chest at the beginning of the game and the exotics pouring out. Jacob said, like, I don't even know how many zeros. The percentage chance is so small, and they literally take that on to getting a victory royale.
I mean, hey, listen, you find the loot, you make the most out of it, you go ahead and win the game. That's kind of like back-to-back games when you think about it, right? Pete getting that mythic pulse right from the last game, instantly switching over the couple of exotics for Rezon and Faxity to work with. They then win the game. That's what you love to see right there.
You can see Faxity's reaction from where he limbed himself to fall damage, but hey, dude, it was meant to be. You talked about the odds of getting that loot. Rezon was able to close it off. He said, you know what, don't worry, I got you. I said don't mess up, and you went down to fall, but they still got the job done.
That was almost career ending for both of them, right? A couple missed shots by Rezon, but Faxity slipping up, you know.
I was really concerned there for a moment because I was like, yo, Daya can clutch these situations. You gotta be real careful. And it's crazy too because remember, Seti, Daya, they're still up there on the standings. So if that had gone the other way, this could be very, very scary. But of course, why don't we get ready to take a look at these standings? Because yeah, like I mentioned, we are a 1-point difference. Going into game number 6, Aussie Antics, Peterbot, 57 points, Cooper and Zemie, 56. But the kicker, Tokata, Seti, and Daya, 54.
It's going to be absolute cinema going into this last match. 3 points is the difference from third to first place. You couldn't have asked for a better last match here at the Pro-Am. And not only that, Rezon Faxity weren't even in top 10 going into that match. They're in 6th place now. You can see just how much that leaderboard can change in a single match.
Crazy stuff. I mean, we got Peterbot storming to the top of the leaderboard.
71,7% meiner Zuschauer sind männlich, 28,3 sind weiblich. Meine Hauptzielgruppe ist 35 bis 44.
I don't know. Would I take that elimination play style? Would I take that placement style? I mean, speaking about placement styles, though,
Danach 18
another
bis
duo
24.
that we keep seeing in the end game.
74% kommen aus Deutschland. Ich habe 4% Zuschauer aus Amerika. Stark.
You love to see it. I mean, on paper, this duo looks insane. Global champion, Daya coming from a win at the Milk Cup, and now they have been incredibly consistent.
Ich habe sogar 0,3% über 65.
That end game, I love to see them doing it as well with Daya and Seti. So close to getting that victory royale, but they still have one match to make it happen.
Das ist wirklich 35 bis 44, sind 33,6%. Und da sind die Hälfte weiblich und die andere Hälfte männlich. 17% weiblich, 16% männlich. Ich habe mehr weibliche Zuschauer in dem Alter als männliche.
Three duos rather going into this last game, all kind of battling it out. Y'all have to keep your eye on the elimination feed. You got to make sure you're following, okay, if one goes down, where's that other player? Are they safe? Because we need the reload.
You've got to imagine, though, right? That's something that we've actually already seen. Game 2, Peterbot and Aussie trying to actually go over their land on them, but it didn't actually end up working out. Is that going to kind of play a part into that decision-making? Like, oh, listen, we already tried that. Didn't work out. We should not do it again.
Das kann ich hier alles nachgucken. Ja, das sind die Accounts. Und laufen auf jeden Fall darunter.
Difference from first place. But if they all start battling it out at the start of the game and they all get eliminated, then it's free pickings for everyone else.
I still am blown away by that exotic chest, bro. And the fact that Faxity and Rezon got a victory royale. We have a listen in from that last game. Let's check it out.
I'm up. Is he build fighting? Is he almost? No. How many builds do you have? I have 7. I have 10. 100? Right here, 100. Dead. Nice. I think I'm going for that. Yeah, go. Watch out, you don't get shot. Oh my god.
Ich gehe mal davon aus, dass die Shorts und sowas alle mitzählen.
Don't do anything dumb. I fell. No, come on. No, please. Come on, Rezon. No. Come on.
Bro, I'm telling you, like I said, you got to be careful. Daya can clutch those situations, and for a moment, I was like, no, it's over, Rezon. But again, those exotics, bro, those exotic weapons, so rare, so powerful.
I mean, that's just why we love Faxity, right? I mean, the guy gets shockwaved in the storm by his teammates just laughing at it. He's like, just having a good time.
Said, no worries. Look, they both kind of made a little mistake there, but hey, the win is what matters.
Guys, the last game, the 2025 FNCS Pro-Am is ready. Who will take home the trophy for the last time today? Take it away, casters.
This is ridiculous. Easily the highlight listening of the day so far, though. Rezon and Faxity, they might have brought it home in Game 5, but that leaderboard is entirely too tight for comfort, Jacob. It's a 3-horse race.
I know, we can honestly see one of the first times where the winner of the game wins the entire thing. That would just be the cherry on top, but I just love how close, how entertaining this entire thing has been.
Look, if you're not excited after what just happened in Game 5 and even all the lobbies before that, I don't know what to tell you, because this is peak entertainment for both of us, especially. We've got the best seat in the house.
Yeah, I just want to know, anybody in the chat, anybody watching at home, who is going to win? Who do you guys think? I'll be looking to see what names you guys are typing. Everybody in the arena, I think they all have their favorites as well. Peterbot fans, the Clix fans, and I want to see Clix. He already has one win today. If he can figure out a way to bring that back, you know, who knows what can happen.
Game 6 might just be absolute mayhem, though, because some of our creators, some of our pros, maybe they decide, hey, what if we just make some uncontested off-spawn fights, now some heavy slugger matchups? Anybody might just decide that they want to break out of the mold and do something different. It is Game 6 after all.
Yeah, I want to see if maybe Cooper, Zemie, they were at the top spot at one point or another. They kind of lost it throughout the course of that last game to Peterbot and Aussie due to their aggression, getting eliminations. But now that this is the last game, do we even see mind games happening?
Ich teile mir meine Haarfarbe auch mal. Ich mache auch links blond und rechts dunkelhaarig.
Have to catch up to them.
Look, Peterbot has been here so many times before. It is very difficult to really tackle what might be going through his mind currently, but if anything, I'm still expecting him to lead the charge. I'm still expecting him to just treat this like every other lobby before, and he might even take matters into his own hand and just look to be that difference maker with the off-spawn contests.
Yeah, now as I keep thinking about some of these other teams, Seti and Daya going into this, I think they're probably one of the more consistent teams that we've seen make endgame after endgame after endgame, time and time again. And even Daya, they're having an opportunity to win it all. And I almost think anything other than exotic loot, Daya might win that 1v2.
Oh,
I don't want to say easily, because it's still Rezon, right? He's still the pro player at the end of the day. But game 6, everything on the line here. Let's see who brings it home.
Last round.
All of our competitors know that this is their last chance, the last stop the Battle Bus is gonna make in the 2025 FNCS Pro-Am here at the Galen Center. I better hear you guys get real loud for these pros as we seal the deal on what comes next.
Things kind of staying the same over towards the dirty docks. All 3 teams landing here. Rezon, Facity, they're landing towards the outside, just trying to get what scraps are left behind. You see some rare chests there, but Savage and Lachlan said, you know what? With everything on the line here in this last game, let's just contest one of the greatest of all time, Peterbot and Ozzy, and see if we can try our luck. Because if we take them off the map, you got to imagine that opens up possibilities for more and more elims.
And this might not be what Savage was looking for, though. Bugha gonna temporarily prevent Peterbot from outright keying Savage, but Peterbot, he has other plans in mind. He's looking for that fight regardless. Savage just trying to keep this wall closed off long enough, but Pete already immediately looking to take it. Savage scrambling, ducking every which way, but Savage, he just can't get the return blow he needs. Savage is gonna fall, but Peterbot's gonna let him know what's up.
It's just disgusting. It was almost like Peterbot playing with his food with a couple of those edits. Instantly gets the upgrade with a shotgun, so now he's gonna have the Thunder. With the red eye, they're saying, hey, just keep on coming. Savage gets reloaded right above. That's where they're gonna look up and try to land the shots, but just a little bit too late and slow to go ahead and attack that one. And that gives it up to Bugha.
Ja, Bugha hat ihn gekriegt, Gott sei Dank.
Heads up play, though, from either Typical Gamer or Bugha, not sure which one, but shooting shots to Peterbot so that he can't continue to try and apply pressure there. And poor Lachlan, he's just caught in the center of all of this. He can't even afford to leave because you've got Aussie up on heights at Slurpy Swamp. Savage doing what he can to see if he can finagle his way out of this one. But with 2 separate teams just hawking you down, what odds do you really have of making something out of this match?
Deswegen, der darf nicht gewinnen, dann hebt er nur noch mehr ab. Der ist so schon komplett abgehoben.
Could potentially get rebooted. Lachlan's only chance is just kind of hide and bunker down into that bush. Well, he gets found out, so his only chance went out the window. But luckily, he did buy enough time for Mr. Savage to get reloaded back into this game.
Jetzt hat er den anderen auch noch geholt.
Can't discount what Seti and Daya have been able to accomplish throughout the course of our lobbies today. 54 points going into this one. Alex brought to his end. Only temporarily, though, but it looks like Gon and Flakes have had enough. They are sick of the off-spawn fight being so conveniently interrupted by Alex. They say, hey, if you're looking for a fight, we'll pick one with you instead.
That's a heavy hitter to get out of the game as well. Not fully out, but definitely making him reset his looting opportunity as Peterbot straying away from Slurpy Swamp for a short moment. Still on the hunt for Lachlan and Mr. Savage. Both of them are just in complete
Das ist der
shambles
dritte
here.
Punkt.
Really not able to answer the call as Peterbot gets the wall, gets the piece once, and as he fires a 78 shot, it's just a little bit too quick to the punch as he takes down Lachlan. And it's just a huge giveaway because guess what? In about 12 seconds, Taco, he's going to reload right above Savage. And they're not only going to know where Lachlan's at, they're going to get a feel of where Savage is at as well.
But Peterbot's not trying to go too far from where Aussie is at. You have to remember, Bugha, Typical Gamer, they are
Das ist
still
der 4.
kind of
Punkt.
just conveniently sticking around the outskirts of Slurpee. But poor Lachlan, he just can't catch a break here as Pete takes him down one
Also dieser
more time.
Lachlan, das ist aber auch der schlechteste Spieler, der da mitspielt. Wow.
Individual eliminations that Pete's been building up. Zemie and
Dass der nicht
Cooper,
einfach da wegfliegt und dem auch noch die
Daya
Punkte schenkt.
just watching this elimination feed be highlighted with Peterbot's name off cooldown. It's got to start playing mental games with you.
Already a 5-point lead over the competition of Cooper and Zemie. More so over Seti and Diaz. Kanata and Stable Ronaldo just below them, 4th place on the leaderboard. They're going to need a monster last game. I'm talking 20, maybe 25 elims and the win. What a way to start it off, though. Nice shots on the Cypher PK, and that's the first elimination in the books.
Look, Kanata, all he wanted was South Zones, and I get that that hasn't necessarily gone your favor, but Ron and Kanata are
still here to play, Jacob. They are not giving up. And the expectations that they both set for themselves, they're strong competitors, and they're strong-hearted competitors at that. I'm sure that we'll expect to see them pop off a little bit here with some eliminations.
Disaster continues for Lachlan as he goes down again. You see Mr. Savage just outside on that mini-map, just trying to get him back into the game as Nikov, Podesai, making their rotation away from that booming base, that uncontested drop that they've had throughout the day. They're just waiting. 12 seconds have passed since Lachlan went down, so he gets reloaded back in the game, and that's a lot of information being given up, and instantly Podesai and Nikov are going on the chase.
But this is exactly what the Gentlemates are going to be forced to do. They know that they're going to need more than just a strong placement to close things out. If they really want to play leapfrog with the leaderboard position, they're going to need a good chunk of eliminations to go with it.
Yeah, as of now, I do believe they're, about 19 or so points down from Peterbot and Ozzy, and that's including some of the eliminations that we've had in this game so far.
Welcome back.
Cassetti and Daya, they started this one in third place, 54 points, 3 points outside of that first place spot. They're just looking around, trying to get some eliminations, but you know how safe, how calculated and careful Seti does like to play, especially that he knows he has the firepower and the loadout that Daya has in your inventory with those 2 legendary slurp juices. So as long as they let those eliminations naturally come to them as they're rotating for that 50-50 is, I think they'll be okay.
And Seti and Daya, they also know exactly where a couple of these opposing duos are actually located. Poor Lachlan, though, he has just been getting beatboxed every single time he loads back in. The moment that he starts to drop, it just seems like there's going to be somebody looking to clean him up. And Savage, there's only so much he can do because as a solo, it's so difficult to actually try and prioritize getting the resources necessary to make your teammate be healthy enough to stabilize, but that's all they're looking for. It's just a little bit of stability, and that might be enough to make a difference for the leaderboard.
Yeah, especially since they both, at one point or another, were taken down during the course of this game, so loot has to be light as Kanata, stable, Ronaldo rotating in continuously from the north, from bush to bush, box to box, is Seti. Hey, this is looking like a bad opportunity there for Cypher PK, fresh off the reload. He got just a little bit of loot, but it was instantly snatched away by Seti.
All Seti really wanted in the first place, with their full intention of hovering around that still town. They knew Cypher, somebody just keeps dropping in, cold, picking some shots at his IGL. But Cold knows better than most. You take the advantages when you have them.
Ist halt ein Trio, ne? Die töten sich gegenseitig wahrscheinlich nicht mal.
It's a little bit of damage. The knock would have been nice, but if he doesn't get the clean headshot, he'd rather just move in towards the zone, prioritize positioning, and then you can just peek back and control the flow of the lobby.
Right now, Courage and Cold just trying to focus on their rotation. Starting this game about 7th place, 33 points. They're at least within grasp.
Die haben 0 Punkte noch,
Some
ne?
of their
Die
competition
Runde.
above them on that leaderboard goes down early. Zemie and Cooper. They have placed top 7 in all 5 games, but they find themselves in 2nd place due to just the sheer regression of Peterbot and Ozzy able to pick up those elimination and close the gap for the bad games that they had at the start of the game.
And the scariest part too here for Zemie and Cooper is that every single time you can tell they're looking, they're hunting to see if they can find a knock, start building some elimination points of their own. But as long as there's mammoth pistols, as long as there's snipers, it's so dangerous to peek. Because the moment that one of them gets taken out, they will just be so turbo focused, they won't have a chance to try and recover.
Ooh, I like this loadout coming out from Clix. He has that mythic minigun. In reload, when you're almost essentially box to box away from so many other teams, all it takes is someone like Clix and this loadout to start a lobby focus. And then bam, there goes one player, there goes 2, it's zone 5, so they will have a chance to get rebooted back into the game as Savage and Lachlan seemingly still on top of figuring out how to make it work. It's Venish and Redo though, they're on the outside that are just closing in on that distance, and now Clix is joining in on some of that fun.
There's just nowhere for Lachlan to
Komm,
land.
du hast die Minigun, geh auf Peterbot. Hau den einfach raus. Der hat dich ausgelacht. Tu der Welt einen Gefallen.
Might as well almost be forced to wait until the reboots turn off, because when that actually closes off, that will be the real green light for Savage. Okay, I'm fully a solo, but Savage is probably already playing like that.
Yeah, and he's just getting chased back there yet again. This time he was able to survive, touch the ground, but not for too long as Veno and Reddish were able to clean that one up yet again. There's just a lot of pressure being put onto Mr. Savage into this last game because even though reboots have not been disabled just yet, where is Lachlan going to land? He can go deep in his zone, but he's going to have to make his way out eventually.
But look how Peterbot and Aussie, they just kind of creeped up a little bit onto this hill face that's just a little bit below where Veno and Reddish are at. A lot of shots being fired, and Peterbot knows everybody's so distracted behind
Cooper
them.
ist tot.
They can just look a completely different direction. And Zemie with no Cooper, this could be absolutely disastrous here, Jacob.
I think Zemie knows what he's doing, though. He knows exactly what he's doing. He stopped rotating, boxed up immediately, knowing that they have to reach zone. So why not use this time to let Cooper reload back into this game, get as much loot as possible, because you can't really go loot for it, and maybe drop what he has. But you're seeing how Cooper went down into the first place, the crash pads. A lot of these players have those audio visuals, but guess what? With the crash pads, you see nothing.
Nothing. Just menacing by Kanata. Pretty much Goomba stopping Cooper. And that's going to be a steep uphill battle for Zemie and Cooper to try and tackle. Clix and Lacey, that Mythic is just going to be very detrimental for so many teams caught behind them too, because players are going to try to seek out that elevation point that Clix and Lacey are on, and they just have the ultimate cutoff.
It's raining tacos.
They're the ones that are on the high ground for now. 6 zone relatively early, especially since we're going to rotate around the map here in a couple seconds. And man, that is a max pull for a good portion of the lobby, including second place Zemie and Cooper.
Zemie has no builds.
Oh,
Jacob,
no.
Zemie has 0 material, and it's really only just begun. Clix and Lacey, sure, we might be looking at them currently, but for the top 3, Zemie, Cooper, they're already having to function with all odds against
Also
them
entweder schafft
in
Zeti
terms of
noch oder
challenging for that first place position on the leaderboard.
They're getting challenged not just on the top side, but for their second place spot as well. Seti and Daya have just tied them on 56 points. The only thing holding them above is that victory royale that they got in game number 1. And that's how close this leaderboard is. Those small differences, the tiebreaker scenarios could play a role. It's Queasy trying to lead the charge. He's going to go first, grab the high ground as Cooper grabs an important elimination onto Captain Shota.
That was huge for Cooper and Zemie. Anything to kind of stem the bleeding that this duo has been dealing with. They have just been getting completely forced out of so many of their resources. So even the smallest lifeline can have a huge impact, but they still have so much left to tackle here, Jacob.
He's still picking up some eliminations as well. Squeezy getting 4 for himself. Him and Nick once again having an amazing time on that high ground. And hopefully they can hold on to it, though. They do have the crash pads and a lot of players down below. We've seen the shockwave plays time and time again as Peterbot picks up his 5th elimination by itself. 6th of the team as him and Ozzy focus Kanata and Ronaldo towards the backside of the zone.
And Peterbot, the fact that he's rocking those double chug jugs, that is a sight to behold. Obviously, the other competitors aren't fully aware of that fact like we are, but Pete's already aggressive in his own right. Having the double chug jug already unlocked for him just means that he can choose to go for those solo pushes and just trust Aussie to play supportive measures or defensive measures. His objective right now is survive.
Just like Clix, and he has to do it by himself as a solo. Not sure how Lacey went down, but he is out of this one. Joining everybody else watching this one, seeing how Clix is going to get out of this tough situation. He does have the Mythic minigun, but Toyota's there on the other side, pressuring him. You add in the shockwave, all those builds come crumbling down. It's a tough situation for anyone to be in, let alone a solo.
But Pete, he's just got so much material, he doesn't mind giving up a little bit. But Aussie, he's been picked off from behind him. Peterbot now trying to see if he can actually dart his way back, but he can't get to Aussie's body in time. He's been cleared out the high ground. The real reason why Aussie couldn't make that rotate next to Pete, Queasy, and Nick get 30, they're still in control of height 2, just launching themselves to the next front side of zone, and that's gonna force Peterbot to drop yet another layer.
And you see they didn't even tarp on over, not trying to have too many weak points for them, only build out when they have to, and Jacob gets eliminated down below. Top 12 situation here, placement points don't come in until 2 more teams do go down, but they're still holding on to it with every fiber of their being. Nick at 30 and Queasy, this might be the time that they have high ground and close it out.
Clix is just so trapped in the backside of zone, barely managing to make it in off a sliver of HP, but Nick, Peterbot now continuing to just try and see if he can create any form of space for himself. He spotted out Thomas, but not sure that he's completely sold on actually taking this fight up close just yet. Peterbot gets a tag, but it's not a big enough one. He's going to use that grappler instead to move on forward, but he's got to be real careful. There are so many
Aber solange
players starting
keiner
to
auf
build
Peterbot schießt.
congestion on his layer.
And if Peterbot were to fall here, he has a little bit
der
of
kriegt
a
sogar noch
cushion
einen Kill,
that
ey.
Zemie, Cooper, Seti, Daya will have to overcome, and even one more
Jetzt,
point being
Franzosen,
cleaned up.
macht
That's
ihn
a good
fertig.
elimination on to Clix. That's 6 solo eliminations for Peterbot. Him and Ozzy have 7 overall, and they're trying to continue to increase that lead. And you're seeing our top 3. Seti is now by himself. He's feeling that same pressure that Peterbot is.
But wait a second, Zemie, Cooper, they might have just been reintroduced to this winning conversation. Seti getting sent so far outside into the storm, he's gonna have to use his chug jump way too early. Valuable seconds being ticked off here now. Trying to crank back up, trying to shockwave back into the zone. He does manage to make it, but only 20 left on that chug jug. Cooper,
Zemie ist tot.
Cooper's got to do this all by himself.
Luckily for Cooper, though, he does have med kits. The legendary Slurp Juice, different options here. Everybody in our top 3 are now officially solo players trying to hunt here, basically trying to outmatch each other. Now placement points are starting to come in. Top 9, top 8 as another one's going to fall. That's Somerset that gets taken down. Kanata is now out of this game. The players are now getting closer and closer here towards the end game where our final 3 could face off.
But that elimination that Cooper just got onto Queasy, that might just be enough time. Cooper doing what he can to try and see if there's any spare heals that he might be able to find back.
My God.
Peterbot takes out Seti and Daya. They're no longer in the conversation for first. Peterbot trying to hold strong to their position, but there's still other players to deal with. Cooper also doing the same on the line.
Ja.
Peterbot's out of here. Cooper has the opportunity of a lifetime here to bring this one home.
He needs placement. He needs eliminations. It's his chance to put up some big numbers here in the final game of the day. But he finds himself in a 1v1, v2 situation here for our final 3 players left in the game. And the duo, EU's finest, Podesai and Nikov, going against Gone. That's the solo player who shockwaves towards the top, tries to fire a shot as he drops down low. Cooper just letting them
Cooper
handle
nicht mehr
things. He
gewinnen.
said free placement. I don't mind.
Cooper, he might be looking to even try and send somebody back into the storm. He's got 5 shockwaves. He can buy himself a little bit of time. He's going to go straight up. He's going to throw that shockwave out, but it's not going to connect. Podesai going to get chopped out because of Cooper setting himself up.
Nein.
He's just stuck between all of France here. Podesai.
Ja. Das reicht nicht.
The gentleman's victory in game 6 here, but the damage has been done. Cooper falling what he did.
Peterbot hat wieder gewonnen.
2025 Pro-Am champions are decided. Peterbot and Oceantics.
One full day of competition, Taco. 6 games. You got Peterbot, reigning, defending global champion. You got Ozzy, one of the biggest faces of competitive Fortnite. They went ahead and dominated with multiple eliminations. They got a victory royale. That's why your FNCS Pro-Am champions, Ozzy and Peterbot!
Der hat Millionen auf dem Konto und sieht einfach aus wie der letzte Schlunz, ey.
Because it took them until later in the competition to really take it by force. But once you had that victory royale under your belt, Peterbot, it was inevitable that you will be stood with me and this trophy. What does it mean to take victory at the Pro-Am?
It means everything because now I'm back-to-back LAN winner, so.
You are, and potentially you could be back-to-back later on, but that is something we need to discuss another time. Because right now, Aussie Antics, you must be so proud of yourself and Peter.
I'm pretty proud. I mean, he's the GOAT. Everyone knows this is his win, but I did my best to try to make sure I didn't hold him down, and I didn't stop the run.
And what's interesting is normally you are watch partying this man do his thing, and now the world is watching you win. What's that like?
I mean, to be fair, in the last 2 games, you were watching me watch him again, so it felt kind of normal. He was solo clutching like crazy, but it feels amazing, genuinely. This is super fun. This was such a good event.
And what is going through your mind when that need to win really takes hold?
I don't even know. It just means everything.
Does it come naturally? Do you enter a flow state?
Yeah, I mean, like, after the win, I knew we were going to win the tournament because, like, the momentum from that game.
And you've got so much insight now for when you're watch partying at NA Major 3, Aussie Antics, because you know what it's like to be on comms with this man. So can you give us some insight now?
I mean, he did slow it down a bit for me, especially in that last game. He kept me with him, which I'm pretty proud of the fact that he cared enough to slow it down, but it's unreal. Trying to follow him is insane, but I'm just playing and it's just Elim. He's something else.
Any words to your fans before I let you lift this trophy one more time?
I appreciate all you guys, and I'm glad to bring it home again.
Well, you know what? Fortnite is all about moments, as a very wise man once said. So let's make another one right now. Guys, if you'd like to take your position behind the trophy. And please, Gallon Center, one more time! Make some noise for your 2025 FNCS Pro Champions!
Der freut sich schon gar nicht mehr. Ich würd mich so feiern, ne?
I cannot believe it, guys. Guys, throw these headsets on. Come here, Aussie. Come here, Aussie. Wow. To think, Aussie, we've been friends for a really long time. Man, a really long time. To think it all began on an FNCS broadcast.
Yep.
And now we've taken it to a win in an FNCS Pro-Am. How does it feel?
I mean, it's the same corny thing always. It feels amazing. I don't really know what to say. I wasn't honestly expecting this. I know it sounds crazy, like I'm playing with Peterbot, like he's the favorite to win, but I thought like there's some really, really good duos here, but
ich hätte Pokal genommen, wenn eine Runde
it's been
gerannt.
so much fun. The event's been amazing. The vibe's been amazing. I'm so happy. I'm 1-for-1 win now. 1 tournament, 1 win. Now I got to stop. I know I was going to ask you to keep playing. Nah, done. 100% win rate. That's it. I'm going to hold on to that.
That's awesome, Pete. I mean, I feel like we're good friends now. I see you like this pretty often.
Yep.
You know, another accolade, another notch on the belt. Does it feel any different? Does this feel special at all? Or are you just like, well, another day at the office?
It's just another day, to be honest. But it does feel good to play in front of a crowd because you don't get to do that often, and to win, you know, it just feels good.
Guys, before we get to Vivid and his questions, we
Boah,
also
ist
have
der
medals.
emotionslos. Ist das eklig.
Trophies, medals. That's right. That's right.
Oh, this is my. Oh, yeah. Wow. Okay. Nice. Yeah. I get this. I mean, and that trophy, it is heavy. Like heavy. I don't know. I haven't looked at a trophy before, so I didn't really know what to expect. Was not expecting that.
All right, Pete, listen, you know, listening to Aussie's answer there, he's like, yeah, I'm playing with the GOAT. He's just so good. Elim. Give us a little insight how it was to play with Aussie.
It was actually pretty good. You know, he's really good at staying alive while I'm just trying to rack up some eliminations, and that's basically just what we did the entire time.
Okay.
I mean, Peter, we've seen your streak in competitive, but you also have a streak as a sub for Aussie Antics.
Oh,
Are you gonna keep subbing to him?
He's a fan. I mean,
I'm just W supporter.
Yeah, W supporter, honestly, yeah. He's been a supporter since day one. I really appreciate it. It's been good.
Ja.
I have a question. If you guys could just take a small.
Hast du gehört, was gesagt hat? Das war ist ein ganz normaler Tag für ihn.
Yo, wait.
This up.
Look at that! Let's go, baby. It was first official LAN win game and then the tournament. So, I mean, Peter, thank you so much, bro. You put OC on the map, man. Well done, bro. You got this.
How does it feel? Aussie, it was you. Shout out to Lachlan for, of course, that map.
Yep.
You guys got OC a victory on LAN and a title. How does it feel? It's you, dude.
I know. I don't think it'll set it until later as well. I do want to take the moment as well. It's also Mother's Day back home for me, so I missed my mom and my beautiful wife and her second Mother's Day, so shout out to them for being so supportive as well. But yeah, it feels amazing. It's been a surreal week meeting so many of my heroes and friends that I've met before. It's amazing. We have to do another one of these. That's all I'm saying.
I love that. Pete, how's it been for you? Obviously, like, you know, you're pretty used to like the pro side of things, coming in, meeting these content creators. You're also like, dude, respect, they're dapping you up. How's it been for you?
I mean, it's just good to see everyone, especially just playing on stage, you know? I don't know. Especially like when you like eliminate them, it's like you really don't get to do that often, you know? It feels good.
I do want to say as well, the crowd, my first time playing in front of a crowd, this crowd was electric. Thank you so much, guys. The energy every time. I knew every time you got into Elon Musk spawn if they were watching or not, because you could just hear the crowd yelling. It was amazing.
Guys,
Die sind alle einfach schon abgehauen. Kein Bock auf Peter.
You guys get out of here. Go celebrate one more time, audience. Your 2025 FNCS Pro Am champions, Aussie Antics and Peterbot! My goodness gracious. I'm telling you guys, me and Peterbot, we're really tight. We're good friends. We hang out often on this stage. Yeah, that is crazy though. So, you know, going into this, I think the first 3 games were a little bit of like a question mark, maybe like a little head scratcher, you could say. It's like, I kind of just expected Pete to come in and be like, yeah, 20 elimination bombs, and that didn't really happen for the first 3 games. But then the second half, he came alive.
But I'm really happy that Pete gave one of the answers, right? And he was like, oh, listen, after we got that game win, I knew I was winning the tournament. And that's kind of what I was alluding at before. I was like, listen, we haven't really seen a Peterbot-esque game. And as soon as that one happened, as soon as they won that game, even he himself being confident, I was like, yeah, they're back towards the top of the leaderboard. The momentum's there. They went ahead and carried it all the way through Game 6. Champions, Aussie Antics, and Peterbot.
Now, Aussie understands the story that goes behind esports, and maybe beforehand he was like, hey, listen, Peterbot, we got to make it look good, okay? We got to make it look close. So these first 3 games, let me take it a little bit easy, okay? No, honestly, I think that they were probably in that halftime
Könnt ihr mal die
show
Punkte noch
really talking
zeigen,
about their
bitte?
strategy, because you can see a switch go on in game 4 through 6, and that is what makes or breaks these pro players, being able to see what they're kind of falling short on and changing that on the fly.
So much respect to these players, to these content creators who are basically now pros. You have been dubbed pros, every single one of you. Let's take a look at these standings before we get ready to say goodbye, because I was curious to see where Seti Daya ended up. Cooper and Zemie.
4 Punkte. Hätte nicht mehr der Win rausgebracht.
But the gentle mates, Podesai and Nikov, sneak on
Nur meine Favoriten, 2. und 3. Es ist unfassbar.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Seti and Dyer, they were hanging on to that top 3. It looked like they had a comfortable cushion actually going into game number 6 there, but slipping down to 4th place. Luna's out on that tiebreaker. Stable Ronaldo's return to competitive FNCS format. Kanata alongside him. They pick up a top 5 placement.
I mean, you heard Takata talk about at the start of the show. Gone and Flakes really showed up today, getting 6th place. Of course, Somerset and Thomas HD as well, being into our top 10. Honestly, everyone really impressed us, even the people that got last place.
Ja, ist okay.
This has been
Mit
such
der
an
Arma hat er
incredible
gewonnen.
event. It's no longer just about who's the best, but also what can we provide for the community. And I think all 20 duos here provided so much entertainment and so much incredible Fortnite action.
You know, sometimes it's about entertainment, sometimes it's about Faxity being a sub, sometimes it's about opening a chest, 0.1% chance. Sometimes you just gotta be Peterbot, and you can still provide entertainment. Friends, we are basically done with the FNCS Pro-Am. Why don't we bring up our friends up here? We got Tokata, we got Frankie, we got the best taco. Where's Jacob PR? They're gonna make their way up here as we prepare to say goodbye. Man, the Pro-Am delivered, but there's still a competition to be had. This is but a taste of what the Global Championship will be like. We still have Major 3 on the horizon and more spots to claim.
Ja, ich gehe jetzt auch noch was essen und dann gehe ich auch ins Bett.
Will be the next time we'll see you. Major
Gute Nacht dir, Kevi.
Until then, as always,
Bis
we love
morgen.
you. Keep yourself safe. We'll see you on that battle bus.
Jo, das kann ich nur genauso sagen. Danke fürs Zugucken. Für mich war es das für heute. Ich wünsche euch eine gute Nacht. Schlaft gut. Danke an alle, die da waren. Danke nochmal an Kiwi für die Donation. Ich würde sagen, bis... Ja, morgen ist ja nicht mehr. Bis nachher irgendwann mal. Wir ziehen weiter durch. Nachher wird wieder gestreamt. Auf Wiedersehen. Gute Nacht.